high desert.
Want to take a ride from the high desert and the great American Southwest? From the Coast to Coast AM archives, you're listening to the best of Art Bell.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, or good morning, as the case may be, across all these time zones. Howdy.
Hi, Art. How you doing?
I'm doing.
So, from New York City, staying up late, here is Dr. Malachi Martin.
For a very long time, I've been on a search for some sort of proof of life after death.
Here is somebody who calls himself Single 7. Single, are you there?
Yes, I am. There's going to be the biggest UFO sighting of the century.
You're listening to Art Bell on Premier Networks. Welcome to Art Bell Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from February 8th, 2002.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, good afternoon, good morning, whatever applies in whatever, which of the 24 time zones you're in around the world. I'm Art Bell, and this program, heard in all of them, is Coast to Coast AM. Great to be here. It is a Friday night, Saturday morning, and I'm going to break a little with tradition tonight. And because we did an open line show earlier in the week, we are going to have guests. Plural. It's the GIS folks tonight, and they are some of the freakiest guests you'll ever hear. Actually, they're okay. It's what they do that's kind of freaky. And I never really have become comfortable with it. They take... It's electronic voice phenomena, that's what it's called. And they take tape recorders with brand new tapes, never recorded upon tapes before, and they frequently go visit graveyards and other, jails and hospitals and places like that, and they do recording and they get results, and what they get would appear to come from the other side. So that's what we'll do in the next hour. This hour, open lines. A few items for you. Of course, it's all Utah at the moment, and the Olympics are everywhere. In a powerful display tonight that launched the nation's first Olympic Winter Games in 22 years, that's been a while, an honor guard of U.S. athletes, accompanied by New York police firefighters, entered Rice-Eccles Olympic Stadium, clutching the tattered flag recovered from the ashes of the World Trade Center. A hush fell over the crowd. At the sight of the fragile banner, a giant hole ripped through the red and white stripes. The president watched along with the International Olympic Committee. And so it begins. But it begins in a different sort of way, with snipers peering over the top of the rooftop, helicopters hovering overhead, a $310 million effort to protect the Olympics. $310 million. 59 agencies, 16,000 security workers. It's incredible, and I hope it's a great Olympics. And then there's a whole lot of Enron news. Through a spokeswoman for former Enron chairman Kenneth Lay, said today he hadn't decided what he's going to do about his scheduled Senate testimony on Tuesday. They're optimistic Lay would answer questions, but there have been an awful lot of I don't recalls from other witnesses, so we'll see. We've got the Taliban foreign minister who has given himself up. We are transporting more Taliban to Cuba as we get them. They're covered by the Geneva Convention, but not as war prisoners of war, POW, so I'm not exactly sure what their status is. I'm not even sure our government is sure what their status is going to be and how they're going to be tried, if they will be tried at all. You may recall that certain promises are made to those who have the religious affiliation that Osama bin Laden is said to have. And so I thought I would just lay this on you. After getting, and we still don't have Osama, this is really a curious thing. If they don't ever find him, then the legend of bin Laden will be around forever. You know, he will be, no doubt, thought of as cloned, like Hitler and others that have just sort of disappeared off the face of the earth. Anyway, after getting nailed by a daisy cutter, we can hope that happened, Osama bin Laden made his way to the pearly gates. He was greeted by George Washington, who yelled, "How dare you attack the nation I helped to conceive," slapping Osama in the face. Patrick Henry next said, "You wanted to end America's liberty, so they gave you death," and punched Osama right in the kisser. James Madison up next said, "This is why I allowed the federal government to provide for the common defense," kicked Osama right in the groin. Ooh! Osama was the subject of similar beatings from John Randolph of Roanoke, James Monroe, and 67 other people who had the same love for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. As Osama writhed in agony on the ground, Thomas Jefferson picked him up and hurled him back to the gates to be judged. While Osama waited his turn, he screamed, "This is not what I was promised!" An angel replied, "I don't know what you expected. You were told there would be 72 Virginians waiting for you." Okay. I tell you, there are, let's see, 4 national stories now about Enron. It is beginning to take over the news while the war goes to the back burner. Interesting email, and I followed up on it. It says, "Hi, Art. My name's Rich, and I'm from Horsham, Pennsylvania, close to Linda in Jameson. 2 schools have been closed in Montgomery County, both in Quakertown, due to a strange, itchy, bumpy rash hundreds of students have come down with. Hundreds. Today, the rashes have been reported in yet 2 more schools, 30 miles from the original outbreaks. Health officials are completely baffled about the rash and its cause. Cleaning agents first suspected as a possible cause have now been ruled out. The rash begins as a red area that itches, and when it fades, it leaves behind bizarre bumps on the skin. This was all reported first last week when the first school was shut down. Quarantined students rushed to a local hospital to be washed down. Video footage of health officials in their biohazard suits and masks has the look of an apocalyptic plague. All known contagious viruses have been ruled out. We do indeed live in strange times, and so here is the newspaper article on it. Health officials are still stumped about what's causing students at 2 Bucks County schools to break out in rashes now. Youngsters at a school in Montgomery County are complaining about a pink burning rash. The mystery rash has now shown up at the Springfield Intermediate School in Roysford, Montgomery County. 10 students there developed a pink burning rash on Thursday. Investigators were at the 2 schools in the Quakerstown Community School District that have been closed down indefinitely because of nearly Now, 100 cases, newspaper says, of the mysterious rash. So we have no idea what's really going on as we develop new plagues. And we've got a guest, I think, coming up on that perhaps in the next week. By the way, we also have a forensic pathologist coming up on Monday. That is absolutely incredible. She is a doctor. And some of the stories that she's going to tell you are going to curl your hair. Not so much about the work she does, which is a kind of morbid for most of us, of course, but about the things that other forensic pathologists will not talk about. And I refer to, and by the way, she is still employed, so she's very brave, I think, to come forward. And so at this point, I won't even tell you who she is. She's still employed doing her job, and she has some definite thoughts and stories on life after death. Now, here's an interesting article. It's entitled, Teleporting Larger Objects Becomes Real Possibility. And I have sent this over to Keith, if he would like to put the link up. It's from New Scientist. The dream of teleporting atoms and molecules, and maybe even larger objects, has become a real possibility for the first time now. The advance is thanks to physicists who have now suggested a method that, in theory, could be used to entangle absolutely any kind of particle. Quantum entanglement is the bizarre property that allows two particles to behave as one, no matter how far apart they might be. If you measure the state of one particle, you instantly determine the state of the other. This could one day allow us to teleport objects by transferring their properties instantly from one place to another. Until now, physicists have only been able to entangle photons, electrons, and atoms, using different methods in each case. For instance, atoms are entangled by forcing them to interact inside an optical trap, while photons are made to interact with a crystal. Aha, a crystal. These schemes are very specific, according to the University of Oxford spokesperson. But they have now demonstrated a single mechanism that could be used to entangle any particles, even atoms or larger molecules. Now, what this might mean is that things, products, the end result of factories could be, instead of shipped or trucked or flown, they could be teleported from one place to another. What it might also mean is that now within our grasp, and I refer now to just years ahead, is the Star Trek transporter. Now imagine the impact such thing would have on our airline industry, not to mention other transportation services, if you could just walk into a little cubicle and you're 2,000 or 10,000 miles away. Instantly, what a world that will be. You'll notice I didn't say would, might be, will be. I believe we are definitely headed there. We may not see it, but our children may, and their children certainly might. Amazing work going on. Now, here is an email that I tend to agree with. It says, Art, I agree with you on your current view of the effect of mind on reality. It occurs to me that mind, and in a larger sense, consciousness, at least partly controls the physical world as we know it. Now, think about that. What we all think about becomes reality. Now, I know you've always had an interest in the concept of time as well. You bet I have. It seems likely to me that time does not really exist on its own, but an aspect only of consciousness. Conceding that Einstein had almost everything right, he might have been more accurate describing the dimension of space-time as space consciousness. Interesting, huh? Man has actually lived by these rules throughout history. It has generally been seen in a religious context, and in the case of Christianity, the power of the mind has been called free will, albeit no one has perceived just how far-reaching free will might be. The act of implementing the power of mind has been prayer. Since time does not exist in a physical sense, prophets do not see through time, but rather the good ones are sensitive to the collective consciousness and are able to perceive what the state of the collective consciousness at a given instant portends for the future. What must give you pause on occasion, Art, is what effect your show might have on the state of the universe when many of your guests are doomsayers, and probably affect the thinking of many of your listeners in a scary way. Could believing calamity is imminent by enough people create calamity? Sleep well. Mike, don't think for 1 second that I haven't given that a very, very, very serious thought as these experiments have continued. Even some of the ones with unintended consequences, like in the last couple of days, they all worry me, and the last couple of days particularly so. We're obviously on to something really big. I've simply taken a cautionary note, and will continue to take a cautionary note, because I am now realizing we are on to something big, that it absolutely is real. And, we've got to be careful, I think, with what we're doing. We've got to be very, very, very careful with what we're doing. And so I certainly intend to be. I've thought a lot about it. It has kept me awake sometimes when it should not have. Just thinking about the whole thing, and whether I'm really doing the right thing or not. All right, we'll take a brief break here. I've got more for you, and then, of course, I will open the lines, and we'll see what's going on. Then, in less than an hour, it's off to the cemeteries, prisons, and hospitals, and voices, real voices from the other side.
Now we take you back to the night of February 8th, 2002, on Art Bell's Somewhere in Time.
All right, one more item for you, and it is a really interesting one. The headline is human evolution finally over? Scientists are split over the theory that natural selection has come to a standstill in the West, that would be us folks. For those who dream of a better life, science has some bad news. This is the best it's going to get. Our species, says the article, has reached its biological pinnacle and is no longer capable of changing. That is the stark, controversial view of a group of biologists who believe that Western lifestyle now protects humanity from the forces that used to shape Homo sapiens. If you want to know what utopia is like, just look around, because this is it, according to Professor Steve Jones of the University of London, who is to present, and I'd like to interview him. Professor Steve Jones of the University College London, who's to present his argument at a Royal Society Edinburgh debate. Is evolution over? It'll be next week. Things have simply stopped getting better or worse for our species. The view is controversial, however. Other scientists, of course, argue mankind is still being influenced by the evolutionary forces that created the myriad species which have inhabited Earth over the past 3 billion years. But basically, this scientist's argument is probably a pretty fair one. We have with our modern society, the conveniences we have, the medical miracles that we have produced, we have eliminated the process of natural selection. And I'm not saying that the compassion we show when we bring the weak up by their bootstraps and help them and keep them alive is wrong, but the argument is somewhat compelling, isn't it? Think about it a little bit. Think about it a little bit. Most people do believe the process of natural selection, the strong survive, the weak do not, provided the engine that was, past tense, evolution. And now we have a society where even the weak survive and even prosper. And natural selection is gone, particularly in the West. That's what they're saying here. And I am certainly going to consider that argument as perhaps a very valid one. It may be human evolution here in the West has ended. I wonder what's going to happen in the rest of the world. Will they continue to progress, or when they get to our stage, will they stop evolving?
You're listening to Art Bell's Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring a replay of Coast to Coast AM from February 8th, 2002. Premier Radio Networks presents Art Bell Somewhere in Time. Tonight's program originally aired February 8th, 2002.
It's straight into open lines for the next segment, and then it's to the cemeteries, the hospitals, the prisons, and the other side. I tell you, pretty freaky stuff. If you've never heard the GIS, the Ghost Investigators Society, you're in for a treat or a scare, depending on your point of view.
Now we take you back to the night of February 8th, 2002, on Art Bell's Somewhere in Time.
And by the way, this intriguing article on human evolution and natural selection, which sure makes sense to me, comes from The Guardian. Now, I don't mean to bitch unnecessarily, but too much of the news that I have to bring to you comes from foreign sources. And it doesn't mean that it's not accurate. I mean, the Observer is just fine in London, and a lot of other London and European publications are very well respected as our New York Times and LA Times and all the rest of it. It's just that for whatever reason, the news doesn't make it here. Now, there's something on my website that I want you to see. For those of you who think that the hand of man doesn't have a lot to do with anything that's going on with regard to our Earth, I haven't made up my mind about that one, by the way. I want you to look at something that one of my listeners put together. It was obviously done by NASA, but my listener did a particularly elegant job of putting it together. Now, it's under What's New, and it's entitled, I think it's called The Earth at Night. Yeah, The Earth at Night, and many of you may have already seen this, but I don't think you've ever seen it put together as well as it's put together here. This is obviously from the space shuttle, and it is virtually the entire world at night. And you can see how much light there is coming from Earth, as seen from several hundred miles in space. And it's kind of scary because, obviously, we do have some effect. I mean, just look at that photograph and tell me we don't have some effect, because we do. We have to. With this much energy in use, we just simply have to. I don't know. You look yourself. I've been trying to tell you for a long time, looking into space gives you a very different perspective on things. Looking at Earth from space in this context is definitely going to give you a different view of things. So make it to my website, that's artbell.com. Under What's New, just take a glance at the Earth at Night, a particularly well put together presentation. It'll kind of rock you back a little bit. All right, here we go. Wildcard line, you are on the air. Cheerio.
Cheerio, sir. How are you this evening?
Just spiffy.
Yes, this is Dean calling from Tampa, Florida.
Yes, Dean.
Just a quick note about what you were just talking about as far as the view from space. In fact, I've often thought that we should at least put a space-based telescope on the dark side of the moon. But not only that, but put a viewing, some kind of a way that we can actually link so we can actually get a view from maybe even through the internet or through a computer, because you do truly get a different perspective of the Earth.
You sure do. Have you seen this photograph?
Yes, sir.
Oh, man. Okay.
A note about the evolution theory.
Oh, yes.
I find it fascinating when I see people who say, well, we stopped, we've ended this, or they think we've been there and they've done that. In fact, I feel sorry for them, sir, because to me every day should be a learning experience, and the day that we stop evolving as a human race is the day that we might as well just sit down and say, well, we'll just wait for old age and take us away, because frankly, as we've evolved, and it's also we've acclimated to our surroundings as we dig through the sands of time and we see our ancestors.
I don't know if that's true. I mean, what evolution could you cite that has occurred in your lifetime?
Well, maybe not so much in our lifetime, sir, but maybe that's the problem. Maybe we're looking at it in too small of a fraction of a time. I'm maybe more looking towards the future, maybe when we start actually reaching out to the stars, because we have a way of, as a human race, at acclimating to our surroundings, and I think maybe...
Wait a minute. That's a technological advance, not human evolution. Mm-hmm. Human evolution means a real change occurring to human beings, are actually evolving, not just inventing a better widget and going to another star.
No, I don't mean in a technical sense, sir. I mean simply, I mean by if we actually start to move to other planets and things like that, maybe perhaps as we adapt, even as we've seen as our own Earth has changed over the time, I'm sure we have changed as human beings as the Earth itself has changed.
All right, flat out question for you. Do you believe that evolution is probably a product of the old natural selection thing?
I do, sir, because I think I look at it this way. It's an amazing the way it works, and I think but also you got to look at it this way. There's a lot of people that say, well, we're seeded from other planets. We're either seeded through. I'm not one to say that we've started off from one cell. I don't believe in that, but I think in a sense we are all connected. And I think, and perhaps if you look at the big picture, maybe we weren't actually put on this planet in the first place by ourselves. Maybe it was by somebody else's doing.
All right. Well, maybe. Listen, I kind of like this guy's theory. I really do, and I'd like to have him on the air is what I'd like. After all, I'll say it again. Isn't natural selection the engine that has driven evolution? As conditions change, when we were exposed to those conditions, we changed or died. I mean, to put it bluntly, we either changed or died. And throughout the world's history, as the Earth has changed and the environment has changed, humans have changed. Now we have artificial environments we live inside, protect ourselves against the heat and the cold and the rain and the elements. We protect ourselves against disease and many of the things that would have continued the process of natural selection in the past, don't we? So if evolution is dependent on natural selection, then this scientist could be correct. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Yeah, Art, your guest you had back, a couple weeks ago. He said he's seen a calendar flapping and it stopped on February 7th. He said there would be earthquakes taking place. Well, yesterday I was listening to CNN, and sure enough, there was 2 quakes in Alaska.
How big?
I don't know. Maybe your viewers from up there could call and let you know. But I thought that was pretty interesting.
All right. For the most part, I have listeners. But, yes, maybe they could call and let us know. All right. Couple of earthquakes. Thank you very much, and take care. I remember the prediction. Now, that was not made by the guest. I think the prediction was made by a caller regarding the first week in February. I could be wrong about that, but that's my recollection. Jay sounded like somebody testifying, that's my recollection. Yeah, I've been working for Enron now for about a year. Hi, west of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
Hi, how are you? I wish you and Ramona happy Valentine's Day.
Thank you. Very same to you.
This is Maureen from San Diego.
Yes.
Hi. I was listening to Ridley Strieber's Dreamland, and then he had Linton Moulton Howe on.
Yes.
And she was talking to Nancy Coughlin, director of Jonestown, branch of Pennsylvania Ghost Hunter Society.
Right.
And when they're talking about the United Flight 93 when it crashed, that it's weird because I was listening to this and I was recording this off my radio.
Right.
And I all of a sudden I captured a voice. And the two women are talking, and then the voice goes, well, it said something. Would you like me to play it?
Is it short?
Yes.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Okay.
Let's hear it.
Okay.
This came from Dreamland, I guess.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Okay. Oops.
Let's hear it.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Came.
Okay. Sorry about that.
Okay. And I listened to what we heard in the middle of our interview. Exact same sound. It was like...
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah, I wonder what you got there.
I was listening to it, and
Have you heard the Ghost Investigators Society on the program before?
Oh, yes.
What do you think of that?
Amazing.
Well, amazing is one word, yes.
And I wrote them an email, and I told them if they could come down to San Diego, I'll be happy to show them the 100 sites here in San Diego, like the Whaley House and Hotel Del. And,
yeah, I'm sure that'd be good diggings for them.
Yeah.
All right, I appreciate the call. Thank you very much. Well, as much recording as goes on my program and Whitley's and many others, I suppose, from time to time, particularly with the topics we cover, one might expect an occasional odd transmission in the middle of all of it. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello?
Hi.
Hi, Art. How are you tonight?
Okay, sir. Where are you?
I'm in Atlanta, Georgia.
Okay.
I was a pre-need counselor at a cemetery.
Oh?
And I got something very interesting to tell you. We had a night where it was like a recognition night for all the families that come to the cemetery.
Yes.
And what we did was that we lit candles for all the, all the markers, all the tombstones.
Right.
And what we did was, by the time I got to the back of the cemetery, it was dark out, and we had flashlights. And I misplaced my flashlight, and I had to walk back to the meeting center without a flashlight. And I saw those orbs. I saw a couple orbs.
You visually saw them?
Yes, I did.
Oh.
And the candles were like illuminating them. And
really?
I didn't know what they were until I saw the website. Matter of fact, I saw the website today.
The entire concept freaks me out, sir, because I don't know about you.
Uh-huh.
But when I go, I don't want to be anywhere near my dead, rotting body in the ground.
That's what I thought, too.
I want to be off with the angels and the beer and the girls from Switzerland and stuff, right?
Exactly.
And let me add my wife. I don't want to be hanging around my old dead body. And so when I hear these things coming from a graveyard, frankly, it freaks me out.
The thing is, I didn't know what they were. And then I saw the website, I saw the orbs, and I go, oh my God, I saw those. It's amazing. I have a couple questions for you.
Sure.
Do you think you'll ever have an astronaut on?
Well, I've already had several
have
astronauts on, yes.
Okay.
Will I have astronauts on again would be a better question. Yes, I will.
Okay. And can you ask them a question when they come on, the Ghost Hunters?
Sure.
I was thinking about the Titanic. All the photographs of the Titanic.
Yes.
Are there any underwater orbs or anything like that?
Well, all right. We'll ask. Now, the Titanic. Of course, there have been several. Actually, there's ongoing investigations with regard to Titanic, and those who would even thinking about raising are thinking about raising the Titanic, and others who are saying, look, the Titanic is the appropriate, proper burial ground for many, too many people, and it should not be disturbed. It should be regarded as a burial ground. I don't know how you feel about that. Would the GIS want to get in the vicinity of the Titanic? Well, that would be quite a chore, but it would certainly be an interesting investigation, wouldn't it? Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, how's it going?
It's going, sir. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. Calling from Austin, Texas.
Yes, sir.
LBJ land.
Right.
I thought I would share a Hollywood ghost story with you.
A Hollywood ghost story.
A Hollywood ghost story.
There are many of those. Hollywood is a very, very haunted place, you know.
Understandably, with all those broken dreams and all.
Yes.
Well, this starts off in a rather well-known star's house. You've no doubt heard the name of Jean Harlow.
Well, of course.
And that she was married to a guy by the name of Paul Byrne back in the 1930s. And it ended rather abruptly one night, the marriage did. Flash forward to 1968, same house, a rather well-known hairstylist and shampoo maker or something like that is living in the house. And he has to go out of town for a day. And so his girlfriend, he asks her to watch the house during the night while he's gone.
Sure.
So, sure enough, she goes up to bed and is awakened during the night by a god-awful racket. Wakes up, turns on the light, and sees Paul Byrne ransacking the bedroom, looking for something.
Oh.
And, well, ordinarily you'd say, so what? Well,
I wouldn't say so what. I wouldn't say that.
Especially since Paul Byrne had just happened to be a little bit dead at the time.
Right. I would never say so what to that. I would say,
really.
Get me the hell out of here. Anyway, go ahead.
Well, that's what she did. But when she left the room and got to the second floor landing to go downstairs,
yes,
she saw something that made her just stop in shock.
And that was?
Down at the bottom of the stairs was an apparition of her lover, tied to the newel post, his neck cut from ear to ear. She became aware of the noise increasing in the bedroom, and being overcome by the shock, she passed out.
Yeah, good. That's a protective measure. I mean, I'd probably have a heart attack, and, that'd be it.
Here's the real kicker. When the lover came back the next day, she told him about it, and they basically forgot about it and didn't really know that it was a terrifying warning from the future. The man's name was Jay Sebring. The woman's name was Sharon Tate.
Oh, my God. Oh, God, what a story.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, oh, boy is right. Thanks a lot. Just going into this show, that's just great. Well, do you ever wonder about stuff like, for example, how many people do you think have seen an apparition, a ghost, a devil, or whatever you want to call it, and had heart attacks and died? The answer is you have no idea, and I don't either, because they're dead. You think about it. How many people do you suppose have died of fright? And you certainly can die of fright. I mean, it can absolutely give you a heart attack, and you can die on the spot. Well, they just can't come back to tell us why they died, why they had that heart attack, can they? Was to the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Yes, it's Tom in Seattle.
Hello, Tom.
I kind of disagree with the idea that we've reached our pinnacle in evolution. And, of course, it all depends on if you think intelligence is...
Well, what about the concept of natural selection being the engine that drives evolution, though? That does kind of make sense, doesn't it?
Well, natural selection narrows an evolutionary path, but it doesn't really end evolution.
You think?
That's what I think.
Well, you might be right, and this scientist might be right. I never really thought about it until I read this article, but I thought, with regard to the West, our area of the world, Europe, America, he's more or less right. I mean, natural selection here has pretty much ground to a halt. You've got to admit.
Well, yeah, if we're going to live a hunting and gathering type existence, it has.
Well,
but
we live. Hey, look, if it's cold, we heat the house. If it's hot, we cool the house. We prevent disease that otherwise would get us. We do all kinds of things that protect us and allow us to do things we would not ordinarily do, and protect us from things that ordinarily we would not be protected from. Now,
And all that comes from technology.
It sure does.
And intelligence, and as far as I believe, that intelligence is a genetic characteristic that evolves from not being eliminated through natural selection. People like Stephen Hawking
Einstein, good point. Now, that's a good point. Where would we be without Stephen Hawking?
Or Einstein. Even, he wouldn't have made it as a hunter-gatherer unless he invented traps.
It's a good counter-argument. I'll give you that. It's a good counter-argument.
When you narrow an evolutionary path...
And I want you to be... By the way, I want you to be right. I'm on your side. I would much rather believe what you're saying than I would what this scientist is saying.
See, I believe that all this technology has allowed genetic traits that haven't been able to surface in the past to sprout up and, produce great people.
Well, boy, but when you get into the genetic argument, then you begin to lose again, because if anything, you would think our gene pool is weakening because of the process of natural selection going away. You start to lose the argument when you go into genetics, because I think probably the gene pool is becoming generally weaker.
Well, that all depends on what you think is successful traits to have in an organism.
I would like to continue this, but we've got a break. Very good call. I appreciate the call. Top of the hour, we're going to cemeteries, prisons, and hospitals, and God knows where, for voices from God knows where. I'm Art Bell.
You're listening to Art Bell's Somewhere in Time on Premier Radio Networks. Tonight, an encore presentation of Coast to Coast AM from February 8th, 2002.
Into the light. That's where I want to go. Not hanging around the cemetery. That's one thing that scares me about what you're about to hear. Actually, there are several things that scare me about what you're about to hear. Brendan Cook and Barbara Macbeth are both members of the Ghost Investigators Society, the GIS. The Ghost Investigators Society is a non-profit organization. That scares me. They're not making money. They're not writing books. They're just doing this, dedicated to the investigation of ghosts. Not only do they conduct investigations, but they instruct, assist, and educate anyone who believes they may be experiencing ghostly phenomena, or those who are just simply curious. In an effort to educate the public about ghosts, the GIS hopes the EVP's electronic voice phenomena presented will help demonstrate that the consciousness does not survive. Consciousness does survive after the body dies, and that these voices may help us give a different perspective about life, death, and ghosts. So that's what we're up to tonight, and I should advise you up front, this is kind of scary stuff. If you're trucking across the country in an 18-wheeler and it's dark out there and you're by yourself, you may not want to do this. I don't know. I say this from having done several shows with them in the past. Now, let me preface just very briefly what they do, so that you understand how weird what you're about to hear is. They go to these places, cemeteries, hospitals, prisons, and sometimes just regular areas, but in general, they go to areas that are very likely going to be haunted. And with them, they take very high-quality cassette tape players. And into those players, they put only brand-new tapes that have never had anything electromagnetically imprinted upon them, have never been recorded straight out of the wrapper. These new tapes go into the machines. And unfortunately, they get results. I say, well, maybe it's fortunate. Maybe it does mean that consciousness continues. It's just the manner in which it apparently continues in some cases that always has me bugged. Anyway, we're off to the races shortly.
You're listening to Art Bell's Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring a replay of Coast to Coast AM from February 8th, 2002.
Up north now, from where I am, I think, in Utah, to Brendan Cook and Barbara Macbeth. You're in Utah, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Where are you in Utah?
Well, we're in Ogden. It's actually probably 15, 20 minutes outside of Salt Lake City.
Okay. Maybe it's worth asking you again how, back in the very beginning, you all became involved in taping ghosts?
Well, all of us have been interested in it all our lives. It's something that we've all been fascinated in. And me personally, it's been since I was a child. Reading books on ghosts and seeing the picture of the Brown Lady of Wrangham Hall really just it got imprinted on my mind. And I knew when I got older that was something that I really wanted to pursue.
But electronic voice phenomena is not just something, you know, when I was a kid, I wanted to be a trash collector. I thought, you know, there is nothing cooler than riding on the back of one of those giant trucks. That's what I thought. I was maybe 4 or 5, you know. I thought, that's for me. I want to ride on a truck. So it's not like you get to be 4 or 5 years old and you say, hey, you know, I'm going into the electronic voice phenomena. Yeah, somewhere along the line, this is something so specific that there has to be something that ignites the light.
You know, to be honest, I really was quite a skeptic when I first heard about it.
Were you?
In fact, I almost didn't believe it. I thought it was quite insane to be going into a cemetery in the middle of the night trying to record mysterious voices, and somehow they would magically appear on your tape and interact with you.
Do you now completely reject that?
Oh, absolutely.
The fact that it's insane?
I mean, with the amount of voices that the GIS has recorded, I mean, I don't see how I could not believe it.
How about you, Barbara?
Well, I had read about Rodave many years ago, and so I thought I would try it. I had a very cheap recorder at the beginning.
Did you know Brendan then?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
And the quality of the voices that I did record left a lot to be desired, but I did get voices, and so I just, after a while, I invested in a better quality recorder.
Always using brand new tapes, though?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. One of the things that bothers me, and I think a lot of the audience will frequently dismiss guests when they hear they're selling a book, or they're selling tapes, or they're selling, I don't know, whatever, you know. They will use that if they don't like the subject or it scares them. They will use that to dismiss it mentally. You know, it's an easy thing to do. They're out there, hucksters, selling this, selling that, you know, whatever. You guys aren't selling anything, and I think that bothers people.
Well,
including
that's
me.
One thing that we have discussed amongst ourselves. We've had a lot of requests since we've had our pictures up on our website of our shirts that we wear. We've had so many requests to sell our shirts, and we've really debated about even doing that, even with people requesting, because we do not want to give the impression like there are so many groups out there that it seems like they're out there just for the money.
Mm-hmm.
And I do not want, and I know the rest of the members of GIS do not want us to look like that's what we're doing this for.
Well, I can tell you this. It makes it much harder to dismiss when you hear you have nothing to sell. Much, much, much harder to dismiss.
Our whole purpose is to educate the public about ghosts and the afterlife, and with the voices, I think that it shows that our consciousness continues.
Oh, I do too, but do you think that people really want to know this?
I think there's quite a majority of people, I believe, really do want to know this. Whether they want to believe us personally or not, I'm not sure, but I do believe that quite a majority of people do want to know if there is something on the other side.
Well, I have become slowly but surely, through a series of very serious interviews, convinced there is something on the other side.
See, I think that you've changed a lot in your attitude. Since our first...
I probably have, and I've done some interviews that are just impossible to reject. I know things. For example, I was saying Monday we're going to have a forensic person on, and she is a doctor who does things that we all probably don't want to know about and certainly don't want to watch, with bodies, and she has some stories that will rattle us. And I had a lady on who lost all her blood, no brain activity for an hour. She was dead, but things happened. And then there's you folks and a million others that I've had. And, of course, after listening to all of this, your opinion has to slowly slide in the direction of irrefutable proof. However, what's bothering me is where you mostly get these tapes. You go to graveyards. A lot of graveyards. You got to admit that's true, right?
Right. And, and not every graveyard, though, will yield voices. We go to...
Well, I know you always say that, but the majority of the EVPs that you brought on this program have come from where?
Well, a big majority of them have come from
graveyards,
certain cemeteries that we go to.
All right. Well, I don't think anybody wants to think that they're going to hang around their old rotting body once they're gone. There's got to be something better than that waiting around. So it worries me that you find so many in cemeteries. Now, the two of you must have thought a lot about this, haven't you?
Oh, yes.
Yes, we have, and I can't explain why there would be, especially like in this one that we go to that has always yielded up some of our best voices, why there would be
so many.
In this, and the cemetery isn't a very large cemetery. It's a old pioneer cemetery.
And you have also told me that a majority, that you get too many children.
We get a lot of children. I've been really surprised at the amount of children.
Do you get more children by percentage than you include in the material that you send for a given show?
Probably.
Yes, I'd say so.
Well, what do you think that says about the nature of death? In other words, if you die, are you a child forevermore, or until a reincarnation, if that is what is to be, or are you eternally a child?
I've thought about this myself a lot, and I know that there have been reports of, say, like one particular person that has been seen after they have died in different stages of their life. And one in particular that I'm thinking of, that he was witnessed as he looked as a child. He was witnessed by other people in middle age, and he was witnessed as an old man.
Oh, that's very interesting.
So I don't know if the reason that we're getting so many children's voices is because people in their thoughts and their consciousness, that was a happy time period for them, and that's what they are thinking about, or if there are a lot of little children's spirits out there. I think I mentioned before that one possibility is because it's so hard for people to let go when they lose a child, and it keeps that child bound to earth.
All right. Let's do it. What you are about to hear is kind of scary stuff, folks. So, you might want to consider whether you want to really listen to this. The first cut we have here, where did you record this?
We recorded this at a private residence. We were just in the process of leaving, and we will always tell any ghosts that are there, we thank them for being with us and for talking with us. And
well, what brought you to the private residence? I mean, why?
They were having ghost activity there.
Okay.
And we were leaving, and you will hear Jenny, in fact, GIS member Jenny recorded this voice as we were leaving, and you will hear her say, "Thank you." And it sounds like a child's voice that says bye-bye.
Really?
And we never have children at a place when we're doing it. If they have children, we'll always ask them to have them over at their grandparents or someplace else, because children have a tendency to become afraid, because we do this in the dark, most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
And we do not want children to become afraid, so we always ask them to have the children someplace else when we're there.
Makes sense to me, because I wouldn't be there myself. All right, here we go. Listen.
Thank you.
Oh, there it is. Now, I'm going to let you hear this again. It is really quite clear. It does. You can hear the thank you, and then you can quite clearly hear the bye-bye, and it does sound like a child's voice. Listen again.
Thank you.
That one's a little clear, guys. Sorry, guys and gals. That one's a little clear for my taste, and that does sound like a child.
And for the people that have listened to us on the show in the past, I think the voices tonight, they'll realize they actually come across a little clearer. We actually came across a new plugin for the software that we use, and it enables the voice to come out almost exactly as it appears on the tape.
Really?
So, I mean, I was really impressed by the quality of the voices when we first listened to it and previewed the CD.
Well, I'm impressed with that one for sure. That was a clear bye-bye, and that was a child, and that was in a private residence. And what kind of haunting had been going on there?
Well, there was the footsteps being heard upstairs when no one was up there, and doors closing, by themselves, and things being moved.
Great. And how did they get on to you?
I believe they had seen us on a local newscast that aired in Utah, and they had just emailed, and we put them through the interview process that we do, and decided that it was something we wanted to look into. So we went down there. Did we? I can't remember if we went once or twice.
We did a follow-up. We usually do a preliminary and then a follow-up.
Do you frequently travel to long distances, that kind of thing?
Yes, we do what we can since we finance ourselves. We are limited in what we are able to do. If we could afford it, we'd be traveling around all the time. But since we don't charge anything, we're limited on what we're able to do.
Well, I'm going to give you advice, and that is, I know the temptation is to probably sell T-shirts or certainly to sell tapes and that sort of thing. Maybe the day will come later when you can do that, but I would think while you're in the active part of your investigation, as you are now, that a great deal of your credibility rests, on the fact that you're not doing that. You're not selling things, and it confuses people to the point where they listen to you, and I guess maybe a lot of them don't like it because it's kind of nerve-wracking to hear this sort of thing.
And that's
but
really...
my advice would be don't do it.
What you just said is really what we've tried to portray to people. We realize that the second you become in it for the money, you've lost a lot of your credibility.
You got it. Hold it, guys. We're at the bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Thank you.
That's a definite bye-bye, and that's a definite child's voice saying it. There were no children anywhere around. Brennan Cook, Barbara Macbeth, the Ghost Investigators Society's on-air representatives are here tonight, and Larry in Huntington, West Virginia wants to know what kind of equipment people can use to do this on their own, and I think that's a really good question. One will answer for you immediately following the break, so you might get a pencil and paper ready. We'll also give you contact information for the GIS. I am such a fan of saxophone. We'll be right back.
Now we take you back to the night of February 8th, 2002, on Art Bell's Somewhere in Time.
All right, I'm going to warn you right now that over the period of time that GIS has appeared on the show, literally hundreds of people have taken up the challenge, and they've listened to the kind of equipment used, and they've gone out and done this on their own, to the extent that people write to me and say, oh my God, Art, I didn't think there was anything to this. I'm really skeptical. I went out and did it, and here's a sound file of something I got. I'm beginning to get all these sound files. Hundreds of people have tried this, most of them with success. So ask yourself whether you really want to try this with the information we're about to give you. All right, you two, what kind of equipment would you recommend somebody go buy if they want to try it?
All right. Well, first of all, tape recordings, or tape recorders, we use the little microcassette recorders just because it's portable.
Right. Any specific type you prefer?
Well, we use the Iowa TPM 920s.
I say that again, the Iowa
TPM 920.
920, all right.
And it turns out to give us the clearest recording. Always record in real time instead of quarter time. It'll give you a clearer voice.
Sure.
Always an external microphone. If nothing else, just to cut out the motor noise and the innards of the tape recorder itself.
Right. So always an external mic.
Correct.
The part of that I've never understood and don't understand now is why you need a mic at all.
Yeah,
it's strange because you've said some of these are occasionally audible. Most of them are not audible, at least to the human ear. And so the presumption would be, sure, ghosts are electromagnetic in nature, and you could imagine a ghost imprinting upon an electromagnetic media like tape the way a tape head would. That's imaginable. But if it's the microphone picking it up, it has a specific frequency range, which begins, around 300 cycles and may go to, depending on the quality of the tape, 15, 20 kilohertz, somewhere up there. Same thing a human ear would hear, roughly, mostly. And so why would you need a mic?
Yeah, that really, it's a real mystery in EVP, period. And I've almost got two theories on it. One, like you said, it is imprinted on the tape, and that seems to be an extremely popular theory. And the other one is they use some sort of vibration, being that they don't have their own vocal cords. They use some sort of vibration in the air that's already in the atmosphere at the time, or they're using maybe an investigator's voice to imprint their voice on the tape.
Have you ever recorded one without a mic?
No, but I have heard that it's been done.
Uh-huh. All right, so we've given the people the type of machine they would use. Obviously, they would go to places that are reported to be haunted. Yes, graveyards or prisons or hospitals, and you always need to get permission to do it before you do it. I know you always do that, right?
Yes, and you don't have to do it at night. If people are leery about going out at nighttime, they don't have to do that at nighttime. The reason we do is because there's less noise. There's not so many people out and about.
Mm-hmm.
But we have gone into places at 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
And then one more thing. Once at a location, you try to provoke the spirits.
We invite them to come and speak with us and join in our conversation and talk with us.
And you always do this in a polite, respectful manner.
Yes.
You treat them just like a person. It may seem weird, especially the first couple of times doing it, but you treat them just as if they were just an unseen person. You talk with them, ask them their name.
All right.
Introduce ourselves.
Okay, we've got a lot of stuff to get through here. So let's try number 2, which I see has question marks by it. What does that mean?
Well, this one had question marks by it, but over the last day, Barbara thinks she has heard what it's saying. First of all, it was recorded by GIS member Jenny, and it was in another cemetery. Actually, it was in the back part of the cemetery of the mausoleum that we go to quite frequently. And Barbara actually thinks it says Alma Berg here. And in this cemetery, we think we've seen a headstone with the last name Berg.
Oh, all right. And this just comes out of nowhere, or is it
It'll literally just come out of nowhere. You'll hear the wind blowing a little bit, and then this woman's voice will come in and say, Alma Berg here.
All right, let's try it. That's really creepy, you guys. That's really creepy. Yeah, I can hear the wind. One more time, folks. I can hear the wind, and then I think she's right. Now, you can say, well, it's being suggested that is what we should hear, but they've listened to it many times. You can hear whatever you want to hear, but it sure does sound like Alma Berg here. Let's listen again. That's really freaky. I get immediately a lot of people who send me computer messages saying what they think it just said. But boy, that was pretty freaky. All right, next one, number 3.
On this one, we were investigating a old hotel. They're quite fond of the ghosts that they have, and they've documented the ghost activity that's been reported. And we were on our first investigation at the hotel this night. We had rented a room, and they let us have access to the whole place. And we conducted an all-night investigation here. And you will hear Roger say, he was talking to one of the other members, and you'll hear Roger say he tried to joke. And this voice comes in, and it sounds like it says, it's not a joke, it's red.
It's not a joke, it's red. All right, here we go. Well, I mean, that is what it sounds like it's saying. That's not, there's not quite as many highs in that audio. It's kind of a little mushy.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
But it does sound like it's saying that. Are all your members using the same equipment, or do some of them take out other equipment?
As for tape recorders, everybody uses the same exact tape recorder, the same model tape recorder.
We didn't, we used to use different ones, but we have found that this one that we presently use picks up the quality is the best so far that we've tried.
Why do you believe that to be true? Any idea technically why?
I really don't know. Well, first of all, Iowa has always seemed to be good for us in the first place. The voices, I mean, just listening to the comparison between voices that we have received with the tape recorder we're currently using and the tape recorders we've used in the past, the last voice being a good example, the voices we receive now, I mean, just sound a lot clearer.
Right. More highs in those ghosty voices. All right. The next one.
All right. This next one was also recorded by GIS member Jenny, and it was in a mausoleum. And you'll hear Jenny say, "Will you please show yourself to us? Will you make a noise?" And after you hear it, and it's almost the exact opposite of things we played on your show before. It almost sounds like an old woman saying, "Will you stay here?"
An old woman. All right, here we go.
Will you please show yourself to us? May you make a noise?
Will you stay here? Oh, God, that's clearly what it says. Moreover, a mausoleum, you can hear the echo in the mausoleum. Oh, man, listen to this.
Will you please show yourself to us? May you make a noise?
You guys are out of your minds. Out of your minds. That's pretty scary stuff. Have you ever had, and I think I've asked this before, have you ever had a spirit follow you all home?
I believe we have, yes.
Huh. So one would have to consider that at least a possible risk of this kind of work.
Yes. And I kind of expect it to happen now and then. Which doesn't bother me.
It doesn't bother you?
No.
No? Are the two, I don't even know if I've ever asked, you have different last names. Are you boyfriend, girlfriend? Do you live together? Do you live separately? Are you just friends?
I consider Brendan my son.
Your son. I see. All right.
I've adopted him and Jenny.
I see. All right. Just sort of wanted to check. I've never asked about that, and so I thought I would.
I've been happily married for 35 years, going on 36.
Then I'm sorry.
And it's not to Brendan. He hasn't been alive that long.
I see. All right. All right. Very good. So we've got pretty good demographics going here. All right. And our next one.
This one was also recorded on that same night at the hotel. One of the girls that was with us had gotten sleepy. We were back up in our room that we had gotten that night, and I says, you'll hear me say, take a little cat nap for a little while.
Right.
And this voice comes in and says, nap cat, and there's a whistle and a meow.
What? Really? All right, let's listen to this.
A little cat nap for a little while. Now, cat. Now, cat.
Whoa, that's pretty weird. How long do you, and in what way do you decide what is being said during these short receptions from the other side? Do you sit down as a committee? Is there a kind of a committee that decides, well, all right, here's what we believe is said, and we'll present this and see what the audience thinks?
No, we really, after an investigation, because it's usually pretty late at night, we'll all disperse to our homes, and we try to listen to it as soon as we can while everything is fresh in our minds. So you figure if you're on an investigation for 2 hours, you go home and listen to the tape for 2 hours.
Right.
And go through the whole thing again.
And people would ask, how frequently do you find something? For every 2 hours of taping that you put in, how frequently are you liable to find something?
Really, it changes all the time. There's nights that we might go to one place and pick up 5 really, really loud, clear voices, go back the next night and not pick up a single thing.
It's kind of like fishing.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's interesting. Is there anything at all that either one of you have learned to correlate with getting a lot of voices versus not even having a little tug on your line? In other words, the cycle of the moon, or the kind of weather that's going on, or the time of the month, or I don't know, whatever.
I personally think that we get some of our best ones when it's cold.
Really? So, not only then do you have to traipse down to a mausoleum or a cemetery or whatever, but you probably have to do it at night because it's quiet, if for no other reason. Plus, when it's cold. This just sounds more attractive by the minute.
You wear your long johns and really dress warm. And
another big request I'm getting is, how do people get hold of you? I presume they can send you email.
Yes, they can send us email at gis@ghostpix.com.
GIS at ghost, G-H-O-S-T, Pix.com.
And they can actually go to the website, email us directly from the website, or they can email each individual member of the GIS.
And on your website, you have countless examples of the kind of thing people are hearing tonight, correct?
We do. We have, I believe at the last count, I think we had somewhere along the lines of 130 EVPs.
Wow.
Over 100 photos, 20 videos, a few stories. The only problem is right now our server has actually been down, and it has a lot to do with being on your show.
I understand.
Yeah, so...
I apologize. I don't know. I've never known what to do about that. I try to warn guests ahead of time. Are you prepared for what's going to happen? And they always, oh, yes. Oh, we have lots of bandwidth. We can do it. Boom. Blows up in the first 15 minutes.
So in our case today, it actually went off before we even came on the show.
Sorry. All right, next one.
All right, this next one, I think you'll like this one. It was recorded by GIS member Roger, Barbara's husband, and it was in the mausoleum, the same mausoleum that we go to quite frequently.
Right.
And he had actually heard this voice a few months ago and never could really figure out what it was saying. And he just barely, right when we were getting ready for this to do this CD for you, said, "I just figured it out." And he said, "It says our death gate."
Our death gate?
Exactly.
Our death gate?
And when we listened to it, I mean, it was just so clear that that's really what it was saying, and it sounds almost like it's from some B horror movie.
All right, here we go, folks. Let's see what we've got. Oh, God. It does sound like our death gate. This was in the mausoleum, and again, you can hear the effect of being in a mausoleum. Late at night, in the cold, in the dark, and it sounds like our death gate. Gee, that just really gets one looking forward to the other side, listening to that, you know?
Roger had said to these ghosts that are there, he had said about our, to please excuse our lights, because we're flashing cameras, you know, the flash going off, and our infrared video cameras, and our flashlights, and he had just mentioned, he apologized about our lights and to please not let him bother them. That he hoped that our lights didn't bother them. Mm-hmm. And he had just made that statement when he recorded that voice. And it almost makes me wonder if it's referring, you know how people, when they have the near-death experience and they mention going to the light?
Yes.
It almost makes me wonder if it's referring to the light as their death gate.
Maybe they're talking about the infamous tunnel.
Yes.
Death gate.
Mm-hmm.
Death gate. The trouble is, the presentation was a little eerie, folks. Our death gate. I mean, that is... Yes. It doesn't exactly sound like... I mean, if it was paradise and beer and women and football on the other side, it would be our death gate. Our death gate. But no, it didn't come across that way at all. It came across more as... our death gate.
Yeah.
All right, well, listen. Hold tight. We're at the top of the hour. There is so much more of this to come tonight. We'll speed it up a little bit. These things are... I don't know what to say. These people aren't making money at it, don't want to make money at it. They're just doing it.
You're listening to Art Bell's Somewhere in Time on Premier Radio Networks. Tonight, an encore presentation of Coast to Coast AM from February 8th, 2002.
Brendan Cook and Barbara Macbeth from the Ghost Investigators Society are with us tonight. And what you're going to hear, if it's the dead of night where you are, is pretty freaky. Be warned, it's pretty scary stuff. We will continue with it in a moment. Stay right where you are.
You're listening to Art Bell's Somewhere in Time on Premier Radio Networks. Tonight, an encore presentation of Coast to Coast AM from February 8th, 2002.
Well, all right. Last week on, I think it was on Dreamland with Whitley Strieber, Linda Moulton Howe has reported on a story that's on her website at earthfiles.com, with respect to Flight 93. Now, that, of course, was the flight in which one man reported to his wife that he was going to take the damn airplane down. He was going to take matters into his own hands and do what he had to do. He knew what was going on. You remember, he was on a cell phone. These are heroes, real American heroes. And it's being reported by reliable sources, and this is backed up by the information Linda has on her site, that this is an incredibly haunted site. In fact, there's actually a photograph on Linda's site I've just seen of the plume of smoke from the crash of Flight 93. Well, there's quite a story to go with it. You can read it at earthfiles.com. In the meantime, I have received countless fast blasts and emails saying, Art, you need to be aware of this, which I am, and you need to suggest to Barbara and Brendan that this would be a very, very interesting site to get to if they could in Pennsylvania. Have you all considered it?
No. Maybe years from now, but
you think it's just too sensitive?
I don't think it would be in good taste. I'm sure that I wouldn't be surprised if there's haunting activity taking place there.
There certainly appears to be.
Or at the World Trade Center, just because of people getting killed unexpectedly,
right.
Unfinished business.
That's right.
I wouldn't be surprised at all about it, but I just don't. At this point in time, I myself, the ethics about it, I wouldn't feel good about.
Well, maybe there are some people in that part of Pennsylvania that will take up the challenge and send us some EVPs from that area, but I respect what you've said. All right, now on to our next one. Short and sweet, it looks like.
Yes, I was, you'll hear me ask if, is anyone here? And this voice is quite low. In fact, people that are just trying this themselves, we always use headphones when we're listening to our tapes because voices can be very, very low sometimes where you can hardly hear them. And this one is quite low, but it answers and says no.
And says no. All right, here we go.
Anyone here?
All right. Yes, I can clearly hear a no there.
We've been told, there's been times when I'll say, will you talk to us? And there will be no.
Well, now there's an interesting question of itself. How many times, percentage-wise, do these entities appear to wish to talk to you versus those times when they've expressed specifically a wish not to talk to you?
Most of the time, they seem anxious to talk to us, but at other times, it's just like when you come across people that just don't want to be bothered in life, and I think it goes with that person's personality. They don't want to be bothered. They don't want to talk with you.
Yeah, I know a lot of people like that, actually. All right, on to the next one.
All right. This one I think you're going to like just for the fact that it's a form of contemporary information, actually. It was recorded in a mausoleum, and it was recorded by GIS member Jenny. And in it, you'll hear some of the investigators talking in the background. It's so far in the background you can't even make out what's being said. And this woman will come in and say plastic eyes. And then after you play it, we'll explain exactly why this relates to some form of contemporary information.
Plastic eyes. All right, here we go. Plastic eyes. I can hear the plastic eyes, all right. What do you think that means?
Well, it's very interesting. I called a mortuary yesterday because this bothered me, and I talked to a gentleman that works on bodies at the mortuary.
Yes.
And I asked him if they use plastic eyes when they're preparing a body.
Yes.
And I had never even thought of this. And he says, as a matter of fact, they do. And I don't know if it's just that mortuary or if this is a standard procedure for mortuaries.
You're kidding.
But he said when a person dies, the eyes fall back into the head. And so they have these plastic eyes that help shape the eyelid. They put it under the eyelid to give the roundness of sleeping, like if the person is asleep. And it also helps keep the eyes closed.
Oh, God. That's too much. All right, I want to listen again now. See again, you know, I don't like that. Actually, I don't like that because that implies a continuing connection with the physical body and a complaint about, oh my God, plastic eyes.
Yes, now see, I feel like this spirit was bothered by this fact.
Well, I don't blame it. Not for a second. It would bother me. It bothers. I'm burning, baby. Burn me, burn me, burn me. All right, onward and upward, I guess.
Well, we were me and Roger and another GIS member, Barry. We were leaving in Barry's car. We were in the car and we were leaving from an investigation. And I have never done this before. I accidentally left my tape recorder running, and I had put it in my bag. And I recorded, while this tape recorder was in my camera bag, two voices that say, "See ya, see ya." And you'll hear Barry say, right after that, he says, "No hitchhikers, everybody out." And then I will say, if anyone's in the car, please get out. You're not welcome to come with us.
So at that point, you believe somebody was with you?
I believe they were in the car with us.
Oh, great. Here we go.
Well, no hitchhikers, everybody out. If anyone's in the car, you get out. You're not welcome to come with us.
The sound quality is a little bad because it was in my bag.
I heard it just fine. So something was in that car with you. So obviously, a fair amount of the time, some sort of attachment does occur, and you have to sort of cast it out.
We just tell them that they're not welcome to come with us, even though on occasions we have had something follow us home anyway.
And that never gives you pause for concern?
No, but it does some of the other members. I can understand why, but it doesn't bother me.
It doesn't, because nothing bad has ever happened to you, right?
I don't consider it bad, no.
Or maybe let me try that a different way. Has anything bad ever happened to you?
No,
that's an awful long pause.
Well, I'm trying to think back if I would consider. The only bad thing, negative thing that I experienced was an odor that rushed at me one time, but I was unprepared for it, but that's about the worst thing.
Okay. And what about you, Brendan?
Thinking back, really nothing bad. Anything physical would have, I'm just pontificating on the behalf of the ghost here, but it would almost seem like it was just to get your attention. There was one time I mentioned this on your show before that I had been slapped, but it didn't hurt. I think it was more just to get my attention and make me realize something was there.
Well, that would get my attention, all right. Okay, onward. What have we got coming up here?
All right. This one was, we were conducting an investigation in it's a very old school. I think it's close to 100 years old now.
Uh-huh.
And this was recorded by GIS member Roger. And what had happened is GIS member Jenny had just dropped her tape recorder. She'd pulled it out of her bag and had just fallen onto the floor. and you'll hear this. It's almost kind of a whisper, but it's an extremely loud whisper that says she ought to break it now.
She ought to break it now. All right, let's see what we've got. Yeah, that's pretty clear. She ought to break it now. Is it your impression, the two of you, that it takes a great deal of effort or energy for whatever is on the other side to make itself or to imprint upon the tape anything at all? Is it a great deal of energy and effort, or just something that maybe it's as hard for them to do on occasion as it is for you to hear it on occasion? I mean, what do you think?
Well, I believe that it is hard for them to do. Otherwise, we would be recording longer sentences and more direct information.
Yes.
I mean, I just don't see, if they could do it so well, I don't see why they wouldn't come through and complete sentences or paragraphs. And I have heard of that happening before, but we've yet to experience it.
You know, I might like you to reconsider your position on Flight 93 and even the World Trade Center. At this point, you know, you do it in such a respectful way that I'm not sure it would really be or even thought of as disrespectful. There are firemen that I've interviewed on the New York City Fire Department that are down taking pictures of orbs, just millions of orbs. It's really freaky, by the Trade Center area. And if it's going to really yield that much information, perhaps you should reconsider. I mean, you do this very, very respectfully. So I understand feelings are all, of course, across this country incredibly sensitive about all of this, but if it was done the right way, it might be all right.
I think really the only thing that would change our mind is if someone related to that actually contacted us. I mean, it wouldn't be something where we went there and tried to find the people in charge and said, you know, we really want to do this.
Right.
We've heard all these different reports of haunting activity. The only way is if a family member, and even then, it would take a lot of considering.
Yeah, I understand that. All right, on we go to, I believe, number 11.
This was recorded by Roger in a cemetery. Him and Brendan were walking down one of the roads in the cemetery, and they were talking. And Roger noticed two headstones side by side. In fact, one of the headstones was where we had seen ghost light one night going in and out from this one headstone. And Roger noticed that the two headstones side by side had been born a year apart. And you'll hear Roger say, born a year after the other guy. Mm-hmm. And and this isn't Brendan. And you'll hear this loud whisper go, wow.
Really? All right, here we go.
Born a year after the other guy.
Wow, indeed, that was a wow. That really was quite clear.
Born a year after the other guy.
It shows that it was kind of surprised itself.
You said you saw lights. Would these be like orbs, or what kind of lights? And you said going in and out of headstones?
Yes, we had witnessed a ghost light in this particular cemetery 3 nights in a row. And it stayed with us each night for quite a long time. It would blink on and off. It had started out about the size of probably a tennis ball when it was first noticed coming down the road. But as it came down the road closer to us, it became smaller, about the size of your thumbnail, and it would blink on and off. Where we are, it's very dry, and we don't have the fireflies that's common in the back in the east and the south.
Right.
And it just stayed around with us and interacted with us. It got on Brendan's back at one point when he had gotten down on the ground to take a picture of it, and he did get a picture of it.
He did get a photograph of it, and that's on your website?
Yes.
Which is down.
Yeah,
which is down.
It's been going down quite a bit.
And Brendan's been frantically working trying to get it back up, but if it goes down this one more time, this is it for the day.
For the count, yeah. So how many photographs are on the website?
We have just over 100, I believe.
Over 100. That's a lot of photographs. Do you take cameras with you on each investigation?
Oh, yes.
What kind?
Sometimes we'll use disposable cameras with a flash.
Right.
Everybody has their own cameras. We have the Canon and Minolta. And
how does that affect the spirits? I mean, when you begin taking photographs, does that chase them away or no effect?
Well, we always ask permission to take their picture. We ask them to, because you wouldn't go and take a picture of somebody you don't know without asking permission.
Uh-huh.
And so we invite them to get in front of our camera and join, if we're taking a group shot, to join with us and stand in for, to get their picture taken, and we get a good response.
All right, you folks on the other side, say cheese. Have you ever seen, how many visual apparitions have you seen, and versus what you've caught on camera that you didn't see at the time?
An actual apparition, you mean?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
I believe I've seen 2.
2 apparitions?
Yes.
Actually physically manifesting themselves
yes.
in front of you.
And I didn't realize that they were until after.
I understand. All right, hold on. We're at the bottom of the hour. Brendan Cook, Barbara Macbeth, the Ghost Investigators Society. They record what's called electronic voice phenomena. From where? From the other side, I suppose. You may have another answer, but I haven't heard it yet. I'm Art Bell. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring a replay of Coast to Coast AM from February 8th, 2002.
Once again, into the night we go, hopefully in the comfort of your big rig, your car, your home, wherever you are, not in the middle of a cold, freezing mausoleum in the middle of the night. But that's where these folks have been. And here comes number 12, which is interesting because it has question marks by it.
This one does because every member hears something different.
Oh.
It's really one of those voices that we just can't pinpoint any real key words in. It was recorded in the investigation of the old school that we talked about earlier.
Right.
And in it, you're going to hear a woman, and she's off in the background almost. And I think that's one of the reasons we really can't understand what she's saying. But it's almost, I guess, like a 3 or 4 word sentence.
Okay. All right. Let's see what we've got. Well, you're sure right. I cannot make out what's being said.
It's just there's too many different interpretations, I guess, we could have on that, and every member has heard different things. Barbara, I think, heard subject Rainbow Gardens.
Really? Subject Rainbow Gardens. I think I can hear the gardens, Rainbow Gardens part. I don't have any idea what that means, and I presume you don't either. Or do you, Barbara?
Well, there is locally, there is a place called Rainbow Gardens here. It's quite an old place.
Oh.
This was recorded in the auditorium, and I can see where a student at one time would have done a talk on this location, just because of the history of this Rainbow Gardens.
Mm-hmm. All right. We've got a lot to get through. I want to get to some phones tonight and allow people tonight, if we can, to ask you some questions. We don't get to that enough. So let's see if we can get through these. The next one, number 13, where was this done?
This was at a hotel while we were conducting an investigation, and I recorded this voice that says you can't smoke.
God, even in the afterlife, huh? Let's see if it really says that. Oh. It does say you can't smoke. Are you a smoker?
Yeah.
You are.
Uh-huh.
Let's hear it again. It's never going to be over then, is it?
Your desires stay the same.
That's right, and I bet, well, I don't even want to comment on what it's like on the other side for smoking. Oh, that was something. As a matter of curiosity, were you at the time smoking?
No, you can't smoke inside.
That's funny. All right, onward and upward.
All right, well, this was recorded by GIS member Roger, and it was in a mausoleum. And in the clip, you'll hear Roger say, "Are you close to me?" And this is kind of another whispery, low voice. And the voice, it's a woman's voice that says either "of course" or "Colette."
Of course. And the question was, are you close to me?
Yes.
And the answer was, of course, or Colette. Let's see what people hear.
Are you close to me?
I'm going to have to listen to that again. I didn't get much out of that one myself. Let's try it again.
Are you close to me?
No, I can't make much out of that, folks.
It is hard. That's a really low one. I think the main reason we included it in this CD was it showed an interaction between Roger asking a question and then a voice responding to him.
Right. How frequently do you get that versus some comment or words or parts of a sentence that seem unconnected to what's going on in a contemporary sense?
We get it quite frequently, but it's still not as often as we'd like.
Meaning
There's a lot that...
Meaning the contemporary response, or response to you versus not?
Either a response to, in his case, in that clip's case, a response to a question that was asked, or some kind of interaction with what we're doing as a group, not even pertaining to a ghost investigation. In fact, a couple of clips down, there's a really good example of it actually witnessing what we're doing.
But there's a lot that we record, voices that we get, and they are so low, and we can't use them on the show, but we get those a lot.
I understand. Do you get the impression that although you rarely see an apparition and you occasionally see lights, that those on the other side clearly see us? I
believe they do. I think, in fact, those two that we played tonight, the Bye Bye and See Ya.
Right.
They.
Good point. See Ya.
They knew we were leaving.
See Ya is an interesting phrase.
Yes.
Isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
As though we see you now and we'll see you later.
Right.
Okay.
They know we'll be back.
Right. All right. Number 15.
This one, we were at an old Victorian-style house, and you will hear Jenny say, "That window's open," but this voice says over her, "Get out." Over her? We are told that periodically to get out of a place we're investigating.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
All right. We'll pick up on that in a second. Let's hear this.
The window's open.
Yeah, that's clear, all right. And it did come over. Let's listen one more time. That voice definitely said, "Get out."
The window's open.
Now, when a voice tells you something like that, what do? Well, of course, I guess you don't discover it until later, do you?
That's right. But we always try to go back.
To a place where you apparently are not welcome.
Yes.
Now, isn't that...
Because we've gotten other voices there besides just that one.
Okay, but isn't that a little risky? I mean, once something has told you to get out, that's a fairly direct command. Yes,
but hopefully we'll get some more good EVP from it.
Okay. This next one looks very interesting. I've never heard, it says chorus of voices. Now, I've only heard a single voice each time for all the shows we've done. I've never heard a chorus of voices. Is that really what you mean?
Yes, it is actually a chorus of voices. I couldn't even guess how many voices you'll actually hear in this clip.
Where did you get it?
This was in the cemetery, and in the clip you'll hear Barbara say, "I've got to put some bug spray on, I'm getting eaten alive."
Uh-huh.
And what's interesting is Rodave, who is one of the founders of all this, there were people before him, but he's easily the most notable, reported getting choruses of voices. He said sometimes he heard 20 voices on one tape.
Wow. Wow. All right, let's listen. Here we go.
I gotta put some spray on. I'm getting eaten.
There are a lot of voices there. If you listen carefully, let's do this one more time. Listen very carefully.
I gotta put some spray on. I'm getting eaten.
Oh, that's really weird. That's really weird. That sounds almost like it was recorded in Grand Central Station or something.
Yeah, so we didn't have that many people with us.
Have you ever heard anything like that before, or is this your first?
I haven't.
I've gotten maybe 2 voices where you could hear like 2 distinct voices, but not where it sounded like a crowd. And Roger had said right after this, he says he had mentioned that he felt like there was a crowd of people around him like in a funeral home.
All right. I think you both lost your minds, but I guess you do what you do, and this is what you do. All right, onward. What's the next one?
The next one was sent in by a listener.
This is just a listener submission that listened to your show, and we get, I can't even count how many of these we get.
Right.
I'd actually like to include more on the CDs. And there wasn't really a story behind it other than they had just went and investigated this house. But in the clip, you'll just hear a hide. The voice just says hide.
Hide. All right, here we go. Yep. Yep, I could definitely hear hide in there. Now, why would a voice from the other side say hide? Anybody have any thoughts?
We've recorded voices that have said hide, or there was another one, they're lighting up the cemetery in almost a way to get out of the way of our lights, our infrared lights.
Oh.
So, there's times it almost seems as though they don't want to be seen, or they don't want us to even know that they're there.
Right. Now, again, I'm going to say this. We've done enough programs now, the three of us, that a lot of people in my audience have tried this for themselves. Very, very serious skeptics have gone out, and they've come back totally freaked out because they've gotten something. I'm sent a lot of samples myself, some of them pretty awful. And so be wary, folks. If you are going to try this, listen to what we said earlier about how to do it. the equipment to use, but don't be surprised if you really get something. And if you do, it's probably going to change the way you think about almost everything. I cannot see how you could do this, particularly as you all have for years on end, without it changing your view of everything. Is that true?
Yes, there are so many things that we don't know about. Mankind has a sense that we have discovered and know everything, and as science progresses, we are finding that we have to rewrite everything that we thought we knew. And I think the technology, as it advances, and what's just available to us as a common person, it enables you to do things, go out on investigations like this.
Well, as I've told my audience, Monday I think it's Monday, let me look, a forensic pathologist is coming on, a doctor. And there are not many people, I'm not going to give her name, she'll be here Monday. Now, there are not many people who deal with death, who work in mortuaries, physicians, people who work in hospitals, all kinds of areas where death is dealt with on a regular basis. These people usually will not talk about it. They simply will not talk about it. Particularly in our society, it's just not something that you talk about very often.
I don't think people are comfortable with it.
They're not. And most of the people who work in these fields know it. So, this is going to be really something on Monday, but we are getting some pretty important evidence, I believe, in totality on this program that backs up exactly what you seem to be proving with these recordings, that there is indeed life after death or some sort of existence after death. I worry about the nature of it a lot, though. All right, what do we have now?
All right, this one, and this goes back to some form of contemporary information. Roger, we were investigating a cemetery, and GIS member Jenny recorded this. And Roger, he never actually said this out loud, but he was motioning to Barbara for his bug spray and a drink that was on the back of their car.
Mm-hmm.
And in this clip, you hear the voice say, "Roger, back near the car," and then it kind of almost chuckles at the end.
Really?
On this clip, the Roger doesn't come out as clear as it does on the website.
All right, here we go. Well, I'm not sure that I would have, if you hadn't told me what to listen for, that I would have heard anything close to it. That would take a lot of listening to sort of put together.
It really does.
In my mind. And that's probably true of more of them than not, isn't it?
Oh, yes.
Their speech isn't like what you're used to hearing.
Maybe because on that side they don't really use speech as we do on this side, and it has to be projected in some alternative manner to us.
Right. They don't have the physical, mouth, the throat, the voice box. I mean, and they don't sound. Most of them don't sound like what you're used to hearing speech.
Okay. The next one.
This one was in a cemetery, and I recorded a voice that says, "You go now." It's very whispery and breathy.
Okay, here it is, folks. Oh. You go now. That is a little clear for my taste. Listen again. See, these seem to be immediate commands. You get, or get out, and you go now, and similar things would seem to me to be commands, not questions, not wishes, but commands.
Right.
So when you hear these later, doesn't it concern you a little bit because you obviously didn't get out at, at the request or command?
No, I have never had anything to cause concern take place. they are wishing us to go, but nothing ever dangerous or threatening has ever happened, and I think that's a lot of it is a misconception of people that they have of a ghost.
Okay. The final one we have on this CD is coming up now, and where did you get this?
All right. Well, this was it's a separate cemetery than the last one, and it was recorded by Barbara. And I mean, the voice comes in, and it just says "always breaking it."
So this voice, it was not responding to something you said?
Not really. It just pretty much came in and said "always breaking it."
Huh. All right, here we go. Let's take a listen. Oh, boy. That's pretty clear. One more time for that one. Listen very carefully. Always breaking it is what it's saying. Any idea what they were referring to?
I really have no idea.
No idea. Are you two, in fact, is the GIS going to continue actively doing this?
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes.
Yes. This is my favorite thing of ghost investigating is when they talk to us.
All right, hold on. Stay right there. All right, when we come back, we've not had much of a chance in the past to do this, so we're going to open the phone lines and let you ask these two any question in the world you would like to. Comment out.
You're listening to Art Bell's Somewhere in Time on Premier Radio Networks. Tonight, an encore presentation of Coast to Coast AM from February 8th, 2002.
During the news break, I was listening to the news and USA Radio News, and they said that there is some thought, apparently, that that Osama bin Laden may have been hit by a CIA missile. Now, check me if I'm wrong here, but I didn't think the CIA had missiles. Did you? That's exactly what they said, though, a CIA missile. Now, of course, they could have meant a CIA-directed missile. That's not what they said, though. They said a CIA missiles, or a CIA missile, singular, sorry. So, are we now to believe the CIA has a stock of missiles? Interesting.
Now we take you back to the night of February 8th, 2002, on Art Bell's Somewhere in Time.
Well, all right, this hour I would like to do what we really haven't had much time to do in the past. Brendan Cook and Barbara Macbeth do very, very, very interesting work. Or it's a hobby. I suppose you all have to support yourselves, so you probably have jobs or something or another, right?
Yes, we work to support our
hobby
habit here.
Habit. Is that how you would now describe it? A habit?
No, it's really serious research, and we would love to have the opportunity to go to some locations around the world that have reported haunting activity, some of the most haunted ones that are known. But since we are funding ourselves, we probably will not ever have a chance to. But it's a serious research for us, and we put in as much time into this as we do our regular jobs.
Believe me, I understand, if not more, no doubt, because I'm sure you do it on weekends, too. All right, I'd like to go to the phones. We haven't had a chance to allow enough people to ask you enough questions about all of this. It is fascinating work or hobby. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Brendan Cook and Barbara Macbeth. Hi.
Hi, how you doing?
Okay, where are you, sir?
San Diego, California.
All right.
Going back to what you said on the break there, yes, the CIA does have missiles. Your Predator remote reconnaissance aircraft
is
capable of firing is firing a missile at a selected target by the ground control. So that's probably what happened.
All
in
right.
That case.
Interesting.
Very interesting work that you guys are doing with the EVPs there.
Thank you.
I don't know if you've been to the Whaley House in San Diego down here.
We've heard a lot about it. We haven't had a chance to go there yet.
It's a very interesting place. I live in the area, and I've spent quite a bit of time there with my girlfriend. And you mentioned that you take cameras as well as your recording equipment out to the sites that you're visiting. My question is, have you had any sort of equipment anomalies or malfunctions or other sorts of...
That's actually a very, very good question. A lot of ghost investigators have reported batteries drained, electromagnetic influence of all sort going on that affected their equipment, cameras, and or recorders. What about you guys?
It happens quite a bit. We'll purchase brand new batteries for our cameras and our recorders and have them not work the minute we get there to a location.
And do you think it's the electromagnetic field or whatever in the area?
We've had our batteries just completely drained when it's been a brand new battery on our cameras, our video cameras, where we've charged them before we go, and they are completely drained within 5 minutes.
Oh, brother.
But as we've mentioned before, I mean, we have seen correlations between spikes in the EMF meter and, equipment failure, EVP, any kind of ghost phenomena, period.
So you have more than just camera and recording equipment with you?
Yes, we have infrared video cameras, thermal scanner, EMF detector.
Oh, wow. How frequently can you go back and correlate something recorded on the EMF detector or in infrared or anything else with what you heard?
To be honest, I really do not know. My guess would be maybe 30% of the time there's an actual correlation that we can, physically see comparing the EVP to the EMF detector.
Fascinating. All right. Wildcard line, you're on the air with GIS. Hello. Hello? Oh, no, I didn't push the button. Now I have wildcard line. Now you're on the air. Sorry about that.
I'm on the air?
You are.
Excellent. First of all, I wanted to say thank you to them for doing their work with such obvious integrity. And while I was sitting on hold, I actually had a thought that I wanted to quickly share I think that each person is unique and individual and has their own unique and individual belief system. And there's every chance that when each individual unique person dies, they have a unique individual experience based on their belief system and what they've had growing up and all of that kind of stuff. But that wasn't really my question. My question is about, seeing them a lot in cemeteries, which was mentioned early on in the program.
Yes.
Being able, why would you see them in cemeteries? Who wants to hang out by their rotting body,
Yeah.
I'm wondering if, that has anything to do, or not that you would know, but if you ever had any feeling that maybe that is sort of induced by their belief system. I've heard stories about some ghosts hanging out to sort of comfort the living. And, what?
It is possible. There are some religions that believe when you die, you're going to be resurrected. Your body will be resurrected, and your spirit will stay by your body until it is resurrected to walk the earth again. So, it is possible that it is a belief system, and that's what causes them to stay with their bodies.
Mm-hmm. And I also wanted to know, do you guys do anything before you go to a cemetery or to a haunted place in the way of protection? To protect yourselves from possible, negative entities?
Well, I put myself in a certain frame of mind. I know that I've been with people where they imagine a white light around them for protection, and I don't do that myself.
You don't?
No. But I do put myself in a certain frame of mind most of the time when I go.
Does that have anything to do with the success rate, do you think?
I believe it does, and I think the rest of the members of the GIS would think the same way. If you put yourself in the frame of mind that you're really open to communicating with them, and a lot of it almost seems to be attitude. I mean, the attitude you have when we're out, or when you're out.
All right. Suppose I were to say to you that I really do believe, without any reservation whatsoever, that the living human mind can do a lot of things that we don't know about. I mean, there's absolutely no question about that. The living human mind can do some pretty strange things.
That's correct.
We occupy actively only a very small portion of it,
right,
and don't understand much about the rest of it. Now, people can have most of their brain taken away from them in a physical operation and still retain memories and all the rest of it. Still be essentially normal, half a brain gone.
Right.
So we don't understand a lot about the human brain. Has it ever occurred to you that you all might be in some way responsible for the voices on the tape? I don't mean in a trickery type way or a fraud type way, because I don't believe that for 1 second. But I mean, have you ever considered that
we're causing it?
Yeah, that's right, that you're causing it.
I understand exactly what you're asking. We've been asked this a number of times. And, you know, that could be, but the only problem with that is when we get these contemporary information responses, such as the plastic eyes that we played before. We had no idea that was something that was done when you prepare a body.
Yeah, I didn't either. That's probably more than I wanted to know.
Yeah, it is. It is more than a lot of people would want to know.
And that's exactly makes my earlier point that people who deal with death learn not to talk about their work. Even if there are anomalous things, they don't talk about it because people don't want to hear it.
It makes people very uncomfortable.
Plastic eyes. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with the GIS folks. Hello.
Hi, Art.
Hi. Where are you?
I'm Marcia in Fort Smith, Arkansas, listening to you on KWIN 1650 and 1320 AM out of Fort Smith.
Well, that's the way to do it. All right.
Thank you. Good morning, Barbara, Brendan. It's been a wonderful show. I have a young friend with me who is just embarking on her journey into spirituality, so this has been very enlightening for her. And the questions I have are actually hers. Art, she's a little bashful about talking to you.
That's all right. That's okay. Don't worry about it. Just
she'll get in there one of these nights.
Okay, ask away for her.
Okay. Number one, the voice that you recorded that said get out. You did make the comment that you try to go back to places. When you go back, do you try to talk to the specific entity that may have told you to get out to try to find out why they wanted you to leave?
Yes.
And what have you found out?
Many times we won't get a reply.
Okay. Have you ever run across any of the voices? I think in the past you've had some that say help me or whatever. Do you ever try to help any of those spirits go to the light on your return trips?
Well, when we return, we'll ask them if they can to tell us what kind of help they need, if it's a spiritual help or if it's physical help, if they need something told to somebody. Very seldom, in fact, very rarely do we get any kind of response to that.
Okay. Well, that's super that you do try to help. One personal question, Barbara. Do you have any relatives living in Fort Smith, Arkansas?
No, but I've got a lot in Louisiana and Texas.
Well, I was going to say I lived next door to some people whose last name was Macbeth, spelled the same way yours is.
Oh.
And I was wondering if there was any relation.
That's my husband. That's my married name.
If you have the opportunity, you ought to come to Fort Smith. We've got Judge Parker's courtroom and gallows. I'm sure you might have some interesting
there's so many places that I would...
Oh, yeah, there's a great
every one
one.
of us would love to get to.
Yeah, go to a gallows, by all means.
Yeah.
Oh, that should make an interesting night. All right, well, thank you very much, ma'am. I have a question for you. Have you ever, on a return, I know that you go back and again and again to the same location, that you've got favorite locations. So my question is, have you ever identified, beyond question in your minds, the same voice on two separate trips?
Oh, yes.
Yes. In fact, there's one that used to talk to us. We got his voice all through the summer, a couple of summers.
Really?
Mm-hmm. It sounded like the very same man every time.
Yeah, what I'm trying to figure out is whether, the ghosts inhabit the same location. Apparently the answer is generally yes.
Yeah, although now it seems he's almost moved on. I mean, this was a couple of years ago when we had recorded his voice constantly. And now we go back to the same cemetery, and we haven't heard that same voice at all in probably the last year and a half.
Sure would love to know what that means.
Well, hopefully he's moved on to where he should be.
All right. Meaning that when you heard him, he wasn't where he was supposed to be. You hope, right?
I believe that the voices that we record are spirits that are either bound here for some reason, have chosen to stay. They have not progressed on to where
they're supposed to go. Yeah. All right. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with the GIS group. Hi. Hello.
Hello?
Yes, hi.
Hi, Art. This is Rosita in Western Washington listening to Como.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to ask two questions. One is, have you ever, or anyone in your group, gone to a relative's or a good friend's grave and have you gotten anything there? And my second question is, have you ever asked any of these contacts for advice?
We have gone to a location. A friend of ours, a personal friend, had committed suicide in his home. And they had ghost activity there, and his wife had asked us to go. And we believe that we recorded his voice. But I have never asked a spirit for advice.
Do you recall what he said?
Yeah, he
swore.
He swore.
That brings up another topic. Thank you very much, ma'am. How much bad language comes from the other side?
We get it occasionally. We've gotten some, but that's not the norm, really.
Interesting, because there's a lot of bad language over here.
Yes, and in fact, the chorus of voices, I could hear swearing in that one.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Glad you didn't point that out to me earlier. Okay, first-time caller line, you're on the air with the GIS group. Hi.
Hi, this is Angela, calling from San Diego,
yes,
California.
Yes.
Hi, I have a question for Barbara. I was wondering, these EVP recordings. I've gotten one myself at the Whaley House, and it was amazing. It really was.
Do you recall what it said?
Oh yeah,
what?
I have it still.
What?
Well, this woman was. There was only 4 people in the Whaley House at the time: the head docent and I, and this woman and her husband. And she was really in tune with things going on in that house. And she tape recorded this. She was talking to them, asking them questions, saying, why are you here? Hello, all of you. And all of a sudden you hear this woman's voice, loud and clear, say, come, twice. And I am not kidding you. I've never heard anything in my life like that. That really changed the way I felt about it. And you've got some of my pictures posted on your website from the Whaley House.
Might I ask, what made you decide to begin to investigate EVP, ma'am?
I didn't. She tape recorded it and gave me a copy. I had no idea what it even was.
I see.
And she called me the next day, and I had gotten some pictures that night that she was there with me, and it was just an incredible experience. And it really was. And the voice sounded so sincere and it just so desperate and lonely, and it was this woman's voice. And you know the story of the Whaley House. Violet committed suicide, shot herself in the heart, and I think she really is still there. Now, here's my question for you: is I know that some of the EVPs you you get, they don't really make sense, you know, and not like they're really in our time. And then other ones do. Do you think there's more than one type of spirit or ghost? You know, like layers of them, like some that maybe can communicate with us, and some that have no clue that we're there. They're just still there, like a tape recorder going over and over and over.
Like the old proverbial tape loop. Folks?
I do believe that it's a frame of mind, a state of mind. I do believe that there is hauntings that are like residual hauntings.
So in other words, the answer to the question is yes, there are different types of ghosts.
Right. I do believe that there are. Myself, I believe it.
That sure does complicate matters. All right, hold it right there. We're at the bottom of the hour. It really does complicate matters. Different types of ghosts. Some that are there as a consciousness, and some that are not there as a consciousness. Some that are just echoes repeating tape loops. Wonder which kind I'll be. Ghost Investigators Society is here. How about you? You want to grab a tape recorder? Go into a cold night and maybe a mausoleum and see if you can duplicate their efforts. They invite it. You're welcome to try it. Not exactly my cup of tea. In fact, if I got a positive response, I'm not so sure I'd even want to hear it. But we will be right back.
Listening to Art Bell's Somewhere in Time, tonight featuring a replay of Coast to Coast AM from February 8th, 2002.
Once again into the night, I want to remind you, you can contact the Ghost Investigators Society. They've got an email address. They won't sell you anything, but they'd be glad to hear from you. It's gis@ghostpix.com. That's GHOSTPIX. That's the way you spell it. Ghostpix, GHOSTPIX, all together. So gis@ghostpix.com. Welcome back. I have one quick question from John. No, not John. Who is it from? Where did that question go? Oh, no. Oh, here it is. Ray in Dunwoody, Georgia. Have they ever had a sound engineer go over their tape, somebody who's an expert in the field?
No, we actually haven't.
Would you like to?
Yes.
Yeah,
we definitely would. It's something that we're more than open to.
Okay. It would be interesting to see what they would conclude. First-time caller line, you're on the air with the GIS folks. Hello.
Aloha from the island of Kauai.
Oh, aloha.
Given that your guests have a stronger than average knowledge of the recently departed, I do have a question. My brother was found yesterday at his place of work with his throat slashed.
Oh, my.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
He was a marine biologist in Northern California.
Uh-huh.
And I would like to know if your guests have any feelings about getting in touch with people perhaps before they make that final transition, if maybe they're still hanging around a bit.
All right, it's a very, very, very good question. In other words, you folks, have you ever been to an extremely recent suicide, murder scene, or anything of that nature? Arrived there very quickly, trying to capture something that might be still immediately about?
Yes, we have. It was an unintentional time. We didn't realize it. We had gone into a funeral home that had probably about 13 bodies in there that they were preparing for funeral services. And some of these bodies we found out later, had just been brought in. We did get EVP that night.
So, do you think it more likely that in places where there are recently departed, your batting average of EVP goes up?
No, I don't believe so. There's locations that have been known haunted for hundreds of years. There's a couple of places that we've gone to that have had a long history of haunting activity.
Okay. All right. Wildcard line it is. You're on the air with Brendan Cook and Barbara Macbeth. Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, this is Janet. I'm from Cedar Hill, Texas. It's outside of Dallas. I listen to KLIF on 570.
Yes, ma'am.
I am thrilled to talk with these people. The last time y'all were on the program, I've always been real open to that, but there's a big difference in, thinking of the possibility and actually experiencing it. And
right.
I just happen to have a dictaphone that I use for work, and so it was like late in the afternoon, and I was driving by a small cemetery out here where I live, and just out of curiosity, I turned it on, and I just, for 30 minutes, walked through and, kind of stopped and would talk. Mm-hmm. And then when I replayed it...
What happened to you?
Oh, I'm sorry, my phone died or something.
No, you're still
Then when
there.
I replayed the recording, there was this one grave. You know how sometimes they'll have a picture of the person on the gravestone?
Yes.
It was a man that was very good looking, and he really struck me, and I think that's why I got a response. And I said, "Oh my God, you're so good looking." And I said, you were so young, you were so handsome. Well, as I'm playing this back, after I say this, I hear a real low that I cannot understand, and it's like slow motion. So I have variable speed on my recorder. So I turned it on high speed, and you can hear my voice sounding like Mickey Mouse real fast.
Right.
And when it was turned up, you clearly hear him say, "You're good looking too."
Ooh.
That I was... So I got home. I didn't tell my family anything about it. I got to that part, and I said, "Listen to this, and what do you hear this person say?" Because I wanted to make sure I'm not imagining.
Uh-huh.
And it says, some guy saying, "You're good looking, too."
You don't have that handy, do you?
I've still got the tape, but it's, I've played it over and over so much, and I've tried using like a cool edit technique to clean it up, and I don't know how to do it. It seems pretty complicated, and I wanted to. I'm glad you gave out these people's email address, because I want to get more information.
All right. Well, that's the way to do it. Thank you very much for that story. Boy, that's interactive, contemporary, and frightening. You're good looking, too, like he's just hanging there by the picture on his grave. Oh, man. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with the GIS group. Hello.
Yes?
Yes.
I'm from Oklahoma. I'm an American Indian.
Yes, sir.
I grew up around spirituality as a child. Have the guests, have they ever talked with spirits without a tape recorder?
Good question. I know they've heard audible things, but have you ever had what you would consider to be an interactive reaction with a spirit or whatever?
Not so much where they've actually talked with us. I mean, there are times that we go out and we've run out of tape, and we're still talking with them, even though we aren't actually tape recording.
Right.
And we still invite them to talk with us. And in the case of the clip we played earlier, we invite them to show themselves to us or make a noise or a sign that they can hear us.
There have been also times when we do hear them audibly, and
if I were to hear a ghost audibly and it became interactive with me in a conversation or something, that would be way too much. Way too much. So you haven't really had that exactly.
No, not so much to where we've had sentences. I mean, we have heard noises, we've heard words, we've heard sounds. What's even more interesting is there's been times we've heard sounds and they don't pick up on the tape recorder, but we've all audibly heard them.
Okay, I want to suggest something to you that a listener called in during one of the breaks about, and I think we've had this on a previous show, but I don't know how much depth we got into. The technology you're using could be modified in a pretty unique way, and I want you both to think about this. Anybody who knows anything about reel-to-reel recorders knows that, and there's not a lot of difference between a reel-to-reel and what you're using now, really, but they know that you can make a special tape setup where a tape runs by a record head, and there's 7 or 8 or 10 seconds of space in between before it hits the play head. And so there would be the possibility that you could actually hear, you could sit and listen to what's being recorded. You'd be listening to it about 7 or 10 seconds later, which would allow you some greater measure, a gigantic greater measure of interactivity if you wanted to try it. Do you follow me?
Yes.
Have you considered it?
I believe Barbara has an old reel-to-reel recorder.
I do have a reel-to-reel,
well,
but it weighs a ton.
And they require a big modification, too, in order to separate the record and the play head. But it can be done. A device could be rigged to do this, which would allow you an immediate interaction. In other words, at all times, you'd be listening to what happened 10 seconds ago or what was recorded 10 seconds ago. Now, think about it, because it would open up a whole new aspect of what you're doing.
It would. It's something that should be definitely looked into.
We have had, in fact, we've had a couple of people offer through email to send it to us, and we need to get a P.O. box because I don't want to give out home addresses.
I see. You're right. You do need a P.O. box. All right. Very good. Well, just a thought, and a pretty good one, because it would extend your ability to immediately get an immediate response. I mean, if one of these entities were to say something, and you were able to detect really what it was and respond in some way, you might then generate an ongoing dialogue of some sort. Mm-hmm. Be kind of scary, but interesting. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with the GIS group. Hi. Push the button, Arthur. Now you're on the air. Hello.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
This may seem weird. I was wondering when the ghost said to so-and-so who was over by the car, well, not to them, but it was talking about them. If that was the ghost planning to somehow enter their energy interpretation point in their body, or cross through them while thinking a thought, it's obviously they can think things or, project things. And if it were to cross through a mind or in somebody's body at a point where the energy is interpreted.
Are you talking about the voice that said back near the car?
Uh-huh. If it was planning to make him think something or interpret something to him.
It could be possible, or it also could be, and we found this on a lot of our EVPs, some almost frustration that they will say something to us and almost like they get frustrated that we can't hear them at the time. And I personally believe that it was just trying to tell Roger that his drink and bug spray were back in the back of the car.
On our back bumper. That's where they were sitting.
So then do you realize the value that 7 or 10 seconds would have between record and play?
Oh, yes.
Oh, my God. All right. First-time caller line, you're on the air with the GIS group. Hello.
Hi. My name's Hannah. I'm calling from Minneapolis.
Yes, ma'am.
And I was curious. I apologize if this has been addressed before, but I wanted to know what they thought, if they're aware of this, what they thought about shadow people.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, it's been dealt with enough on my program, that's for sure. I don't know whether you all have listened enough to have heard the shadow people discussions, but do you have any thoughts on the subject?
We have seen these things when we have been out on investigations, and I've also videotaped one at a school in an auditorium that's up on our website. But I know that a lot of interpretation goes into these. A lot of people feel like they're wicked or evil because I think because a lot of it is associated with them being color black, and but I don't believe that. I feel like they're just a regular manifestation of ghosts are able to manifest themselves in many different ways, and I think that that is just one way that they manifest.
All right. Wildcard line, you're on the air with the GIS group.
Good evening. How are you? Hello.
Yeah, we're fine, sir. Go ahead.
This is Gary from Waterloo, Ontario, Canada. You're an interesting gentleman, Art.
Thank you.
I have a question of a little bit of skepticism here for your guests. Essentially, they use handheld mini cassette recorders, correct, with an external microphone?
Yes, that's correct.
Why, with all the technology available, and I'm sure Art's aware of this, have you not taken a decent Nagra unit or a remote battery-operated DAT machine?
Okay, I'll give you the answer, and we have worked this out. I asked exactly the same question.
Yeah, I believe we have talked about this before.
And there's a really good answer to it. You don't seem to get things on DAT machines, and the answer probably is as follows. Most ghost manifestations, no matter how they are, physical, a light you see, a voice you hear, whatever, involve electromagnetic radiation. And tape recorders, obviously, with tape heads, are very sensitive electromagnetic devices to imprint or to play back. Very, very sensitive. And so, obviously, if the mode is electromagnetic, then you could imagine that it would show up on a tape, received on a tape head, but not in digital form, not at all in digital form. That's why tapes. Is that the right answer?
Yes. And there's one other problem. We have had members use the little mini disc recorders and the DAT recorders.
Right.
There's the problem of digital static, which could actually sound somewhat like a voice.
Really?
Especially if you have an untrained ear for actually listening to EVP.
Yeah, digital artifacts, right?
Yes, exactly.
Sure. Okay, very good. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with the GIS group. Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Yes, my name is Lawrence from Austin, Texas.
Yes, sir.
KLBJ 590. I had read a book a while back called Voices from the Tapes. At some point during that book, they were saying something about how they constructed some kind of receiver for these voices, and they would listen to them at night, and that they got better response at night. And so what I was curious about is, since you've mentioned, or since your guests have mentioned that they can go back to the same location and get voices, the same kinds of voices, do they ever try to go, or have you ever tried to go and go back during different phases of the moon to see perhaps maybe if there's greater efficacy at some different phase or less, you know, something like that?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we have, and we've gone out on every phase of the moon that there is. I haven't found anything that causes it to do with the moon. We've gone out on a full moon to these locations and haven't gotten anything. We've gone out when there is no moon, when it's a new moon, and have gotten a lot. I can't, myself, I don't see any kind of correlation with the moon.
All right. How about this kind of a technical question, but if it's a electromagnetic imprint on the tape, then have you considered the use of preamplifiers for the microphones? Have you considered the use of something that would enhance in some way an electromagnetic imprint?
We have, and it's just basically getting it, obtaining the equipment to do it. We have thought about using, like, the bionic ears and
things of that nature.
Directional microphones with a parabola behind them, that sort of thing?
Yes. And, as we've mentioned so many times before, since we do fund ourselves, it's just basically obtaining all this equipment just takes time. I mean, it is something eventually we will get.
Well, listen, you two, as always, I want to thank you for coming on and freaking me out.
Well, we appreciate you asking us on again.
All right. And again, I'm sure we'll have you back again and again. So good luck out there in the cold places, huh?
Thank you.
Take care of yourself, Art.
Good night.
Good night.
That's the GIS. And their email, folks, is GIS@ghostpix. That's PIX.com. That's GIS@ghost, GHOST, PIX for Pix.com. For this week, that's about it. We'll be back on Monday. That's going to be quite a program. You don't want to miss Monday's program. For now, from the high desert, in the dark, in the cold, I'm Art Bell. Ta-ta.
Take a ride from the high desert and the great American Southwest, exclusively on Sirius XM Radio. This is Dark Matter with your host, Art Bell. Now, here's Art.
Extraterrestrial radio, actually. Hey there, everybody. It's another Monday, and thus begins another week of Dark Matter. Great to be here, and I really mean that. It is great to be here. I've got good news and bad news. Let's cover the good news first, I think. Number one, we're doing ghost stories, and on Halloween we shall rename the show Spooky Matter, which I think is just great. Credit to Bell Gab. Now, in order to do this properly, I want a little bit of help, and here's the way it goes. I'm hoping that many of you, well, I know already that many of you have ghost stories, and I want good ones, scary ones. The word spooky implies just what I want, spooky. So if you have a good ghost story, give me only a very brief summary of it and include your phone number. And on Halloween night, as Spooky Matter commences, we may well call you. That's right. Sort of a roundabout approach, but it'll work. So, just give me a paragraph, sort of an outline of your ghost story, okay? And send it to artbell@artbell.com. Couldn't be easier. artbell@artbell.com. Really soliciting ghost stories and people. And remember now, when you send this, you have to be by your telephone on the appointed evening, okay? So, because we'll call you. If you have a good ghost story, we're going to call you. I notice that others are copying that. Come right along. Okay, now, with regard to ghost pictures, again, a grand opportunity for you. In fact, we're going to have a contest. I have decided. It begins tonight. And I want ghost pictures. I want the best you've got. If you have a good ghost photograph, I want you to email it to me. And here's what we're going to do. We're going to let the audience decide, I guess, by reaction, who the winner is. And the winner is going to get a Sirius XM gift certificate. Another, and what I'm striving for here is a year of free service. It's serious. They haven't said that yet. They said, yes, a gift certificate, and we'll have to confirm if it's a year, but, better be. Should be. I guess I shouldn't say better be. Better be. A year. A year would be great, and we'll give it to the person who sends in, that's not a minor thing. A free year of Sirius XM. Yeah, baby. Okay, the government is still closed. They're sort of piecemealing it. Now, I have said that I'm not going to do much politics on this program, but we're going to get to something I am going to do. with regard to our government being closed the way it is, I have gone from amazement to anger. I notice CNN is measuring everybody's anger, and everybody's really angry. And now, finally, to, for me anyway, indifference. I just don't give a damn anymore. But there is something I do care about, and we'll cover that here in a few minutes. I have a lot of reason for you to go to artbell.com tonight. I have two things that you should drag your tail end over there and look at, definitely. Both of them are excellent. One is a YouTube video, we've got it right up there, of Sasquatch. Now, listen to me. This Sasquatch, it claims that Sasquatch sings. I don't know about that, but Sasquatch definitely says brother. I mean, definitely says brother. It's a video, and there purports to be video. I haven't seen much in the video, but the audio is pretty amazing. So if you want to hear Sasquatch at the very least and see where it was recorded, it's up at artbell.com right now. Also, I mean, this is pretty good stuff. Also, that was recorded, by the way, it's recent, October 7th. We also have a UFO video recorded, I believe, October 2nd in southeast Michigan. This is good stuff, folks. Now, it was recorded by a security cam, and there is no question about the camera because you can see the glow in the sky from a nearby city, and it never moves. So this is a legit UFO video, unidentified flying object. Now, you may not think much at first. It's slow to start, but you've got to watch the whole thing. This thing will kind of knock your socks off, I'm telling you. So we've got two things at artbell.com. Sasquatch and a UFO video. Both of them have gone up there tonight. And, of course, a lot of other new stuff as well. So get on your computer, get your browser, point it to artbell.com, and take a look. These are both worth going to look at. Don't forget ghost pictures. If you get them, let me see. Do I want them sent directly to me? No. If you get a ghost photograph and want to enter the contest with it, send it to webmaster@artbell.com. That way it goes directly to the man. Webmaster@artbell.com. That's Keith Rowland's address. He is doing artbell.com, did then, is now. And remember, if you've got a guest that you want to have on the program, particularly if you have contact information, please contact Paul Bowman. Just click on his name on the website, artbell.com, same place. And if at all possible, give him contact info. All right, let's see. What else have I got for you tonight? The infamous 90-minute timeout. We got it fixed for computers here across America, but the poor, tasty Canadians still suffer the 90-minute timeout. Now, the American branch of SiriusXM is talking to their brethren, the tasty Canadians, about possibly instituting the same thing up there. So that's in the works, and I thought I'd tell you tonight. Tasty Canadians, stand by. All right, I have a couple of warnings for you tonight. Warning number one is this program. This is going to be a frightening program that you're going to hear tonight. I really sincerely mean that. It is genuinely frightening. So, two things. One, if this kind of thing scares the out of you, turn it off now. If you have, sensitive people around you who can't take this kind of thing, then turn it off. What you're going to be hearing tonight are the legitimate voices of ghosts, people who have passed on. And I will go through how we know it's legitimate, but it is legitimate and it is scary. So, please, do me a favor, and if you have anybody sensitive to this kind of thing, get them out of the room. Okay? That's my big warning. And then on the other hand, if you like this kind of thing, turn the lights off and see how long you can take it. Okay, have I got everything out? I think I do. Just one more thing. And here's where I've said, well, normally I'm just not going to discuss politics because, frankly, to much of it I have become indifferent. But, and this is really a big but, if those bastards, excuse my French, but I mean it, if they're crazy enough to allow closing the government is one thing, but a United States default, which is coming up rapidly, would be entirely a different ballgame. If they're crazy enough to let that happen, I just don't believe they're going to be. Oh, well, let me tell you what the Treasury Department said. Quoting, a default would be unprecedented, has the potential to be catastrophic. Credit markets could freeze, the value of the dollar could plummet, U.S. interest rates could skyrocket, the negative spillovers could reverberate around the world. Now that's the Treasury Department. And I'm here to tell you that in my opinion, if they're really crazy enough, and they're being tested now, how crazy are they? Crazy enough to let the government be closed, but would they really let us go to default? Listen to me, this is just my opinion. But in my opinion, if we go into default, what happened in 2008 would be child's play. I'm serious. Child's play. I think it would bring on a depression, a severe depression. Could they be that out of their mind? Yeah, they could be. I don't anticipate it. I don't think they could be that nuts. But we live in strange times. And if I see a default really coming, I will take my marbles and go. And my marbles include what shekels I have that can be converted to another currency, my wife and my daughter, and I'm out of here, back to the Philippines. Because what would follow would be horrible. And I'm serving this up to you this way because I want you to watch too. And protect yourself, protect your family with whatever you can do. A default would be a whole different ballgame. A default means the United States simply defaults on payments. Markets all around the world would crash. Anyway, I don't want to dwell on it. And if I do have to do that, why, I'm sure that Sirius XM can, I've got the ability to do a show from the Philippines. I would hope I wouldn't have to do that. So anyway, I wanted to cover that with you. I know it sounds crazy, but look into it. And we're going to look into a guest on the subject of what would come with a default. As I said, I don't dwell on politics, but this is it's of such a very serious nature that I thought I'd bring it up. All right. On with the show, as it says. I'm Art Bell, and this is Dark Matter. Just once more with a warning, what we're about to do as we get into it is going to be scary, actually frightening. So if you can't handle it, tune to another channel. Here they come. Brendan Cook. We've got two guests tonight. Brendan Cook is one of them. He's one of the founding members, as you know, and key spokesperson of the GIS. He's been on the forefront of EVP. That's Electronic Voice Phenomena Research. ghost photography and the use of modern technological devices to capture what goes on in the spirit world for 15 years now. He's done this by being on a number of TV shows, documentaries, and lectures. His knowledge, and at times skeptical nature, have also been important in giving real people comfort or the advice they need to delve deeper into what's going on at their homes or businesses. But most of all, he's done this being a sought-after guest, by being a sought-after guest with his radio partner, Barbara Macbeth. And that's been for 14 years. His perseverance to challenge what we know about the spirit world and people's mindset has made him a pioneer in ghost investigating. People have changed their perception of what is real, ghosts, from the GIS core beliefs. They're just people. His research with Chunga, he's our second guest, Jimmy Chunga, has brought forth new concepts and ideas of what could be possible. Chunga and Brendan have been working together to bring this research to the public for 14 years. We've never heard from Jimmy Chunga, birth name Brett Smith. He's been conducting paranormal investigations all over the globe for the past 22 years and has become one of the nation's leading paranormal experts. We should have heard from him already. He's sensitive and uses this strange ability to aid in his paranormal research. Chunga performs almost all of his investigations with two of the country's most veteran and, frankly, skeptical investigators. First is Brendan Cook, an EVP expert, longtime partner of Chunga's in the Ghost Investigators Society. The second is Ben Hansen, the star of Fact or Faked on the Sci-Fi Network. Chunga was taught by these two experts to trust and believe in the technology of paranormal investigating, and in turn, Chunga taught them how to trust their own bodies and the instincts they feel. Somehow this odd matchup has produced incredible data in the world of the paranormal. And by the way, Chunga has been a member of the Ghost Investigators Society since 1999, even though we've never heard from him on the air. So there's more, but I'm going to jump to my guests, and the very first thing I'm going to do is say hello there to both of you.
Well, hi. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. Art, this is Chunga, and I'm a longtime fan, and am honored to be here with another outstanding, sterling radio professional like you. I'm so excited about this.
Thank you. Can I call you Jimmy?
Sure, absolutely. You can call me, Chunga. Everybody, all my friends call me Chunga, but if you're more comfortable calling me Jimmy, that's, be my guest.
Definitely, Jimmy. Well, it's great to have you on, Jimmy. It's a good, free, open format where we have more actual show than commercials. And I assume we also have with us tonight Brendan Cook.
Oh, I'm here. I am here.
Okay, you both sound great, actually.
Wonderful.
I have warned the audience suitably, I hope sufficiently. This is really scary stuff. You guys have not been on the air now for quite some time. Is that correct?
Well, Brendan has not been on the show with you since the old days.
Yeah.
Since the Switch. 2010. 10. I've never had because I have been a radio show host of my own. I've not had the ability to go on the Art Bell show, the Dark Matter show, until now. And let me tell you something. This has been, Brendan and I talking about this for months.
Wow.
We're so excited. Well, I mean, it's Art Bell, for heaven's sakes. When you're a young kid, you're a young radio professional, and you're slaving away. You know what this is like, Art. When you're doing radio for 30 years or however long it is that you've been doing this, you've got guys that you look up to, right? And you were always one of those guys for me. So this is very, very cool, very exciting.
Thank you, Jimmy. I've got to ask this. Sue is sending a wormhole message to me which says, for Brendan, what's up with Barbara? I think it's safe to say everybody wishes her the best and misses her. And also, is your website active or what? And thanks for all your stuff.
No, Barbara is fine. She is just getting a little older. She's not able to do stuff as much as she used to. But
so she's kind of retiring, or not fully. Retiring.
No, I don't want to say retire. I mean, we still do stuff all the time. It's just,
She just doesn't do all of them.
Yeah, exactly.
All of it.
All right. Fair enough. People obviously want to know, right?
Yeah.
All right. Here's what I want to cover at the beginning of the program, and that is, these are going to be voices from, we believe, ghosts, dead people.
Right.
All right. Everybody wants to know, how are these recorded? Well, in the old days, I know that you all used standard tape machines, right?
Yeah.
You remember the old put it in, and there was actually tape in there that went around?
Yeah.
Okay. And you would take these to places that are allegedly haunted. Old buildings, graveyards, I guess you would have a long list, right?
Yeah. Hospitals, factories, old historical locations, sure.
Okay. And these locations yield more of these electronic voices than normal locations, or do you go there for just effect?
No, well, it's not so much for effect. It's more, that's where we're called. And I don't know if that's because people think that is haunted because it's old, or,
The question is what you all think. In other words, do you think these locations are more likely to give you something than, somebody's happy little household with 3 kids?
Oh, no. A new home can be, a new location, a recently built building can be every bit as haunted as an old historical location. Easily.
Okay. All right. Very, very interesting. Now, in the past, I've been able to say, look, you guys, including at that time, Barbara, don't make money from this. It's an important point. And that always in the past was the case. Is it still the case that your organization is not in this for the money?
Never. We've never done this for money. We still haven't written a book. We brought this up in the past. There are so many publishers that have asked us to write a book about it, and we just say no.
Remember, guys, we're on Sirius XM, 27 million subscribers. A lot of new listeners are listening right now, so I've got to cover a lot of the basics with you. And this is very important, that you're not, gleaning in the bucks from this, shoveling in the money.
No. Now, in the interest of fairness, though, Art, we do have to tell you that sometimes lectures or paranormal events that we're a part of take place where people do pay to go. They do, they do buy a ticket, but when you take a look at renting a facility, or sometimes you have to pay to have access to a location, and then sometimes those locations aren't in a safe part of town. For example, you have to hire security to secure the parking lot and so on and so forth. So sometimes you do incur expenses, and those expenses, obviously, we can't front everything. So some of that cost is passed on from time to time, but there is no one in the GIS that is, and this is one of those things that just infuriates me. It drives Barbara crazy. It drives Brendan crazy, is when people teach classes and then offer up some sort of a diploma system or a certification system. There is, if you're out there and you're listening now, I want to ball up my fist and I want to punch you right in the butt cheek for trying to do such a thing. Because to me, there is nothing more fraudulent than trying to sell a certification in paranormal investigation for money.
It's kind of laughable anyway. If you had a certificate that said you were a certified paranormal investigator, I don't know what it means.
It means you're a hack, is what it means. It means you got the certification from a hack. It means you're a hack. You're a hack.
Okay. I'm kind of with you there. So that part's important. You're not going to get rich at a paranormal conference here or there. And in fact, probably most of the money to go and buy equipment and go to locations and investigate, I would imagine, comes out of your own pockets.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, there has been, and I'm serious, thousands of dollars that we have spent. All of us.
I totally believe you.
Yeah, that is just, we work day jobs to do this.
Or we make Barbara buy it.
Yeah.
Poor Barbara. All right. And now, a number of years ago, I remember urging you to switch from tape recorders to a more modern version of some kind of digital recorder.
Right.
And you did that, and was there any effect? Did you get fewer? Because there's a great argument in the EVP world about this, whether tape is better than digital.
And we did. We got better, much better voice.
Audio? Better audio?
Yeah, when we switched to digital. When we completely went away from all the magnetic stuff.
And we didn't think it was going to work. I remember the conversation.
Yeah.
We did not think it was going to work. We thought you were crazy.
My question is, why did it work?
We don't know.
Right.
That's one of the hardest things as a paranormal investigator, and I'm sure, Art, doing the show as long as you've done this, it seems to me that the more answers you find, the more questions you have. And, sure, we found that digital technology works well. You can actually record EVPs on your cell phone, your smartphone. Why? We don't know. I've got video of light anomalies flying into recording devices, floating into recording devices at the same time you capture an EVP. I do.
Wait, stop. You do?
Yeah.
You have that video?
I don't know that we have it for this. See, this is like when a girl comes to your house, Art. We've got to save some stuff. So the next time you have us on, we can make sure you have access to that. But
you can do that because believe me, I've got a website that would be jumping all around right now if you were sending that to the website.
Absolutely. I have, we have, the GIS, have video, visual evidence, data of light orbs, light anomalies, whatever you want to call them. Everybody calls them. It's all the same thing. Everybody has different names for them. Flying into mag lights to turn mag lights on and off. We have them flying in and out of digital recorders at the same time EVPs are recorded. We have them floating into the spirit boxes. There's a lot of controversy about these spirit boxes, these SB7 spirit boxes, and whether or not, this is where Brendan and we've had some heated discussions about this, because Brendan has always been of the opinion that, this is nothing more than just radio audio coming through a speaker and people using the power of suggestion, which is admittedly very, very strong, to generate their own opinions about what it is that they're hearing.
What is a spirit box, please?
Oh, the SB7 Spirit Box is the next generation in EVP technology. And there are probably a lot of people that are listening now that are very, and justifiably so, very skeptical of the data that they get out of the it's called an SB7 Spirit Box. And what it is, it's kind of a two-stage thing. It does a couple of things. It pumps EM energy out into the atmosphere, and it's a radio scanner. So you'll scan radio frequencies at one radio frequency for every fourth of a second. So 1 second, in the amount of time it takes you, 1 Mississippi, you have scanned 4 radio frequencies. And you can actually speed it up and slow it down. And what has happened is it's generating EM energy and generating white noise. Spirits have found a way to communicate through the spirit box. And
to slow down, I want to ask you a question.
Sure.
You said it emanates electromagnetic energy.
Yes.
Now, are you saying the scanner transmits the EM?
The unit itself, it pumps out electromagnetic energy. Yeah.
This is kind of along the same lines of the Spiricom that we played.
We'll get to that. We'll get to that. And by the way, EVP itself goes back to, how far?
It goes back to Gregorian monks.
I heard that Alexander Graham did some EVP stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
He was working on the device. So was Thomas Edison. They were all working on devices to create something to communicate with the dead. I mean, it's human nature to want to do that.
For some people.
It's human nature.
Not one of those things that everybody longs to do. Hey, I think I'll talk to the dead today. Now, I want to know, let's come back to the spirit box.
Sure.
A scanner itself might emanate a little bit of electronic or EMP of some sort, not a pulse actually, but it might radiate a little bit, but generally it's a receiver, not a transmitter. Do you have another device in there that actually transmits electromagnetic energy?
You know, I wish I had it here with me now so that I could really kind of get into the X's and O's of it with you. What it does do, it's a really, as far as paranormal investigating goes, in many cases it's actually cheaper than a lot of the digital recorders that you can get your hands on. It runs you about $70 to $80 depending on where you buy it, and operates like a very simple portable transistor radio. Now they've done something to it. You know, the extent or the amount of electromagnetic energy that it pumps out into the atmosphere, you know, with respect to you and your listeners, I wouldn't want to speculate. I honestly don't know just exactly how much it does put out into the atmosphere, but what it does do is it does put some electromagnetic energy into the atmosphere and scans and generates white noise at the same time. And
somebody sells these things or what?
Absolutely. Yeah, you can Art, you can go grab one in your next commercial break. Go pull up Amazon and you can go order one.
Yeah,
they're readily available.
And I'm sorry, what are they called again, please?
It's the SB is in Bravo, S is in Sam, B is in Bravo, number 7, SB7 Spirit Box. And it's from, I think,
I'm not sure the manufacturer.
ITC or something.
Doesn't matter. They'll find it. We'll find it. The SB Sugar Baker 7 Spirit Box. Oh.
Exactly.
And all right, so there's a scanner in there.
Yep.
Looking at 4 frequencies every second.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can do it on AM or FM bandwidth.
Okay, fine. And how are you recording voices?
You're not recording on the actual unit. So you have to use it in concert with a video camera or a digital recorder. And it works very much like a typical session in which you would take your digital recorder and ask questions and then play your digital recorder back later. The difference is there's a lot more noise involved. Some people don't like it because it's pretty noisy. A lot of people attach external speakers to it, and then they ask a question, and the response, if there's any paranormal activity in the area, is immediate. You don't have to play your tape back. You don't have to spend hours hunched over a computer listening. You can hear the voices back immediately. And the cool thing about this is that if you were getting audio from one sweep, you would know it. You can get full sentences. You can get names. You can get intelligent responses from the other side, and you can hear the radio frequencies sweeping underneath the voices.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
wow.
It's like very intense.
Perfect example. We did an investigation at the mausoleum that we always used to talk about.
Right.
And we used this device, and the voice was saying, because we were all kind of being loud. We had a bunch of people there.
Yeah, we had about 7-8 people there with us.
Exactly, which is more than we normally have. And the voice just simply said, "Be quiet." That was it. I mean, on this device, it just said "be quiet," and it's a contextual thing. You know, if it was random, I could understand that, but when it's contextual like that, and it has to do with what you're dealing with, and you know what's happening, that's.
Art, Brendan was very, as you know, you've had Brendan and Barbara for years. Brendan is very skeptical. When I was learning how to do this, I trained primarily under Barbara.
I'm a little skeptical too.
And that's great. And you should.
Let me tell you why. If you've got what amounts to a scanner in there, then you're listening to radio frequencies.
Correct.
And if even if it's just white noise, well, if you should suddenly get a voice, that could come from I don't know, a shortwave broadcast station. Could come from me. Yeah. I'm on the air all the time.
Exactly.
On shortwave.
And how many years have we brought that up where it's, you know, people with EVP have said, okay, it's baby monitors. It's, I mean, how many
whatever.
years? Yeah.
Whatever.
Exactly.
So that's why I'm skeptical.
And I'm skeptical as well. It's just when it's in context like that and it happens over and over is where it's.
The last time Brendan and I were together in the mausoleum, we were talking to a husband and wife couple. And we were standing next to their vaults in the mausoleum, and we were getting intelligent responses. They were telling us their names. They were telling us the year and date that they died, you know, the exact date and year that they died. At one point, they had a picture of the couple on their vault as they were buried together.
Yeah, where the vault is.
And you remember, Brendan, I said, Jake, you and your wife are a beautiful couple, and the voice of an old man came through the radio and said, yes, I know. Very intelligent responses. And if, again, the thing that you want to listen for so carefully with these spirit box sessions are the voices coming through as the radio is sweeping underneath? Does the voice change? Does it change? Does it go male to female, for example? Does it change in age from young to old? Now, it's been our finding, and Brendan is a bit of a convert to this, because he's seen it in action. And it's blown us all away because the voices are consistent as the radio is sweeping underneath.
Yes, all right. I have a quick question for you, and you may not be able to answer, but typically what frequencies do you scan?
It scans the entire band. So it will start at one end, at 88 point whatever, and then scan all the way up to 107.9.
That's the FM band.
Either or. You can also scan on the AM band. We've also had a lot of luck in locations that are underground.
Yeah, but you're going to hear FM stations, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
If you scan FM, you're going to hear FM stations.
You are, but it's only for a fourth of a second. Now, think for a moment how quickly, Art Bell, that's what, a second and a half? In that amount of time, you should hear 4 to 5 radio sweeps underneath that. You'll hear them.
In other words, these voices come over
Absolutely.
The scanning frequencies.
Yes,
I see.
Yep.
All right. I still don't like it as well as going in with a recorder.
Many don't.
And a microphone.
Which is, all the voices that we brought tonight, none of them are from this.
From the spirit box?
This is what Chunga was talking about before, Jimmy was talking about before, that, we'll save that for later because
it's almost a whole show on its own.
Yeah.
Call him Jimmy. Saying Chunga. Chunga sounds like somebody you bring with you when you want to collect on a loan that you've been having trouble with,
Absolutely. And
all right, Chunga, break his leg.
If you ever need somebody for that, give me a call.
So what we're going to hear tonight, this comes from digital recorders.
Yes.
With only a microphone hooked up, or in some cases, no mic. Have you experimented both ways?
Well, yeah, and actually, some of the ones that you're going to hear are not even from digital. They are from real
old analog.
No,
really?
They're not even analog. They're reel-to-reel recorders.
Yeah.
They're that bad.
Yeah, I know you guys have been doing this a long time.
Yeah.
I guess here comes a question. Well, you know what? I have to take a break. You guys relax for a moment, and we'll be right back to you. We're going to be playing these cuts for you shortly, and I do warn you, these really are scary. Seriously scary things. But that's what we do. Okay. Brendan Cook, Jimmy Chunga are my guests from the GIS. I'm Art Bell, and this is Dark Matter. During the break, I did exactly as requested and looked up the SB7, as I'm sure many of you did, and learned quite a bit. And it is interesting, I must say. And actually, they recommend scanning from 76 megahertz to 87.9, so that really does keep it out of the FM band. And it has what's called a proprietary white noise enhancement. And really, there have been a lot of ghost investigations conducted by people using white noise. That's just, like you turn on a radio to no radio station and you just get noise, right? That's white noise. Or TV, white noise. And apparitions and EVPs have been all around white noise. There was a movie called White Noise, you may recall. Okay, gentlemen, welcome back.
Hey, good to be here.
So it is very interesting. I'm skeptical, but that's not what we're talking about anyway tonight. It's just interesting. You guys don't sell the SB7,
No.
right?
Oh, heavens no. No, we don't sell anything.
Right. Okay, good.
No, like I said before, we have had offers to sell a million things, and
I bet you
don't
have.
do it. I don't remember if you recall years ago, when we were still using the old magnetic tapes, there was somebody that claimed we were selling things for Sony, I believe.
There was like a product endorsement.
Yeah, exactly. We were.
You may have mentioned that you were using a Sony. I asked you what you were using. That's what it was.
Yeah, and people were saying, is this what you're selling? So, I mean, people are always going to be skeptical about this.
I know. I'm not skeptical. It's why you've been on the air with me for years, because I'm not skeptical. I'm convinced that these voices are from the other side. I am absolutely convinced, and I don't convince easily. So I'm a believer. Now, we're about to turn and actually play some of these, so I'm telling you folks, be careful. This will, as it adds up through the evening, be very frightening. I think, for me, hearing voices from the dead is genuinely, profoundly frightening. It actually frightens me. Now, you guys can give me your take on it. Does it ever frighten you, or are you so used to it now that you just take it in stride?
Yeah, it's one of those things you never really get used to. I mean, you do in the fact that there is a voice there. Obviously, the first voice that we ever recorded was so shocking, and because, as I've said, I was so much of a skeptic that I never thought this would work. So when I recorded a child saying something, how did that happen? And racking my brain trying to figure it out. So you never really get used to it, but at the same time, it's kind of, okay, there's going to be something there at some point. So
hearing a child's voice is particularly upsetting, actually.
Yeah, the children are, I don't want to say horrible, but they are.
No, I think they're horrible. I don't think they're kids. That's another thing where Brendan and I kind of go back and forth.
Seriously?
No.
What do you think they are?
Well, in order to believe, in order to believe that you are getting a voice from the other side, you kind of have to believe in a higher power, correct? I mean, that's,
yes.
In order to believe in the relevance of that, then you would have to believe in God or some sort of higher deity. Okay. Well, it's hard for me to come to grips or get my arms around the fact that if you've got some all-knowing, all-loving, omnipresent, benevolent entity, that entity would then, that God, that deity, whatever you want to call it, would then allow an innocent, harmless child to wander lost as a spirit on earth.
I am so with you.
I really struggle with that, and I'm really, I'm terrified of children's voices. I'm legitimate. I get scared when we capture them because I think it's something else. People, by their very nature, it's human nature to want to help the defenseless. It's human nature to root for the underdog. It's human nature to want to engage with someone in need. So if there's someone that wants to deliver harm or bad energy or hurt onto somebody that is living, what better way than to get their guard down? What better way than to put them in a different frame of mind and change them from a defensive nature to a position of I'm here to help you.
Sure. And here's another question for you, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Obviously, tonight, as people hear these voices, some of them, very few, are happy. Many are not happy. Many are hard to understand in terms of, what they're saying. In other words, as people listen to these, they're trying to discern what is the nature of the other side. What's it like after you die? And some of these that they're going to hear are not helpful in feeling warm and fuzzy about when that time comes.
Yeah. No, and you're absolutely correct. I mean, the other side, and doing this for as many years as we have, we got into this trying to figure out what the other side was.
But, of course, that's the ultimate question, right?
And, this hasn't helped, which is sad.
I would even argue that we actually know less now than we did before. We're more confused now.
All right, well then, here comes a big one, and maybe the last one before we get going, but I would like to know your opinion, having done this for years and years and years and years, about whether these are people that we're hearing from that are in heaven, or these are people that we're hearing from that have died but are on Earth, stuck on Earth for some period of time? Or in some cases, are we hearing from people that are burning?
I hate to answer it this way, but honestly, I think it's everything. I think, judging by some of the voices, and again, context is the biggest part of this. Context is everything.
How relevant are the answers to the question?
Exactly. And I would say that we have a little bit of we've recorded voices from everything. And how we do this, I'm not sure how it works, but I do believe we have recorded voices from hell. I believe we have recorded voices from people that have been stuck here.
Recorded voices from things that have never been human and have never had a body.
Exactly.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
That's a big one.
It's terrifying.
So, you would call those things what?
Demons. I don't know. It may sound kind of schmaltzy or kind of corny.
I'll tell you, Barbara never would have said that.
There were many times where Barbara had a stick at the ready, to punish me for even suggesting something like that. But the truth is that
I ran into that with her too, by the way.
Oh, that's a relief actually, because I thought it was just me. Being the guy who studied directly under her for a decade, that woman has forgotten more about this than most of us will ever know. But she was very spiritual and very mystical and had a very different way of doing this than Brendan has.
Let us not speak of her in the past. She is still around.
We're eulogizing her, right?
Yeah, she's still around.
She's
probably kicking the radio right now, but she's still around. So you actually think, some of these you believe, and I do too. I must say, I think I've heard EVPs from demons. I really believe that, or either that or somebody really screwing with you.
Right. Well, Art, we've got some things here tonight that Brendan and I have recorded and have had sent to us over the years. A culmination of the three that will really give you pause. Really going to make your blood run cold. One of these, well, more than one of these, several of these, made me physically nauseous when I heard them.
Right. That's been my experience in past shows, and hence my warning to the audience. All right. Let's get underway. I had to do it, and so I did listen to the first one. I thought it was not particularly good, but let me reevaluate as I listen. Now, what's really cool is that we're on Sirius XM, and people are getting really good signals, so they're not straining to hear this through the static of an AM station 600 miles away.
Right.
They're going to be hearing it very clearly. So tell me about number one, and then we'll take off here and do it.
All right. So in this one, you remember years ago the mausoleum that we always talked about. That
yes.
I mean, we have done this mausoleum investigation, I would say, over 150 times, and we just barely went back. What was it? 2 weeks ago?
About 2 weeks ago.
About 2 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
And you actually hear the owner of the mausoleum, his wife, says that poor girl is going to be terrified. And she's referring to this girl that we had brought. It's her first ghost investigation she's ever done. And the mausoleum, honestly, for anybody who hasn't been there or hasn't ever done this, is one of the scariest places to ever go. I mean, whether you're doing ghost stuff or not, I mean, it's just to be there is terrifying.
Okay.
So you hear that woman say that poor girl is going to be terrified, and then an EVP says, Ben, come over here. And the EVP is almost androgynous. It's not
male or female. We can't really tell.
To me, it doesn't even sound male or female. It just sounds like a voice. And here's the contextual thing we were talking about. Ben, which we talked about earlier in the show, Ben Hansen from Sci-Fi's Fact or Faked, was about to show up at this investigation. He hadn't come yet.
Oh,
he was actually on the parking lot roughly this time.
All right. All right, here it comes. Let's all listen. Number one. Here we go. I think. Come on, number one. Play.
That poor girl's going to be terrified.
All right, I take it back. It was pretty clear to me. Ben, come over here, I think. Ben, come over here is what it sounds like. Now, you serve these up as we go on here, so everybody knows. It's being repeated 3 times. And I think you increase the audio in the third version, or how does that work?
Well, in the last 2, we will amplify it, but that's about it. So what we do is we play everything in context with the investigator speaking if there's one, or whoever, just so you kind of understand what's going on at the time.
All right, one other thing. When you're on site, in the mausoleum or anywhere else, you are extra careful about who's around so you don't pick up a random voice. Am I correct?
Oh, yeah. I mean, we control everything that we do. We talked about this, I think, I don't know, it was easily years ago where we were doing the mausoleum and you would ask the same question and we said, we make sure to lock the place. We actually hired police at one point to come out and make sure that nobody else is around.
All right, here it is one more time. Everybody listen carefully. The part that is the voice from elsewhere is Ben, come over here, and it's pretty clear.
That poor girl's going to be terrified.
Boy, it is pretty weird to imagine that's a voice from the other side. And it was pretty loud, too. And also it had a kind of a hollow sound like you would imagine an audio would have in a mausoleum.
It does.
There's a bit of an echo.
Here's the other thing. We talked about the spirit box and all that earlier.
Right.
That mausoleum is completely encased in marble. You don't get radio reception in there at all.
I know, but the hollow sound that we heard would suggest that it was actual audio as opposed to something sent straight to a recorder.
Exactly. And I wasn't so much referring to the spirit box as I was to a lot of people's complaints with EVP is that these are radio transmissions that you're picking up. You are not picking up.
No, I don't see that. That's why I'm much more interested in the recorders that have absolutely nothing on them and then have this on them than I am in the spirit box. It's something I'd like to investigate, but higher doubts than what we're doing here. This is awesome.
Right.
You guys are pretty sure. I mean, really, you're sure nobody said that.
Oh, yeah. We're absolutely sure.
Here's the hardest thing, Art. The only thing that you have to go by with something like this is us and our credibility and telling you that, no. And in my opinion, again, it goes back to the spirit box. Spirit box is a little bit different because you'll have, it's almost like a second stage recording where you'll hear the people in the room, you'll get the intelligent response, you can clearly tell that it's coming through the spirit box and isn't somebody else that's in the room. Again, I'm not a proponent one over the other. It's just two different means to an end. It's just two different tools in your toolbox. With this particular EVP, we were all there were two females that were in the kind of the entryway area of the mausoleum in the chapel area. Everyone else was at the very, very far end, which is thousands of square feet away, not within earshot. And there were no male voices around, and there were two females around. The only way to give you more context at that point is to play longer clips, so that you can hear the audio of the people walking up the stairs, walking into the room, having a conversation. You know what I mean?
Yes, this needs to be said. These EVPs, folks, are found by taking the recorder to the mausoleum or wherever you take it, and then going home and listening very carefully to hours of tape, hour upon hour upon hour of investigation to find the EVPs. The Spirit Box, on the other hand, is designed to give you immediate feedback, which is scary as hell. If you get a contemporary comment thrown back at you, from having asked some sort of question, that's really frightening. So I'm not going to the Spirit Box right now. I'm doubtful of the Spirit Box. I'm skeptical.
It's one thing when you think you may be getting a radio frequency, but when you have, the last investigation Brendan and I were on, we were with a reporter from a TV station here that wanted to cover this. Right. And we turned the Spirit Box on, and the two first words that came out of the Spirit Box was the C word and the B word and the reporter's name. And there's nobody on the radio that is going to be using profanity and using, especially really hard profanity
on the radio. Well, you haven't listened to XM much, huh?
That's terrestrial radio. You're not going to get that.
Yeah, that's correct. Terrestrial radio, you're not. The other thing that makes me skeptical about the Spirit Box, and sorry, but I've got to do this.
Sure.
If somebody wanted to screw with you.
Yeah.
I mean, all you need is a little transmitter in the right range, and it would be so easy.
Oh, yeah.
So easy.
Yeah.
But the way these recordings are done, I understand why go to the Spirit Box. If you're in a legitimate investigation, of course you're going to want contemporary responses. But what I like about what we're hearing tonight is that there's no possibility of any of that.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, they're hard to get. EVPs are hard to get. You got to go home. You got to listen to hours and hours and hours of stuff to get it.
Jimmy said, it's tedious. It is so tedious. And that's why
I get it.
Include any of the Spirit Box stuff, because the Spirit Box is simply a tool. That's it.
No, I get it. And it would be the next logical place to go for you investigators. But when you present something to a national audience, or international audience actually, like now, trust me, what you're playing for them is much more credible is the word. Let's go to number 2.
All right, so number 2. Now, Brendan, this was
the Boston funeral home that we did.
This was a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
And you're going to hear Brendan's voice. You're going to hear him. And Brendan's going to say, can you guys tell me what you like to do where you are, something to that effect. He says, can you guys tell me what you like to do where you are? Asks a question. And again, you're going to go back to the child EVP, which, it stops my heart every time we capture one of these. The child says, I need you. You need to hide me. Really? Now, nobody heard this at the time, obviously.
And again, this is a funeral home, like in the middle of the night. There's no kids.
I hear you. All right, here comes number 2.
Can you guys tell me what you like to do where you are?
Wow. Okay, that's clearly a child. No question about it, a child. And you're saying that he says, I need you, you need to hide me.
Well, we should probably talk about this.
All right, let's talk in one moment. I want to do it once more. I want people really to hear this, okay?
Yeah.
Then we'll talk about it. Here we go.
Can you guys tell me what you like to do where you are?
You know what I think it says?
What's that?
I need you. You need to hang me.
What?
Well, you bring up an interesting point here, Art, because every time we do one of these sessions where we're going through hours of tape, it's pizzas and snacks and people people sitting in a room and then arguing and offering up their own interpretations. And Brendan and Barbara would never agree. Ever.
I know Barbara wouldn't.
It came down to me, it came down to me splitting them up, several different times.
All right, sorry about this, folks, but one more time. This time, see if you hear you need to hang me. Here we go.
Can you guys tell me what you like to do where you are?
I'm sorry, guys. That's what I'm hearing.
Again, interpretive, I can hear that as well.
Yeah.
It's all about context again.
Well, it's not even so much that. It's what I was saying before. This is subjective. What I was trying to get to before is these are subjective. When we tell you what these are about to say, it's human nature. You're going to listen for that. It's the Rorschach test.
The power of suggestion again.
Well, one thing's for darn sure, that's a child.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the key point. We would love to know nothing more than what exactly that voice is saying, but the key is there's a child's voice there that shouldn't be
there.
It shouldn't exist.
It's in the middle of a mausoleum, right?
No, that was a...
No, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that was in a Boston funeral home.
Okay. Good. But still, a Boston funeral home. Probably late at night, I imagine.
Good.
Yeah, it's not exactly the ball crawl at McDonald's,
Oh, you can talk light about that. All right, hang loose, guys. We're going to take a break here. I was pretty sure it said you need to hang me. Now, that isn't what I wanted to hear because, well, who wants to hear that? But that's what I heard. This is Dark Matter. All of times have come. Don't leave me this way is right, and if you do, I'll be nearby with a recorder. This is EVP, Electronic Voice Phenomena, folks, and what you're hearing has been recorded on digital recorders for the most part, and we'll notify you when it's otherwise. Not the Spirit Box. Spirit Box is a good subject for another show. Spirit Box allows contemporary, real-time communication with spirits. These are hard. What you're hearing tonight are hard to do, hard to get, hard to listen to, hard to talk about. But that's what we're doing. Brendan Cook, Jimmy Chunga, my guest. Welcome back, gentlemen.
Hi there.
Hi.
Thanks for having us.
You're very welcome. I know that this is easier for you, but it scares me. We're going to move on now to number 3. And where was this done?
Okay, so this was at the same Boston funeral home. It was that same night, but it was hours later. And you remember the last voice was a kid.
I do.
Okay, here's the thing that scares me, and this is where Jimmy and I think we talk about this quite a bit on are these actually kids, or are they demons, or are they trying to pretend they're kids? Because you're going to hear me ask, can you describe what it's like where you're at? Which is a common question that I ask, because that's why we're doing this.
We're trying to find out what's there.
What's the nature of the other side.
Of course.
So, can you describe what it's like where you're at? And then this child says, I saw something move. There might be monsters over there. Which is sad.
Can you describe what it's like where you're at?
Look at something. There might be monsters.
Wow.
Look at something. There might be monsters. Look feel something. I love you, Mom.
Okay, the first part where the child says, "I saw something move," that's kind of hard to hear.
Yeah, it's a little tough. That part is, I mean, that's, again, this goes back to what we said. It's a consensus between everybody that listens to this, 100 times and says, okay, that's what it says. But the last part
is very clear, and it also, I'm sorry to say, really does sound like something a child would say. There might be monsters over there.
Exactly, and in the context, is that not the most disturbing thing that you have?
It's very disturbing. Yes. Because that is what a child would say.
Yeah.
And you're sure, and you swear on a stack of Bibles, there was no child anywhere near this recording.
In a funeral home.
In the middle of the night.
In Boston. Yeah. No. There was no.
All right, one more time. Here we go.
Can you describe what it's like where you're at?
I feel something. I love you, Mom. I feel something. I love you, Mom. I feel something. I love you, Mom.
And that's really clear. That's too clear.
I want to say wrong. And like Jimmy brought up earlier, it's one of those things where we did this to get answers, and we've ended up
I understand. I understand. I just don't know what answers we're getting, and I don't know if I like them. First of all, by number, I don't think that many children die compared to adults to justify the percentage of child EVPs you get. What do you think?
And that's the thing.
Well,
what
you think about child mortality through history in America. Child mortality is not what it used to be. But back in the 16, 17, 1800s, here on this continent, child mortality was considerably higher. Just because we're hearing a child's voice doesn't mean it's of a recently deceased child. It could be that child could be could have died hundreds of years ago.
It's true. The ghost phenomena, gentlemen, is it local? I ask this because what we're hearing, obviously, is English. One would imagine that, children and adults are dying all over the world. You don't have to imagine that. You know that. So we're not hearing French, German, Spanish,
and here's
Chinese.
The thing. We're not simply because we're not putting it on the radio. There are, if you go to our site, there are, I would say, at least 30 voices that are in other languages. I mean, we've got everything from Polish to Native American to German to Spanish. I mean, and it's just...
Do you wonder if these are foreign people who passed on here, or they're foreign people who came here after passing on?
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, you'd have to wonder that. But to give you a perfect example of what I'm thinking of, we were investigating an old pioneer museum. And, there's a common knowledge among people that do this that it's not just places that are haunted. It's people. It's artifacts. It's things like that. In this Pioneer Museum, it was like, it's hard to describe, but we got this overwhelming sense of this Native American woman and then this Polish woman. And I don't feel anything ever when we do this, but we got this sense of like burning sausage, which you'd associate with Polish. And yeah, so when we listened to our recordings, we had this Polish woman singing some song that we've never heard of. I mean, and this is completely contemporary information.
Right.
She's singing this Christmas song that nobody's ever heard in our group, And then I think we played it on your show, actually, and then we had a response from somebody giving us the translation.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah, and we looked it up, and that was it. I mean, that was what happened. I mean, that's exactly what that woman was saying.
All right, here's something else that I want to get out to the audience, and that is that although you are experts at doing this because you've been doing it for so long, there's nothing in the world that says whoever's listening right now, if they don't believe this, is welcome to go get a recorder, go to a site like this if you have the cojones for it, and do some hours of questioning and talking and see if you get a response yourself. Well, you know what? I've said this in years past. People have said, okay, I take the challenge. I'm going out, and they come back with EVPs that they send to me.
Yeah, exactly. And you're right. There is nothing. You know, we're not selling anything again.
Right.
We're not. We've considered this as show and tell. That's what we do. We
show and scare, maybe,
for our own benefit, and then we show people, and they can believe what they want. And then we say, you know what, go out and get a recorder and
do it yourself. Yeah, that's right.
That's one of those things that's so frustrating to me about people that want to have, they want to offer up, certification or diplomas, because anyone can grab an analog cassette tape recorder and go out and try this. You know, we at the GIS, we don't recommend you do it in your own home. That's something we recommend you stay far away from. However, it does not require.
Why?
Well, you know, there's a lot of reasons for this, Art.
Well, it's one of those things where, and again, we talked about this before. If we feel you're going to be scared by what we might find, when people call us and say, "Come into the home and do an investigation. Here's what's going on."
Right.
Our first question is always, if what we find or if what we, present to you is going to scare you, what would you do? And if their response is, I don't think I could live here anymore, guess what? We can't do it.
Very good point. Very good point. All right, number 4, please. Where?
Number 4. We have spent years investigating a location which Brendan and Barbara have mentioned to you before, Art, called the Exchange Building.
Okay.
Now we have the Exchange Building here in town. It's a stock exchange. Stock as in animals, cattle, pigs.
Oh.
Not stocks as in bonds and pieces of paper.
Okay.
And this was an old building that was built in the 1920s, in which ranchers would come into town, or it was earlier than the 1920s, wasn't it, Brendan?
Yeah,
it was the early teens or something.
Yeah, it was.
It's very, very old, and the building has been a variety of things in its history. It's been an institution for the mentally ill. I'm trying to be as politically correct as I can. It was an insane asylum at one point. It's also been a drug rehab center, and it's been a hospital, and it's been a variety of things. We capture this EVP sometimes when we do investigations, particularly the Exchange Building. We'll just set up condenser microphones or digital tape recorders or, digital recorders of various types, and then we'll leave the building. So there's no contamination, not even our footsteps can be heard. And in this track, you're going to hear a woman she sounds like she's got an accent. It's possibly a Hispanic accent. Just out of nowhere. Again, there's no context to this, Art. There's nobody talking. No one is asking a question. It's just, a lot of silence. And then all of a sudden you'll hear a female voice say, "Put that thing in his eyes," which is kind of ominous sounding. Yeah, let's take a listen.
Yeah, all right. Here we go. Number 4.
Put that thing in his eyes.
Wow.
Put that thing in his eyes. Put that thing in his eyes.
Oh, wow. That is,
there was just silence. There was no...
That's very concerning. Yeah, that's very concerning. That's very clear. I'm not sure I hear an accent. It's quite clear.
Really?
And,
you don't hear any accent at all?
I don't. Maybe somebody else does. We're about to do it again so people can listen. But this one has no context. It just showed up on the recorder, and it's awfully clear. Listen again.
Put that thing in his eyes. Put that thing in his eyes. stepping in his eyes.
Okay, you mentioned this was an exchange, right? Not a slaughterhouse.
No. But the thing that is weird about that is that she does have kind of a medicinal, clinical, matter-of-fact kind of tone in her voice, almost like she's performing a procedure. Or
I'll give you that. Sure.
But what the context of it, we have no clue. We don't know.
Also, you would have to. Well, you don't know, but you would have to wonder. Put that thing in his eyes. On the other side. Well, we don't know what's on the other side. We don't know if we have eyes, do we?
Yeah, well, and that's the problem.
Again, more questions
That's
than
one
answers.
of the voices that we had got. I think, honestly, out of all the voices we've recorded, one of the most disturbing that we ever recorded was a voice that said plastic eyes.
In the mausoleum. It was in the mausoleum.
Exactly. And it was a contemporary information thing. In other words, it was a voice that we had no idea what that meant until we asked somebody and found out. And, this voice says plastic eyes, and then we go to the mortician and ask, does plastic eyes mean anything to you? And he's like, yeah, well, we put plastic eyes in the bodies. I mean, that's something we would never have known.
I didn't even know that. Is that standard practice?
Apparently, we didn't know.
Yeah.
But after embalming, so that when you go to the viewing, so that the body retains its
natural
appearance.
form.
Yeah.
All right. Onward we go. Number 5, please.
Okay, so this one we're going to go out of the exchange building, and we're going now into a private residence that we actually did just about a month ago.
Right.
And there was, I don't want to say demonic, but that's kind of what it was. I mean, we had a lot.
You got to remember, Art, Brendan is the skeptic. He'll tell all of your millions of listeners that, that he doesn't feel a thing. But as somebody that's empathic and somebody that works with him all the time, he feels things regularly. This was a very dark house. Still is a very dark house. This family, this poor family, I'm reluctant to even talk about it, has been chased to 3 different homes over the past 10 years. And whatever this thing is keeps following them. And we're still investigating this. As we're talking to you now, an investigation is ongoing with this poor family.
Did they invite you specifically?
Oh, yeah. They didn't even invite us. They begged. Us.
And we kept telling them no, and they wouldn't let up because, typically, what we tell people is that when you're dealing with something that's demonic in nature or what is potentially demonic in nature that's never been human and all it wants to do is hurt, the fun times of ghost investigating are over. This is not something you mess with, you run. And that's all you do. You don't mess with it.
You're telling me this family has moved 10 times?
No, 3 times over 10 years.
3 times over 10 years, and they've been chased out of their other homes.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's attached to specifically the daughter.
How do you know
the
that?
daughter is grown, by the way, not a little girl, but a woman in her early 30s.
Right. And
how do you know it's attached to her?
Do you want to explain this, or I don't know if I should.
I'll be as vague as I can without violating the privacy of the family. The father of the family suffered a violent death. Was found out on the street with a bullet in his head. Police ruled it a suicide. They don't feel it's a suicide. They said he had, no pun intended, he had some personal demons. And shortly after his death, that's when the paranormal problems started happening with the family. They thought it was attached to the house they were in. So they moved, and it kept happening. And now they're in a new location. The kids are, the daughter of the man who was killed, she has her own children now. And they're all mortified in this house. I have 2 hours of interviews of these people just sobbing and begging for help. And, Brendan was in the master bedroom of, where this woman sleeps and, had, objects thrown at him. And this is the real giveaway here. Brendan, who you've known for years, Art, came to me and said, I want to get the hell out of here.
I did. And here's the reason. because and we've talked about this, and we can talk about it later. EVP is not normally heard at the time. I mean, it's not, when you record this, it's not normally heard. You go back and you listen.
It's recorded on frequencies the ear can't.
Yeah, you don't hear it in real time. In other words.
Exactly. You listen to hours of tape, and then you might get one word, and that's it.
Right.
So when we were in this house, I mean, I can count on 2 fingers how many times I've heard an actual audible voice. And we're sitting in this house, we're conducting interviews. Jimmy had taken one of the daughter outside to do an interview. I had one of, I think it was the mother in the living room doing an interview with her. And I'm doing the interview, and all of a sudden I just hear non serviam, which, I grew up Catholic, so I know what that means.
That's Latin.
I will not serve.
Okay.
Which that absolutely, you
talk about hearing EVP in different languages. We become really terrified when you start hearing EVP in Latin, which is a dead language.
Sure.
People don't know it, especially in the United States. And, unless you're a devout Catholic, you don't really know much of it at all. And, when we've got this skeptic in our group that comes running to me and says, hey, we got to get the hell out of here because, and Brendan, the term for people who don't know, I will not serve was said by, what? I will not serve in Latin was said
to our angel.
Well, it was said by Satan.
Well, yeah. Oh, yeah. Sorry.
I was trying to lead you into that, Brendan. Brendan was ready for a smoke. Because he said, I'm done. Where's my Dunkin' Donuts?
Let's play it. This is done in the private home you just heard about. Listen carefully. What you're going to hear is hate you. Is that correct, guys?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Here it comes. Ugh. Oh, that is weird. My God, that's weird.
Yeah,
it's really scary.
I do hear the hate you. Very drawn out, with a kind of a thing at the end.
And it's breathy. I mean, it's almost like whistly, kind of like just wheezing.
And if you listen carefully, you can sense, at least I sense, there is absolutely not one redeeming tone in that EVP. I mean, not one good.
I hear nothing redeeming.
It's just pure evil.
Yeah. I'm hearing a little breakup on your phones. That may be coming from who knows what.
That's probably me moving around. Sorry.
Really? Please stay close to the base units if you're on a portable. Please.
Absolutely. I apologize.
Okay. That's what happens. Here it is one more time. Listen very carefully. It's hate you with a little thing at the end, and it's very drawn out. So here. Yuck.
That's pretty grim.
Here it is again. If I was in an 18-wheeler in the middle of the night driving across the country and I heard that, I would be a mess, an absolute mess. Gentlemen, hold on. EVP, the GIS, are here tonight.
I've been drifting on the sea of heartbreak, trying to get myself ashore for so long.
All right, here come my guests again, Brendan Cook and Jimmy Chunga. Well, welcome back, gentlemen. We've got a lot of territory to cover, and I think we're up to number 6, right?
We are, and this is one of the one of the EVPs that we brought for you tonight, Art, that is, frankly, it's really disturbing. We've played this for people and had them cry. Because it's just so disturbing. It comes from, we actually did not record this. And in fairness, we got to tell you, look, because it didn't come from us, its credibility is questioned by everyone in the GIS, simply because we didn't do it. We did not record this. However, it was sent to us by a family in Texas.
Okay.
Who was being menaced, wanted our help, and was being menaced, had a little boy in the family that said there was something that was menacing him, hurting him, being mean to him, and attacking him in the middle of the night.
Right.
And the family wouldn't listen to him, and, as adults do, as we've all done, kind of dismissed this kid and said, no. Well, he wouldn't let up, and so the dad finally just said, okay, fine, I'm going to patronize this kid and just, placate him, give him what he wants. So he picks up his video camera and says, okay, give me a tour of your room. Show me around your room. Where does this thing come from?
Sure.
And you'll hear in this EVP, you'll hear this little boy that's being attacked by this evil entity saying, this is my baseball glove. This is, you'll hear him directing him around the room, and then you'll see this is the TV. That's where he comes out of. And then the little boy sees movement on the TV that's off. You'll hear him, reference the movement on the TV, and then you'll hear the demon say, "I am your worst enemy. I watch you while you sleep."
Oh God! All right, here we go.
Okay.
Hey, look, my baseball glove. No, my old one.
I am your worst enemy. I watch you sleep.
I just saw something move on the screen, Sean. But it's not there anymore.
I am your worst enemy. I watch you sleep.
I just saw something move on the screen.
I am your worst enemy. I watch you sleep.
I just saw something move on the screen.
Ay, ay, ay.
And of course, the family can't hear it. And the thing that really sticks with me is that horrible growl at the end of the kid.
What do you mean the family can't hear it? What do you mean?
They don't hear the demon speaking, as the little boy doesn't hear it, the dad doesn't hear it.
Yeah, when this happened, it goes back to what we were saying about EVP. They're not hearing any of this. And then can you imagine what a shock that is to go back and hear it?
And the little boy says, I saw something move on the screen, but it's not there anymore, as the EVP is coming in.
Well,
I don't like anything that says I watch you sleep.
Yeah.
EVP. All right, one more time. Listen, everybody, very carefully. I'm your worst enemy. I watch you sleep. See if you can hear it.
Hey, look, my baseball glove. No, my old one.
I am your worst enemy. I watch you sleep.
I just saw something move on the screen, Sean. But it's not there anymore.
Listen for the growl.
I am your worst enemy. I watch you sleep.
I just saw something move on the screen.
I am your worst enemy. I watch you sleep.
I just saw something move on the screen.
Oh, what's interesting about that is if that had been faked, the little boy would not have been speaking over the EVP.
Very true.
Right.
Very true.
Because he had no idea he was speaking over the EVP.
Correct. And it's also the voice that you're hearing. It's been our experience. We've found that when you're dealing with things that have never been human, that have never inhabited a human body, that voice is very consistent. With that kind of timbre and tone is very consistent with other entities that we recorded of similar nature.
Well, that
which lended more credibility.
Evil. Yeah, evil. All right, on to a cemetery.
Yeah, and back to a kid's voice.
Oh, great.
Yeah, I know, right? And this is one of the, aside from a couple of the voices we'll play tonight, this is one of the worst. Just because it implies to me that a kid is still around and it's still interacting with people, thinking it's still there, thinking he can still do all that, and that to me is horrible. But we're in the cemetery. This is one of the old analog recording. I mean, this was 99, 2000, maybe somewhere around there.
Right.
And you're going to hear my wife say, "Did you just pull down the blanket?" And Barbara says, "No." And then you're going to hear this little child say, "I did."
Oh,
and then, my wife says, "Did you just feel like a tug?" And Barbara says, "No."
All right.
And
No children anywhere around, right?
Well, no,
cemetery in the middle of the night.
Well, it's not even the cemetery in the middle of the night. This is a cemetery in the middle of the night in the middle of December. So, again, that's why she's saying, "Did you pull down the blanket?" Because we used to go out into cemeteries and have blankets wrapped around us. It was, that's what you had to do.
I'd want that too. All right, here it comes.
Did you just pull down the blanket?
No.
Did you feel like a tug?
No.
I did is very, very clear. Very clear.
Right.
A child pulled down the blanket. Once more.
Did you just pull down the blanket?
No.
Did you feel like a tug?
No.
Too many children.
Yeah. Oh, it gets worse.
I'm sure it does. All right, this next one should be, I think, pretty interesting. There's nothing said before. This is, it just said, what it says is, I haven't heard these, it says baby laughing.
Yeah, this was, again, it's also in a cemetery. You'll hear wind blowing. This was this is one of those situations that we were referencing earlier where occasionally we'll put a digital recorder down somewhere and then leave the scene. And what we did was we set a digital recorder down on the grave of a baby. It was a baby grave. There's a little, marble lamb kind of carved on top of the grave.
Yes.
You get the idea. Yeah. So we set the digital recorder down and walked away. You'll hear wind blowing. Now, there was some arguing within the GIS, Barbara, Brendan, myself, because some of us say that the baby is laughing. Others of us say the baby is crying. It's really subjective, and, I'm interested to see what you think about this.
Well, there's a lot of mothers out there. They should know. Here it comes. Holy moly.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm split too. I don't know. Is that a laugh or is that a cry or is that just, that could be like a 3-month-old baby.
Yeah, it's young. I mean, you can tell just from the tonnage. I mean, it's a young child.
And you sure can hear the wind. Here it comes once more. Listen very carefully, folks. You tell me, all you moms out there, you tell me, what is this? Reminding you, I warned you at the beginning of this program. I warned you these things were going to be disturbing, and they are. I really have the hardest time, guys, believing that the God that we all, think of, and everybody thinks of some kind of, except for one guy I know. Everybody else thinks of a God who wouldn't allow a child. I don't know. I don't know.
There's a lot of theories.
It is, I guess. I don't know what to say.
There's the theory of residual haunting, which is there's not an actual spirit there. It's just energy, almost playing like on a tape loop over and over and over through time, and then there's not a sentient being there.
Have you confirmed that? In other words, if you go to the same location, are you liable to get the same EVP again and again and again?
We thought we had. At one point, we thought we had been able, and it was at this same cemetery, that we thought we had a residual haunting, and it wasn't with this voice. I mean, it had nothing to do with this voice.
Okay.
Where we would record the same woman's voice over and over and over again. And we thought, again, the radio transmission, are we picking up some radio station, this is some local host that we don't know about? And then we realized that wasn't the case.
No, I don't hear that in any of these.
Yeah.
If there was some kind of broadcast something, I would know.
We've done that once when we used the old recorders, like the old recorders, and this is, again, 15 years ago. We recorded radio stuff, I think, twice, and we knew that's
it's
what
very
it was.
clearly radio when you...
Yeah, exactly.
It's clear.
And then
I'd know right away.
Yeah.
I'd know right away. That's not what this
because
is.
they have that voice, they have that tonage, they have that you know what it is. And then when we recorded this lady's voice saying, finally, I think it was the 8th or 9th time we had done this investigation, she just said, "I'm completely dead." And it was like...
intelligent.
Yeah, and it was a self-realization to her, I'm dead, you guys are looking for me. And then we never recorded her voice again.
And that wouldn't be residual. And I'm kind of like you are. I really struggle with this. I don't know that I believe in the residual thing. I struggle.
I wonder if when you said you never recorded her voice again after that, I wonder if once she realized she was dead, she moved on.
Exactly. I mean, and that's cliched. I mean, it's completely cliched to say that, but that's the truth. I mean, once she realized, you know what, I'm not supposed to be here. These people are looking for me. I thought I was part of them, and now I'm gone.
Got it. All right, we have a lot of territory to cover, so number 9.
Okay, so this is another one that was sent to us. If you're ever aware of a book, I can't remember the guy's name who wrote it. It was called Phone Calls from the Dead. And it was documenting phenomena where relatives would call their family after they passed on.
Right.
And they would literally talk to them. And this goes back to, we talked earlier about Thomas Edison and all that, inventing machines to do this. That's kind of the theory behind it. So this was sent to us from Britain. And
really?
It's a message that was left on an answering machine. The family said they had no phone call that came in. Caller ID did not show anybody calling. But all of a sudden this message was there, and you're going to hear the message machine pick up, so it says message something or other, blah, 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 and then the beep, and then you're just going to hear this gruff man, it doesn't even sound human, almost, say, "They're coming home." And
was this a voice that the people recognized?
Yeah, the neighbor, they actually recognized that this was their neighbor's voice. I mean, this was somebody they knew that had passed on. I mean, even though to us it doesn't sound human, to them, they recognized it.
All right, we're listening for "They're Coming Home." Here it comes.
It's 4. Wednesday, 8:12 a.m.
Oh, God. That's pretty clear.
Yeah,
it sounds evil, but I guess it wasn't.
Yeah, they actually said in their email that this was comforting. And to hear that voice and the sound, I don't know how you could think that, but
that wouldn't comfort me.
Yeah.
No way.
Neither.
No how. No. One more time. Here you go.
4. Wednesday, 8:12 a.m.
Hey. Not at all comforting. Not at all. All right.
It's a little bit different than Buzz and Woody jumping back in the toy box, you know?
A little bit.
A little scary.
Glad it's late at night. All right, number 10.
There's a location that's in Salt Lake City, you know, settled by Mormon pioneers, and we have this big, you know, I don't want to call it it's a park, it's a state park where historical buildings and, you know, artifacts of the era are kind of on display. It's called This Is the Place State Park. The reason it's called This Is the Place is because when the leader of the Mormons at the time, a guy by the name of Brigham Young at the university, you know, BYU, he was the prophet of the Mormon church. He came down through the mountains with handcarts and wagons and looked over the Salt Lake Valley and said, "This is the place." So that's why they call this area, this park, This Is the Place State Park. You're going to hear Brendan in one of the buildings, which, by the way, the place is just incredibly active and very, very haunted, both by good and bad. There's a lot of really very dark and kind of yicky stuff that we've encountered there, which is strange because it's actually a religious park. But Brendan is having some trouble in this EVP. You'll hear Brendan struggling with his radio, which is a common occurrence there. There's a lot of energy drains there, a lot of drains on batteries and equipment. And you'll hear Brendan say, you know, hey, does this radio work? You'll hear him kind of messing with it. Does this radio work?
To be fair, I mean, if this was me, because it's such a huge place, we had to have radios. So I was trying to radio people constantly. And there's actually an EVP that precedes this that we didn't bring tonight that, I mean, you hear, it's like a 2-minute long clip of me just having trouble with this.
Right.
And then this one is kind of right after, and it's like, it's the rubbing salt in the wound kind of thing where it's just completely mocking me.
Yeah, you hear a voice say, "I don't like you." And it's messing with Brendan's radio intentionally because the spirit that was inhabiting this area did not like the fact that Brendan was there.
Here it comes, number 10.
Hello. Okay. Does nobody's radio work? Oh my.
Oh, very clear. I heard a squelch break. So obviously, you were messing with the radio or somebody, but that's not where this voice came from. Very clearly, It is not where this voice came from.
Yeah,
One more time,
I
folks.
did not. When I said I was in that house, I did not hear that at the time. I heard the radio messing up, and at one point, I heard it's almost like the spirit box thing again, that where we talked about it, and you know, we heard different.
Yeah, but you don't find these until hours and hours and hours, if not days later.
Yeah, exactly. And so, I mean, all that happened, and then all of a sudden, it's just, I don't like you, and then...
the only way that EVP could have been better is if it said, "Me don't like you," because it sounds just like Cookie Monster when you listen to it.
Cookie Monster. Okay, here it is.
Hello. Okay. Does nobody's radio work? Oh my.
You know, it's actually a good thing that you didn't hear that at the time, or probably if you were like me, you'd have been the heck out of there.
Well, it's not even, I don't think I would have been because I've dealt with this for so long. I don't know if you can hear in my tonage, like, how upset I was getting.
I heard it. I heard you. Yes, I heard that. But the I don't like you part, not good. Not good at all.
Not at all.
Well, all right. So we leave a private residence, and now let's enter a mortician's house. Great place.
Which, you know, is technically a private residence, but it's different where the guy is preparing bodies all day.
Not my kind of private residence.
Yeah, exactly. This clip is probably the one clip that has absolutely changed my entire view of everything we do.
Really?
It really is, because it is, I mean, again, I rationalize everything. I try to rationalize everything. And I could rationalize this even just to make myself feel better that everything we've recorded is radio transmission, or it's...
Oh, nonsense.
I know it isn't, but it makes me feel better to say that it is, especially with some of the stuff that's been said and what we've heard. But this one, I mean, there was a visual thing, and this is one of the only visual things I've ever had happen.
What was it?
Is this the one with the little boy? The little boy. This is the first apparition Brendan has ever actually seen. This was the first time he ever saw a full-blown apparition.
Describe it, please.
Well, we're in this house, and, morticians, believe it or not, actually make a lot of money. So they afford really nice houses. So this guy's house is like a 4-level, magnificent house. And when we went in there was only 4 of us. And we each took one of the levels. So we had somebody in the basement, somebody on the second floor, somebody third, somebody fourth. I was on the floor with the huge living room and the fireplace. And right over the fireplace in this living room was this gigantic wall mirror. I mean, it covered the entire wall. And I remember walking in there, and this is another analog one, because this was 2003, I think. I remember walking into this room and just seeing this mirror and being kind of in awe of it. And you're going to hear me say, is anyone here? Again, the standard question. And then all of a sudden you're going to hear a boy say, I'm a good boy, which later we found out most people think he says, I'm Gabe. And then at that point, I see him running behind me. There's no kids in this house. There's none. We tell everybody on every investigation, you can't have anybody under 18 to be with us.
Right.
So
okay, all right. And so you actually saw him.
But the problem is that he was running away from Brendan, but his head was turned around.
It was. It looked like his neck was broke.
So it wasn't just a little boy; it was a damaged little boy who was staring at him as he was running away. Does that make sense?
Yes, unfortunately.
And we asked the mortician, had he worked on any kids that had a broken neck? And? It said, a year ago he had, which, we didn't correlate because, it's a year ago. But
here it comes.
Is anyone here? No way. No way. No way.
No way.
Well,
so who said no way?
Yeah,
who said
Brendan.
No way?
Brendan.
Brendan. Okay, that's Brendan's voice. So you hear, I'm a good boy. Brendan saying no way. I assume that was when you saw him?
That was responding to what I had just seen in the mirror, and then the kid laughing right after I did that. That's
all right. One more time. Now listen very carefully. No way is Brendan in response to seeing this apparition. Here you go.
Is anyone here? No way. No way. No way.
Wow. That's a wow.
Well, that was, like I said, this is the one clip out of there's one other clip, but it has just changed my entire view of what we do and how we do it and what I think.
Have you ever come to the point where you said, that's it, no more, I'm not doing this anymore?
Not yet, but I've been close.
It was, when we were at that private home, when we got, audible EVP of something speaking Latin and throwing things at us, that was the only time since 1999 where Brendan has actually come to me and said, look, we got to get out of here. I can't do this.
I did. I forced everybody to leave.
I didn't want to go. I thought we Brendan and I had a little discussion. I thought we could handle it, and he was absolutely insistent that we not stay. So
Barbara had a much more optimistic view of all of this. She tried to sort of temper everything, even when some of the worst things were said.
She did.
She tried to be optimistic. So
And she still does. I mean, again, it's not like she's not here or she's not doing this. I mean, she's still a part of all of this. It's just she can't do it as much now. But
all right. Number 12, folks. We're going to move on. Bram House, whatever that is.
The Bram House is, again, this is one of those rare times. Keep in mind that, we're showcasing a lot of EVPs here tonight, and a lot of them come from very evil and dark places, and it's actually very, very rare that we ever investigate anything like this, or that we ever accept an invitation to investigate anything like this. But this was a house where the inhabitants, the women inside, were practicing witchcraft. They were witches.
Ooh.
And and there was a lot of kind of dark ceremony going on in there, and they were dabbling in kind of black magic sounds so corny, but they were dabbling in some pretty dark stuff. And it wasn't long after they started doing this sort of thing where they started having some real problems in the home, waking up with cuts on their bodies, waking up with scratches, deep scratches, not just, scuffs and things like that, but scratches or cuts that were drawing blood.
Well, and at one point their altar, because I don't know enough about witchcraft, I think, but I guess they have an altar that they have to have in a certain position. They woke up one day and it was destroyed and thrown all over their living room.
I am familiar with people who work in the craft.
Okay.
All right. So the actual EVP here is anyone here now? Who says that?
Well, you're going to hear me say, "Is anyone here? Does anyone want to talk to me?" And then there's going to be this kid, and this goes back to what Jimmy was saying about kids not being, kids.
Right.
And this kid says there was blood.
Oh, great. All right, here it comes. Stand by, everybody.
Is anyone here? Anyone want to talk to me?
Ooh, that's awfully clear. Very, very clear. There was blood.
And again, it's clear it's a kid. I mean, it's...
I know.
That's a child.
Is there anything in the... Well, I guess there is history. If there were people practicing the craft, there could have been, I suppose, sacrifices that went on.
Exactly, and that's what I thought. Because you're in... These people, when they contacted us, and again, what Jimmy was saying, we don't normally do cases like that because normally what you're dealing with when you are into different things like that where you're inviting stuff, it's demonic, and that's not what we do. We don't seek that out.
I understand. It's coming up once more here, folks. Understand that what you're hearing is the result of hundreds of hours of work, listening to basically nothing until you get to one of these EVPs here.
Is anyone here? Anyone want to talk to me?
Am I right? Hundreds of hours?
Oh, yeah. Very much so.
Actually, you're probably wrong. It's thousands. I mean, at this point, like the way we've done this,
that must get very tiring.
It is so tedious.
As the years have gone on, Art, we've found ways to kind of streamline what we do. We're very careful to do what's called tagging. And that's, when you're walking through a house, any sort of noise that you make is identified by you on the recorder. So you hear footsteps, you say, that's me making footsteps. Or I hear Brendan talking in another room. Sure. I'm careful to say there's Brendan talking in another room, because then you go back hours after the fact, and rather than spending 20 minutes listening to something and then finally determining, oh, that's Brendan talking in another room, you're able to just move on. So over the years, we've really been able to kind of trim that down, but it is still very, very tedious.
Would the two of you, earlier in the program, I suggested people try this for themselves. Is there any danger in doing this?
Yes.
There is. I mean, danger as far as are you going to be killed? No. But danger in the fact that could something follow you home That's certainly a possibility.
Has something ever followed you home?
Yeah, I had something very dark, very malevolent, hurting my son.
We both have.
Yeah, Brendan has too.
Yeah.
Not good.
No.
See, that's going to discourage people, and maybe it should.
It should. It should.
Well, what? Because, I mean, it makes you think, is this something I want to do? I mean, this is show and tell. We're not proving anything to anybody. We just want to present what we have. If you question it, we say go out and do it. But realize if you go out and do it, I mean,
you're inviting. It's like an invitation.
Exactly. It's what is the consequence of doing this?
Well, and in order to really be effective at this, you really do kind of need to. Well, there's no kind of about it. You really do need to open yourself up. To allow contact to be made.
Isn't that the same thing you do with a Ouija board?
Yeah, exactly.
It is. You know, I had a woman ask me just a couple of days ago, what's the difference between using a Ouija board and using a digital recorder? Or what's the difference between using a spirit box and using a Ouija board? You know, my only answer is that a lot of people will say none. I say that the difference is that, you know, operating a Ouija board, the theory behind it is that, you know, an entity has to inhabit your body in order to move, you know, the piece around the board.
That's a good point.
These other items, the entity will, as I was talking about at the beginning of the show, if you weren't here listening to us, we have video of light anomalies and orbs actually flying into the device or the flashlight or, you know, something in order to manipulate it in some way.
Which you promised to bring in the next time we do a program, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, of course,
yeah.
of course.
You know, we'll have that on the website. All right, number 13, please.
Okay, so this is at the same house, and it's just me asking, you know, after we did the interview with these ladies, and they told us how bad this had become.
Right.
I'm asking the spirits or even whatever is in that house, I'm saying, did you scratch that lady? Why would you do that? And then this just a horrible old man's voice says, to cause her pain.
All right, here it comes.
Did you scratch that lady? Why would that? What'd you do?
Interesting, to cause her pain. Not perfectly clear, but clear enough.
Yeah, it is. It's muffled, but I mean, it's pretty syllabically. It's pretty clear.
And you think that's an old man? It does kind of sound like an old man.
One more time. Yeah, it sounds like.
Did you scratch that lady? Why would that? What'd you do?
Well, that's bad intentions all the way.
Yeah.
All right. These are pretty rough tonight. I did ask for scary stuff, so I guess I got what I asked for. All right, we're going to move on now to a happier place, I guess, an antique shop. Yes?
Oh, yeah. You think happy. This is actually one of our more sad, I don't know if I would call it scary, but definitely one of our more sad EVPs. Again, it's another child's voice. It takes us we were investigating an old bookstore / antique shop, and we were talking earlier about how artifacts and items can be haunted as well as people and houses. Anytime you get into an antique shop, where you've got a lot of memories and a lot of that type of energy around, it seems to me that hauntings seem to be a little bit more prevalent. Well, we were in this place, and you hear Brendan say, it's a very familiar question, can you tell us what it's like where you're at? And then you hear a very sad little child say, I didn't eat today.
Really?
Which,
yeah.
I mean, and think the consequence of that. I mean, that they're on the other side,
hungry,
thinking they're hungry. That, yeah.
Yeah, that's weird. Here we go.
Can you tell us what it's like where you're at?
Very large signal is certainly correct. Hi, everybody, across the Americas. Great to be here. You're hearing voices from the other side. This is a GIS. the Ghost Investigators Society. They've been with me for years, haven't been around for some time. We're just laying it out for you. These are recorded on digital recorders for the most part, with microphones and nobody around, so that there's no mistaking what's being recorded. All right, gentlemen, welcome back. I blew right through a break. I got so interested. Here we are, and we're going Victorian, I guess, huh?
Absolutely.
Yeah, well, when I say Victoria, it's an old, Victorian mansion or like late 1800s style architecture. And we have done this location, I would say, 20 times at least. This is one of the weirdest voices we've got, and it's simply because, again, the context of what I'm saying and what the voice says. But you're going to hear me say, "Are you by yourself? How big are you?" And then a voice says, "She knows you're alone," which I was at the time.
Any idea or thoughts or guesses about who she might be?
I almost don't want to. Yes.
All right. Here we go.
Are you by yourself? How big are you?
Yeah, that's right. She knows you're alone. When I was young, we lived in a place called Blue Ridge Summit, Pennsylvania, or Maryland, depending on how you want to look at it. The state line and the Mason-Dixon ran right through the middle of our house, and it was a big old house with 35 rooms, 7 bathrooms, and secret passageways that were used for the slaves that were escaping. It was part of the whole train that allowed slaves to make their way north. And we had secret passages all over that house. It would have been such a wonderful place for you all to go and do some recording.
I'm salivating.
Yeah, it's like now we're kind of jealous, so.
Yeah. She knows you're alone. Okay, I'm going to do it once more so everybody gets it straight. Here it is.
Are you by yourself? How big are you?
All right, that had a very interesting affect to it, a kind of a whooshy, it's hard to describe, a kind of in and out, phased sound to it, I guess that's the way I put it.
We have noticed that that weird phasing that you're talking about, it usually accompanies virtually every EVP we get. It is, and I struggle with it. I can't tell if it's the spirit drawing energy out of the actual device itself, or if it's the energy surrounding the device that the spirit is using to speak. I don't know, but you get that weird warble and phasing effect in almost every EVP we've encountered.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah. Very strange.
Something about perhaps coming from wherever it's coming from.
Yeah.
And to be honest, we don't really know, do we? It's just coming from over there somewhere.
Well, and that's the thing. I mean, how will we ever know? I mean, again, we talked about doing this to try and get answers for things, but now we have more questions, and it's almost like we've learned less. So, maybe I should start asking what that is, and hopefully I get a response one day.
Well, how about we put it this way in the form of a question? Everybody fears their own mortality, to some degree or another. What is all this, when you combine it together, make you think about your own mortality and what you're going to? In other words, does everybody spend time on Earth before proceeding elsewhere? Or is what we're hearing what you get when you die?
The quick answer, Art, is I don't know. And I don't know that anybody could really accurately tell you that.
It's an honest answer. You're right. How could you possibly know it?
You know, we have theories. People have theories. I try not to have theories. You know, the arrogance of humans. You know,
Right.
we can use
I'm
a
with you.
fork, therefore we know everything. Well, we just don't. You know.
All right. Number 16. For those who
This
can
takes
take
us
it.
back to, this is the Place State Park. Now, again, you must remember this is it's a Mormon run and funded state park. We used to go there quite frequently. We don't go there anymore because Brendan went on national TV and said there was something demonic in there. So we haven't been back. Imagine that. But we did get an awful lot of activity while we were there. This is Brendan saying, I'm going to walk down and try and find Brian, who was a GIS member. Says, I'm going to walk down and try and find Brian. Let me look here. Timestamp is 8:23. So at 8:23, I am now leaving. So it's kind of a long, a long sentence from Brendan.
This is me tagging. I mean, we
Right.
talked earlier about tagging audio and
Absolutely.
yeah. So this is me tagging this.
And again, because, you know, there is something very, very dark. Both Brendan and I have had some pretty malicious and malevolent run-ins at this place, and you'll clearly hear a very dark and deep voice say, "Get out." It's that classic haunted voice, you know.
All right. Here it comes.
I'm going to walk down and try and find Brian. So, let me look here. Timestamp is 8:23. So at 8:23, I am now leaving.
I wouldn't need any more encouragement than that. Of course, fortunately for you, you didn't hear it at the time, and it sounded like, frankly, you had already gone.
Well, yeah.
Was that? I mean, I heard a door shut. I heard a door close, right?
Yeah, because I was leaving, but yeah, I've done this so much. Even if I had heard it, I would have stayed at that point. This was, if you remember the radio voice that we played earlier, where I was getting so upset at the radio.
Yes.
I mean, I would have stayed just simply out of spite.
But see, that's Brendan. Where Brendan says, that's interesting, that's the same time when Chunga fills his pants. You know, and that's the beauty of having different members in a group like this.
I understand. Here
I'm
it
going to
is.
walk down and try and find Brian. So, let me look here. Timestamp is 8:23. So at 8:23, I am now leaving.
That's horribly clear.
Yeah.
That's all I'll say about it. It's horribly clear and horribly direct.
I would say it's probably the fifth or sixth voice that we have been told to get out.
It happens. But imagine how many times, Art, you've left a building and that has happened behind you and have no idea.
Yeah.
Of course.
Or anyone else, you know, as you're driving across the country or whatever. How many times
I can only imagine the expression on Brennan's face when he found that later, much later.
Oh, yeah. On everybody's face.
All right, we're going back to the exchange.
Yes. Yeah, and this is where it starts getting not good.
Not good. You mean everything up to now was a love fest?
Well, it's been okay.
Yes, from an EVP point of view.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, in this, there is not going to be we're not going to repeat this voice over and over again, like we do, you know, twice in a row.
Right.
There's no context. This is one of those instances where we left a recorder in a room by itself.
Yes.
And pretty much left the building at this point. And, you go back on audio a day later and look at the spectrograph, to see.
Sure.
That's kind of how we do it, is we look at the audio. We don't even listen to it as much.
I understand, right.
Right. So we go back and do this, and there's just this thing that it's this kid saying, he touched my face over and over again. And it kind of also goes back to the baby voice that we played, where we couldn't decide if the baby was crying or laughing.
Either way, it's very disturbing.
Yeah, this one, everybody kind of thinks it either says he touched my face or he cut my face.
All right, here it is. Coming up. Wow. You know what I wanted to hear, and I'm going to play it again so that I can decide. I'm trying to decide if the inflection is the same each time. What do you think?
I think it ranges, actually. It's almost like he's progressing.
He's pleading. It's not the same thing being run over and over again. He's pleading for somebody to understand him.
Got you. All right, here it comes. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That was very clearly a big change in inflection, and you're right, it was increasingly pleading.
Right. I mean, he just says it over and over and over, and that's why we said, this isn't looped. We didn't.
And I want everybody to take a moment and lock that voice into their memory, that little kid's voice, because that leads us into the next EVP. Now, the two EVPs were not recorded together, and I don't know if you're prepared to run that, Art, but I just want everybody to remember that little voice there.
All right. Remember that little voice there. I need to take a break. More ways than one. I had a cigarette. I was still smoking. I'd light up about now. This is Dark Matter, exclusively on Sirius XM Radio. Well, how you doing? Hanging in there? Here's the deal. We've got about 4 more EVPs to do. However, wicked indeed. We're going to open the phone lines now. My God. Sirius XM is wonderful, isn't it? A nice, clear signal, so you can hear this, all of this, all the better. Little levity, sorry. Required. So I'm opening the phone lines right now. If you have a question or a comment, the number is 855-REAL-UFO. 855-732-5836. Let's continue with number 18 coming up next. And you said, remember that voice. It's burned in, no problem. What's number 18?
Well, number 18 is, without a doubt, one of the top 2 most disturbing and heart-wrenching EVPs I've ever heard. It's also, to my knowledge, one of the longest EVPs ever recorded. Typically, when an EVP is recorded, it's one word or, just a few short words or maybe a really short phrase. This EVP is nearly a minute and a half long.
Wow.
In its entirety, which is an eternity when you're talking about EVPs. It was recorded in that stock exchange building that we were, I was telling you earlier that this thing got its, its birth as a stock exchange building and talking about livestock cattle and horses and the like.
Right.
In its lifetime, it was a variety of things. It was an insane asylum, and it was a small hospital, and it was also a rehab facility. At one point, there had been numerous deaths. There was a mass murder there at one point. There was a bunch of suicides. There's been a lot of agony and trauma and pain in this building.
Right.
We recorded this EVP. And again, this is just incredibly sad to listen to. I want to warn everybody ahead of time. Very, very sad to listen to. It is what you're going to hear was recorded in a room that was once a surgical suite inside this building. Keep in mind, there's no running water. There's not been any running water in this building since the early 1970s. We set up a laptop with a condenser mic in the surgical suite, which is on the main floor of this building. And we left. Brendan, Barbara, the other members of the GIS, and I left the building. And we had, Brendan, how long was it? About 25 minutes?
Oh, yeah.
Of silence.
Yeah, easy.
You can hear, random cars passing in the back. And then this happened. And it is absolutely stunning.
What is it we're going to hear?
It's there is no tactful way to say this. It is the drowning of a little boy.
Oh, God. All right.
And the voice sounds eerily similar to the EVP that you just heard. If you listen carefully, you can hear two adults. What sounds like a male and a female to me. And you'll hear a little boy repeating over and over and over again, I can't breathe, I can't breathe. You'll hear splashing around, banging on the side of the tub. And then you'll hear a woman say he can't breathe, and then a man in a very dark, foreboding, very evil voice, say he can't breathe. And then you'll hear a very deep thud, and everything goes silent.
Here it is.
Stays silent.
Here it is. I'm not going to play that one again. Hearing the voices was very difficult. There was hum in that recording.
Yeah.
Which is too bad. Clearly, though, the water, that was easy to hear.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. When we first found that, we listened to it as a group, and there wasn't a dry eye in the room.
Yeah.
As we heard that, in fact, there was a debate between, Brendan, Barbara, and myself as to whether or not that was ever going to see the light of day.
Really?
We almost just erased it and said, you know what, that's too much. That's way too much.
Yeah, Barbara, who is not in favor of this angle of the whole thing, I would have imagined, probably would not have wanted to play that.
She didn't. No, she didn't at all. And
it was really me pushing them to try and get it on your show and on my show. That she kind of begrudgingly agreed. But even Brendan was opposed to it.
Yeah, it was kind of realizing, we do this for a reason. I mean, we treat these ghosts as people. I mean, that's how we've done this. And then to hear something like that, you can only hope that's a radio station. And it goes back to my whole thing of rationalizing this.
Yeah, and Art, that's no radio station.
Right. No. Number 19.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so number 19. This is in the same building, and you hear me drop my recorder. And it was actually, for the time, this was 2005. Right. It was an expensive digital recorder. And you hear me say, oh, well, that can't be good. And then all of a sudden this woman just says, he broke my neck, which we later found out that happened in that building.
Really?
She doesn't sound too happy.
Yeah, she is very, very upset.
All right, number 19.
Oh, I can't do that.
He broke my neck. He broke my neck. He broke my neck.
Very, very clear. He broke my neck. Now, do you know if there was some kind of crime?
Yeah, oh yeah, there was absolutely a crime in that building. There was, I mean, this place, like Jimmy had said, I mean, it's everything from a stock exchange building and stock livestock to, you know, mental institution. There was a double homicide. There were suicides. And we found out one of the homicides was a guy breaking a woman's neck. So this, you could almost consider this contemporary information because we didn't know that at the time. But
okay, here it is one more time. Listen.
Oh, I can't do that.
He broke my neck. He broke my neck. He broke my neck.
Now, if you want a show for Halloween, you might want to record this one and have sort of a family night in the dark on Halloween. Number 20.
Number 20 is really simple. Also in the same building. It's just a woman humming. You know, it requires really no more than that. Again, no one was around. You just hear a woman humming.
Just going to get whatever you get, I guess.
Yeah, that's it.
Here it is. You know what my comment is? At least she sounds happy.
Well, the interesting thing about that building, Art, is that when you go into the Exchange building, because I think the last thing it was commercially was a methadone clinic and involuntary rehab center, basically, and you'll see messages of what I call medicated optimism scrawled all over the walls.
Medicated optimism.
And you can tell that they're on something, and it's just these random, messages of, somewhat delusional messages of hope. And so when we got that humming, it sounds to me, again, you've got that weird kind of phasing and that weird kind of warble as she's humming, but it sounds to me like she's just kind of zoned out and she's just hopped up on methadone or something and just kind of mumbling / humming to herself.
Yeah, and it's almost like you can just picture the woman walking down the hallway.
Yeah.
Kind of thing. Yeah.
All right, I want to turn the audience loose on you too, but we've got one more here and then a quick break and then we'll go to the phone. So, number 21, the last one we've got tonight.
Okay, so this is a private residence, and we had to say this is a private residence, so I can't even tell you where it's at because, yeah, we were kind of forced to. But it's one of my, again, standard questions that I ask when I go out. I'm just saying, how old are you? And then this woman says, he's so little.
Here it is.
How old are you?
Okay, let me do that one more time, with a little more volume.
How old are you?
All right, there you've got it. We're going to go to the phones. So, 1-855-REAL-UFO. Come get it. Several have noted that we have played some of these EVPs previously. There's no question about it. I asked for a very specific reason, that they be a mixture of old and new. The reason for that is simple. Everybody has to remember that we're now on Sirius XM. We now have a new audience of, 27 million people, something like that. So, obviously, in trying to get some up to speed and allow the audience to enjoy some of what has transpired in previous years, I wanted a little bit of both, and that's what we got. It was kind of a mixture of the old and the new. Gentlemen, welcome back.
Thank you.
Are you ready to take some questions from the audience? Because they sure do have them.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Okay. Well, then here it comes. Dark Matter, you're on the air with GIS.
Hey, Art, this is Eddie in Arizona.
Hello.
Roswell's from Belgab, sir.
Thank you.
I record music and record voices for a living. So I wanted to ask your guests how they explain how the EVPs take on the reverberation and the sound of the room if the EVPs aren't actually being recorded or being heard by the human ear.
Well, Eddie, this is Chunga. It's Jimmy. I also am in music production. That's what I do. That's kind of my day job. And my answer, Brendan may certainly have a different answer. My answer is I don't know. That's why it's called a phenomenon. It's because we have absolutely no clue as to why the echoes and the sound reverberations can be picked up, other than they're just speaking at a frequency that our human ear can't hear.
And that's the thing. I mean, we've said this for years. We don't know. Again, it's a phenomenon. It's to explain, especially in the mausoleum, because it has that.
The high marble walls and the cathedral,
Yeah, but that implies, though, that it was actual audio, that it was actually reverberating off the walls.
And also, Art, the recorders, they record the same frequency that the human ears can hear. It's 20 hertz to 20,000 megahertz, or 20 megahertz. So the human ear can hear that. And so the recorders can hear that as well.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's the point. How do you explain it?
How can you not hear
you
it?
Look at, the hundreds of people that have done it and just say, okay, well, I didn't think this existed, and
I think the best answer, really, for those who are skeptical, I say go get yourself a recorder.
Well, you don't. At this point, you don't even have to get a recorder. I mean,
use your smartphone.
Can do it. Yeah.
Okay. And use your smartphone. I don't care. Although you probably need more volume to listen. Well, I guess with headphones it'd be.
You
have
headphones. That's how I've been listening to him, Art. And with the fidelity through Sirius, I mean, it's really uncanny how much you can pick up. Especially the first three that you did. It sounded like the EVP, the voice, wasn't even taking on the reverb characteristics of the room at all. It sounded like they were in like a dark chamber, and the investigator's voice sounded like it was in like a plate or a hall in a much smaller room. Which I thought, well, how can that be? And then the later ones, the last 15 or so you did, the voice, the reverberation sounded almost exact.
And I think a lot of that has to do with, the difference in what we're using, how we're recording stuff.
The ones that were played later there were more traditional analog recordings in the later EVPs that you heard. The ones that we played first were some of the newer, more digital ones. But again, that offers no explanation whatsoever.
So do you guys believe that the digital is better than the analog as far as recording EVPs, or have you noticed a difference, especially with the audio artifacts and things, especially with the digital stuff?
Let me tell you this: I know people that will drop hundreds of dollars on really top-end digital recorders, and it's been our experience that the traditional cassette tapes and lower-end digital recorders tend to work better, simply because they don't filter out as much white noise. So it allows us to kind of to differentiate a little bit easier. But again, that doesn't mean that the higher end stuff isn't going to pick things up. We use a very expensive condenser mic, and we get, lots of data from it. So, again, we can't really point to one thing that works better than another. They're just kind of different.
Do you guys process the EVPs at all, or is there any type of processing with the digital recorders as far as bringing the noise levels down or any compression or things like that might add artifacts?
No. The only thing we do, I mean, we process as far as taking out any white noise that might be there. The mixer didn't, take out.
But what about the recorder? Your recorder as you're recording them.
Yeah, like the recorder stuff, we had to process that, especially when it was analog. I mean, because you have the motor head, you have moving parts that are...
Yeah, I could actually hear the motor head in one of them.
Exactly, yeah.
You could tell that was the older one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yep.
And also to keep the credibility of the GIS, there's something that I feel I have to tell you, because this is my occupation, is, using, Pro Tools and Ableton and a lot of these different software programs, because that's my occupation, I don't actually do this. All of this stuff is actually done by Brendan. I don't touch it at all, because I don't want anybody to get the credit, to think that, I have in some way, because I'm a professional at it, I've in some way manipulated anything.
Or over-processing it.
Yeah, so I don't touch it. I don't touch it at all. It's all done by Brendan, who does not do that for a living.
Right.
Because it
the
sounds
voices are what they are. Caller, thank you. The voices are what they are. And as I said, if you're skeptical,
go try it. Yeah.
Absolutely. Go try it for yourself. Now, we've done that in times past, and inevitably I get all these people coming back to me in email, sending me EVPs, telling me, oh, yeah. People don't realize this goes back to the beginning of sound, to Alexander Graham Bell, and from there.
Kind of like what we said before, where, people say, well, you're skeptical, and hey, we tell them go try it, and then they say, well, you guys have some kind of companionship or partnership with Sony, and that's why you're telling us to go try it, because then we're going to go out and buy a Sony recorder, and we're going to, you can't win. And we don't want people
I know.
Do that.
You want to know something, too? I'm going to throw you kind of a curveball here, Art. This goes back to, back in the days of vaudeville, when they were trying to find ways to amplify voices in theaters, they would use copper wiring that would run down through the perimeter of a theater. And they would try to find, I don't know how much you know about this, but, actors would report hearing voices picking up EVP off of this copper wiring, out of this reaction in theaters.
Yeah,
and so, the reports of EVPs and this phenomena going on goes way back to before there was any sort of electrified sound. Gotcha. And it would, challenge yourself. Go read this stuff and grab a tape recorder and go out to a cemetery and just try it on your own. And when you do that, it's like somebody opening up the window shade to an entirely different world. When you know yourself that there was nobody there with you, and yet you have.
All right. Dark Matter, you're on the air with the GIS. Hi.
Yes, hello, Art. It's a great honor to speak with you and your guests. I want to reference a couple things from Whitley Strieber's book, The Key, in regards to the why the dead come through as children. The one reference is the acts of life affect the appearance of the dead in every tiny detail. Everything is imprinted upon the soul.
Okay, you don't have a very good connection. Say that again, please.
I'm sorry, I'll say it a lot clearer. The acts of life affect the appearance of the dead in every tiny detail. Everything is imprinted upon the soul, often in surprising ways. Most dead appear as innocent children, longing for sensual lives and hoping that the body will be sparked at this time.
Wow. Okay, yeah, that seems to be spot on. Were you gentlemen aware of that?
Well, yes and no. Because that's a very common belief. However, there are many common beliefs with regard to children and the dead. Some people believe that when you die, your soul, your persona, your visible appearance looks as though you're in the prime of your life. Some people.
Well, again, I'm no expert on any of this, but you have a disproportionate number of children recorded. There's
Very
no
true.
question about it.
Yeah.
Okay, Dark Matter, you're on the air with GIS. Hello. Hello.
Hello?
Yes.
Oh, hello. Yes, I'm Ernesto. Nice to meet you, Roswald, and everything. Thank you. What I wanted to say was I actually had an experience, one of those rare ones, with my sister. So it was verified, and it was you could say an EVP, except we did not record it, and instead we heard it live in the room. It was really odd. She had some loud music on, electronic music.
Wait a minute. You heard it live in the room.
Yes, a voice. And it
Which is very rare.
Yes, and what is really interesting is it sounded very much like your demonic samples. It was really interesting when you said that and you played some of those. And what happened was it sounded like a very large whisper.
And you have to excuse me, sir. I'm not an expert on cell phones, but you sound a little demonic yourself right now.
Oh,
Your connection.
I forgot to split. Hello?
Yes.
Hello, I'm so sorry about it's from Bluetooth. Okay. And sorry. And so what happened was I had said some remark, and that was very strange because it was in a way responding to my remark. It was something like we had just moved into that new house, and I had said, oh, maybe things will be okay now. And at that moment, I was looking out a window, and a voice, very large whisper that was demonic a bit, said, what makes you think you're okay? Like that. And at the beginning part of that sentence happened, I thought it was my sister, so I was turning back toward her, but I thought it was so odd. And as I looked at her, I noticed she was turning toward me in the same way, with the same look on her face. Like, what is that? Wow. And it was between us. So we even tested it after that, and she kept replaying the same song 5 seconds, 10 seconds before, but it never had a voice. It was really strange.
Boy, do I appreciate that story. That's pretty wild.
Well, and it kind of goes back to that private residence that we
have
did.
you two heard of out loud EVPs before?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of
Not that rare?
We've got, well, they're not common. I wouldn't call them extremely rare, but we've gotten a lot of activity where you can visibly, or I guess audibly, I should say, hear screams or yells or footsteps, or investigated an old hospital out in kind of in a small town called Tooele out here in Utah, and it had just shrieks. A woman just shrieking as though she was being attacked. And it was recorded on audio, but it was also audible to our ear as it was happening.
Okay, Dark Matter, you're on the air with GIS. Hi.
Hey, how you doing?
Okay.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I have a question from California. I have a question for the guys. Back in the 70s, I used to see ghosts as an older kid. I'd say I was about 10 years old. I don't see them anymore, and I don't know the reasoning for it because I used to see them a lot. They always be interested in my younger brother in his crib. I'd always wake up and see him. They knew I could see him. They were always interested in him as a baby, but I don't see him or hear anything anymore. And I'm just curious if it's something that you lose, or what was the reason of being able to see him at one time and then never having that thing again.
Okay, gentlemen.
Here's the thing. When you're younger, and I've talked about this, I don't know how many times, you are trained to, not trained, but you don't.
You're not trained is really the way to put it.
Yeah, that's kind of it. I mean, when you get older, you get trained not to see certain things. You get trained you're going to be crazy or judged as, when you're younger, you're innocent. You don't know that shouldn't exist. I mean,
that's right. The world trains you not to hear these things and not to believe these things, and so your mind does what it's been trained to do and rejects them. That's why, the wormhole, for example. I'm getting these messages as we go on. There are some people who just come on and say, it's baloney. I don't believe one word of it.
Well, of course. How could they?
Yeah,
that's how I started this.
You know, one thing that I've worked really hard on, Art, is teaching Brendan. You know, to answer this guy's question, yes, you can get it back. You can get it back very, very easily. And one of the things that I want to try and just kind of really, really impress upon people is that, you know, if you think that you don't have the ability to do this, first of all, everybody does. Some people have more ability, or they're more in tuned and can do it easier. But, you know, go back to Marlon Perkins' Wild Kingdom, or watching, you know, animals in the wild on National Geographic or something. Have you ever noticed how you'll have a pack of, you know, impala or antelope, and they'll all bolt and dart at the same time?
Sure.
And you know, as mammals, we're on this earth as mammals, as animals, just like, you know, everything else in the kingdom. And we're blessed, or we are genetically imbued, whatever you want to call it, with certain sensitivities and certain instincts that we arrogantly devolve as we age. And those sensitivities can very easily come back. And I have found that the more investigating you do, the more in tune you become with the spirit world, and the easier it becomes over time to feel this stuff. And even Brendan, you know, the guy who I've seen objects thrown at him. I've seen things hit him in the head, lights, and, you know, I've seen attacks on this man, and Brendan will dismiss it as though it's nothing. Even he, the eternal skeptic, is starting to come around and come to me and say, you know what, I'm really feeling uncomfortable. You know, what is this that I'm feeling?
We've got people to talk to. Dark Matter, you're on the air with the GIS. Hi.
Hello.
Hello. Yes,
can you hear me?
I hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, so here's my question. I'm curious to know if, as a child, I had an entity in my home. I wasn't the only one who saw it. My mom had seen it. My family had seen it. I'm curious, years later, having think that I have discovered who or what that might have been, is it possible to have something like that attached to someone that you will meet in the future?
Oh, yeah, that I have not heard of. I mean,
that's a first. Yeah. You know what? We don't know.
Right. Good answer. When you don't know, that's the best answer. It really is. In this field, you just can't know. Dark Matter, you're on the air.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
Say, thank you for such a great show. I don't know whether to turn it off or
I understand.
One interesting, freaky, and spooky show you guys have, and I thank the two guests for going out and gather this stuff. And I got two quick questions, and I'll hang up and listen. But have either one of you ever experienced, before you heard the audio on it, either a room temperature difference or some presence, in the room where you got the recording? And have you ever had anybody actually identify one of those voices, like the woman that got her neck broke?
Got it. All right. So I think number two is on the ID. Well, yes. Clearly, they identified some of the people who had specific injuries, or mortal injuries in this case, right, guys?
Well, yeah. And we've identified family members that know who. Again, I think it was voice number 3. No, actually, I think it was voice number 5 that we played, the answering machine recording.
Right.
And people identified that as their...
All right. And what about the temperature? What about temperature change?
Constantly. Yeah, this is one of those things that it goes back to that, the short answer is it goes back to what I was talking about before, where, I didn't even realize that I was somebody that was empathic and sensitive to this kind of thing until we'd been investigating for a while. And I was recognizing things before the gear was. I was recognizing temperature changes and things like that before the equipment.
How much of a temperature change have you seen?
20, 25 degrees.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. Hot and cold, both directions.
It's been up and down.
We found that usually the more dark and the more malevolent the entity is, the hotter it gets.
Really?
And and the other way around.
If it's a fairly benign entity and harmless and just kind of interested in you, it's cooler. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Dark Matter, you're on the air with GIS. Hi.
Hello?
Hello. Yes.
Yes, my question is, you guys are talking a lot about like the EVPs and stuff like that. My question is like the physical, like have you guys had anything physically happen to you and like,
yeah,
like that?
The answer is clearly yes. I mean, we just heard that Brendan had things thrown at him and hit him in the head and on and on and on, right?
I've
Brendan?
been scratched 3 times on my side, on my ribs.
Yeah. We have had things, and again, this is my my rationalization of all this, trying to figure out how things could have happened where I'm physically having things thrown at me. And, you know, Jimmy just said the exact same thing, that I had something hit me in the head, and I said it was a bat.
When I have it on camera, is a light bulb being thrown at him.
But, yeah, I rationalize it as it was a bat that hit me.
All right, next show, bring the video.
You got it. You got it.
All right. Dark Matter, you're on the air with GIS. Hello.
Hello, Mark.
Go ahead, sir.
My question was, me and my wife were wondering if we went to a cemetery where our friends have been buried, which they haven't passed away very long, if it would be a good idea to put a recorder out and try to get answers, or should we just let time pass and then go up and do it?
All right, I've got a question for you. If you got a response, would you want it?
Yes and no.
Figured that might be.
So I would say no. If your answer is yes and no, that pretty much means no.
Yeah, you really ought to think about what you want before you go get it.
Exactly.
You know, the great rule of thumb here is if there is any doubt, there is no doubt. Don't do it.
No, I would agree with that. Hello there. You're on the air with GIS.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi, Art. This is Glenn from San Francisco, 73 to you.
Hey, Glenn.
Hi. I was wondering if your guest had, well, I have a few ideas about eliminating any RF or radio interference getting picked up by their audio recorders by using a small copper Faraday shield and placing it over their tape recorder, and that would almost give them some confidence as far as not having any RF signals getting picked up and only the audio from the...
Excellent point. All right, guys, you know what a Faraday shield is?
Yes, of course.
I would certainly agree with him. If you had a Faraday shield around the recorder with pretty tight mesh, I would say you could be absolutely certain. But, you know, reflecting on what we heard tonight, I wasn't hearing radio. There's no way.
Well, yeah, and again, if there's anything that's even, if there's a shred of doubt, then we debunk it. It's gone.
Yeah.
You know, we're very, very critical of our own work. We're far more critical than you guys are of our work. Right. And if we felt it was necessary to use one of those shields, we definitely would, but we just don't find it necessary.
Well, I can see it could be done as sort of a safety factor, but again, having listened to what we heard tonight, there was no way that was radio. No way. You're on the air, Dark Matter with GIS. Hi.
Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
I hear you.
I had a question about one of your locations. And I don't know that this is something you can give out on the air, but by any chance, the stock exchange building that y'all visited, is that by any chance the Fort Worth Stock Exchange in Texas?
No, sir. No, it's not in Texas.
Okay. I can understand that you want to keep a lot of these places, particularly private residences, secret. And I suppose even this exchange, you really don't want to let people know where.
Well, and here's the thing. It's not even so much us. I mean, I wouldn't have a problem with people, you know, going to these places.
We'd actually encourage it.
Yeah, I mean, we got to a point where there was one location that we had done. Originally, the owner had said, okay, you know what, talk about it, go ahead, promote it, whatever it is.
Right.
And then they sold it, and the lawyer actually called for the new owner's saying remove every reference to that location possible, like everything. If we hear you
I
talk
do
about
understand.
this place. Yeah, so that's where we're very careful about saying anything.
Well, such things affect real estate markets, don't they?
Yeah, they do, and you also get break-ins. You know, not everybody has the best intent, and not everybody's very respectful when they come out to do this kind of thing. And one window and one rock, and you're in the building. So people get very nervous.
Dark Matter, you're on the air with GIS. Hi.
Hi, would that be me?
It would.
Oh, great. Yeah, I just wanted to ask the guys while they were doing recordings of EVPs, if they've ever felt a presence. The reason why I ask is because occasionally, sometimes I feel a presence around me, and it's kind of like a really eerie feeling. And I've been in places where I know people have passed away before, and one time it was like I was at work, and I'm outside. It was like in the middle of the night, and I had this very eerie feeling, and felt like I had a finger run down my back. But it was a presence.
Well, and here's the thing. Like, that's the difference, I think, between Chunga and I, is I am the last person that will feel something. I have felt something twice, and that's pretty much it. I have had something pretty much scratch/slap me, and then the boy episode that we played tonight. Other than that, I don't feel anything. Something could beat me on the head, and I would not feel a thing. Whereas
I can pick up. We had a bit of a problem with me about a year ago, where I'm at the point now where I can pick up entities that are trying to pose as something else when they're lying or being deceptive, and that doesn't necessarily mean they're demonic. But we ran across a male older entity that was trying to pretend like it was a little girl on EVP, and I called it out, and all hell broke loose. It got really, really bad. And, so it really varies upon the person and their own individual willingness to accept what they're feeling and sensing.
Dark Matter, your turn with GIS. Hi.
Hello?
Hello? Yes, hi.
Art. Roswell.
Yes.
Okay, I have a nice story for you, and it was a good one. My husband passed away, and he and I made a vow that if we could, we would try to contact each other. And so when he passed away, a few months went by. I never felt sad. I always just waited to see if he would come to me or somehow get in touch. And one day, my daughter and I, who I was not really tight with, we were sitting in the kitchen in a very quiet house, and she got up and left the room, walked into the next room, and we heard this, and I sat and looked around because it sounded like it went through the whole house, and yet it was still right next to me. And I turned around and looked in her direction in the next room, and I said, "Was that you?" And she said, "I was hoping it was you." And then we hardly talked about it. She still doesn't like to talk about it. But I felt that it was my husband because he knew that I always wanted to be closer to my daughter. And maybe that time he took advantage of that moment, I don't know. But then my father passed away the same year, and they sent my mother to live with me. And she was in her 90s. And she and I are sitting at the kitchen table, who I was never close with. I was close with her, but she was on the West Coast and I was on the East Coast. And we were talking, and we heard the same, and we looked at each other. She had this deer in the headlights look in her face. And I said, "Mom, relax, that's Bob." Because he used to call her the Wicked Witch of the West. And as a joke, I mean, he really cared about her. But I said, "Mom, that was Bonnie. And he's letting us know that he's happy that you're here with me, and everything's fine." But I will tell you that sound went through the whole house again. And it was like he was right on my ear.
And it's very interesting that a lot of those audible EVPs that you can hear with your own ear, they're almost directionless. They're everywhere and they're nowhere all at the same time. They're very difficult to pinpoint.
Okay, gotcha. Hold it right there. We've got a final break and then more questions. And what a show. GIS on Dark Matter. Sirius XM in action. It is our pleasure to be here with you this evening. GIS, the Ghost Investigators Society. And it's been quite a night. Gentlemen, welcome back. We've got a very short amount of time, so I want to squeeze in people who've been waiting, if that's all right. Here they come.
Sure.
Dark Matter, you're on the air.
Hi, this is Mark from Parma, Ohio. How you doing, Art?
I'm just fine, Mark. How are you?
I'm enjoying the show immensely, and currently I'm in Gary, Indiana, because I do drive a truck, and thanks for the shout out there for driving an 18-wheeler. My comment was, I was out in a log cabin with my wife, and we had built a fire out in the back, and I started taking pictures of the fire. And I had seen the movie White Noise, and I thought, wouldn't it be interesting if old Indian spirits would come through the fire and show their faces or something like that? So since then, I've been taking lots of pictures of fire. Now, I can't say that I've ever seen any clear faces or anything like that, but I was just wondering if the guys had ever thought about trying something like that, like setting up a flame and using a camera with a high shutter speed to see if they can catch any still images.
Yeah, actually, it's a really cool question. In other words, that's a visual version of EVP.
No, it is, but here's the problem, and we've talked about this before, the subjective nature of EVP. When you do something like that, you're getting into what's called pareidolia. It's when you look at clouds and you make faces that, you see a bunny in a cloud. It's the same kind of thing. So, yes, there could definitely be something there. I'm not going to discount it and say there isn't. But at the same time, from our perspective, what makes our EVP work is when it's contextual. I mean, it responds to us, or it's contemporary, or it means something.
I'm with you all the way. To me, even though the content of the EVPs is subjective, there's nothing subjective from my point of view about what we're hearing. I know what it is. Truck 2086 says people are so desperate to believe in something, we'll just grasp onto anything and hold on to it as the absolute truth. In other words, you've got a real skeptic there.
Mm-hmm.
But I'd say after listening to all this, if you're still skeptical, then you weren't listening. Hello there. You're on the air. Dark Matter with GIS.
Hello, Art.
Yes.
I got to start by saying I'm highly skeptical of ghosts and everything. But with that said, my fiance moved into my house here 4 months ago. My mother died last year. Now, she says that, she was sitting at the computer one day and something flew in her face. And that's happened on 2 occasions. But she come home from work one day and heard yelling inside the house. And as soon as she walked in, it stopped. But other times she says she's actually talked to ghosts.
I love it when somebody calls up and says, I'm highly skeptical of anything, any kind of ghost stuff, and then tells us a ghost story.
Exactly. I mean, that's how I was going to answer it. I'm highly skeptical, but there is always a but. It's like,
I think it's good too. I think it's good to kind of walk that line. In order to be willing to believe, you've also got to be willing to not believe. You've got to get that kind of that barometer, like right there in the middle.
Exactly. And I mean, I know that better than anybody because I've been doing this for how long, and I still not sure I believe how.
Well, your barometer's more towards I don't believe, but yeah.
Yeah.
I really think what we've heard tonight is really good evidence of something that just is very disturbing. And I don't know what it is, but it's certainly disturbing. Listen, guys, do you have the website? Do you have a website up? You do, right?
Yes. Yeah. What is it? Well, we've got each one. We've got ghostpix.com, GHOSTPIX.com.
Lots of EVPs there. That you can also go to jimmychunga.com. You can follow us on Twitter, DJ Jimmy Chunga, the Deviant Cook on Twitter, and we're constantly talking about things going on with regard to investigating and the paranormal.
All right. Well, I want to thank both of you for being here tonight. You're leaving the lines completely full. I'm sorry we're doing that for those of you on hold. I'm sorry. So, gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you. Have us back.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, we definitely
We'll take more calls.
All right, later. Yeah, we've got calls and calls and calls and calls. All right, everybody, take care. It has been kind of spooky, frankly. Really spooky. And I was glad to be able to present it to you with the clarity of satellite radio. Now, I don't know if that served you to be more informed, or perhaps a little more scared than you were previously, but it is clear. Don't forget, we've got the Arts Parts. That's coffee mugs, T-shirts, that kind of thing. Just got its start the other day, but it's at artbell.com. Once again, it's called Arts Parts, and it's at artbell.com. Between now and tomorrow, I hope you all recover, and have a great night. It's been my pleasure. Ciao. From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be in God's universe and all his time zones. And that would be all of the world. We cover every single bit of it. This is Midnight in the Desert. Good evening, everybody. The rules for our program are ever so easy and short. No bad language. And only one call per show. The usual thank you list includes Telos, Joe Talbot, Keith Rowland, my webmaster, Heather Wade, my producer, Stream Guys, LB.net, Sales, of course, Pete Eberhard, I should say, and TuneIn Radio, which carries us to the masses. All right, a couple of items right off the bat. Hundreds of government employees. I guess you heard about this whole thing with Ashley Madison, right? These are people, life is short, have an affair, that kind of business. Well, apparently they got hacked. And apparently they got threatened, take your site down, we don't like it, or we'll release the hack. They didn't take down the site. The hack got released, and now we find that a lot of the names on it, according to the AP, are assistant district U.S. attorneys, an information technology administrator in the executive office of the president, a division chief, an investigator, and a trial attorney in the Justice Department, as well as a government hacker at the Homeland Security Department. Good heavens to Betsy. A lot of scrambling going on out there. President Jimmy Carter has cancer, and now he's got brain cancer. He will be treated, but, that's getting pretty serious. The Dow fell about 358 points. This is all over China fears. A global sell-off, as it were. The U.S. stock market endured the worst, performance in 18 months on Thursday, driven lower by another slump in Chinese shares, so we'll have to see what happens there. Coming up in a moment, I know a lot of you have been awaiting this. Brendan Cook is one of the founding members and key spokespeople of the GIS. He's been on the forefront of EVP research, ghost photography, and the use of modern technological devices to capture what goes on in the spirit world for nearly 20 years. He's done all this by being on a number of TV shows, documentaries, and lectures. His knowledge, and at times skepticism, and that's a good thing to have, has been important by giving real people comfort or the advice they need to delve deeper into what's going on at their homes or businesses. Most of all, he's done this by being sought after as a guest with his radio partner, Barbara Macbeth, for over 14 years. His perseverance to challenge what we know about the spirit world and people's mindset has him a pioneer in ghost investigating. People have changed their perception of what is real of ghosts in the GIS core beliefs. They are just people. His research with Barbara and the GIS has brought forth new concepts and ideas of what is possible, could be possible. Barbara and Brendan have been working together to bring this research to the public for 17 years. Now, Barbara Macbeth says her roots are in Louisiana. Louisiana, isn't that how they say it? And her grandparents practiced spiritualism there before relocating to Utah with other members of her family back in the 1940s. Barbara and her grandma were very close, and her grandma shared many of her theories, beliefs, and experiences with Barbara when Barbara was growing up. Her grandma had a great influence on Barbara's outlook of life, death, and the hereafter. She taught Barbara never to fear what you don't understand, but to try and find answers. And Barbara lives that, I might add. And that all of us are stronger than anything we face when dealing with the unknown. Having ghostly activity in the house was a natural occurrence while growing up, and Barbara believed that everybody's house had activity just like hers. Barbara has independently researched and studied the spirit and ghost phenomena for over 50 years now. She has conducted lectures and presentations, conducted ghost tours at locations where the ghost phenomena has been experienced by many different people over many, many years. She has also been co-spokesperson on behalf of the Ghost Investigators Society, a USU documentary on television and radio. She is leery of anybody who claims to be a so-called expert in any aspect of the subject of ghosts and haunting. She believes that there are simply too many unknowns about it for anyone to claim such a title. She believes that a ghost is the essence of a conscious soul of a person who has lived on Earth. That's a good definition. A ghost had a physical body, but the consciousness continues after death. She believes that whatever kind of personality we have while we're physically alive continues and is retained after physical death. Good to hear. Or at least fragments of it. The EVPs that have been recorded have every range of emotion and personality which clearly come through those recorded strange-sounding voices. So, coming up in a moment, the GIS. And this is one you're going to want to be warned about. This will be a little bit scary. So, be warned. From the high desert, this is Midnight in the Desert. Art Bell at your ghostly service this night.
Strikes 12, and Midnight in the Desert is pounding package your way on the Dark Matter Digital Network. To call the show, please direct your finger digits to dial 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL-ART.
Hold your calls for a bit, everybody, of course. There is one other thing I wanted to mention. The Time Traveler opportunity to subscribe at the $5 price expires at 11:59 Pacific Time tonight. So in other words, you get about a little less than 3 hours to join. Now, when you join at $5, you get frozen there, grandfathered in at $5, because it's going to go to $7.99 after 11:59 Pacific Time tonight. So again, a little less than 3 hours to join, and that gets you a lot of things. You know, you can download all our old shows. You can download last night's show, this show, tomorrow morning, and or any old shows. And it also allows you to use the wormhole. Speaking of which, let me take a quick look at it. So, I'm talking about Ashley Madison. So anyway, that's the deal. Keith reminds me to remind you to use your correct email. Be sure that you're using the email that is your email. People tend to use their wives' or husbands' emails or something like that, and it gets all messed up. Keith has headaches. All right. Here we go. I would like to welcome two voices that we have not heard in a very, very long time. It really has been a long time. Brendan and Barbara, welcome to the program.
Thank you very much. It's good being with you again.
Good to hear your voice, Barbara. It's been, a long time.
Very long. And I'm a lot older than what I was.
Yeah, me too. How about you, Brendan?
It's so strange not saying good morning.
Yes. I mean, the old show began, at 10, so it was evening, too. I try and say good morning, afternoon, evening to everybody, because we actually covered the entire world now.
Right.
Pretty awesome. So what you two do is to various locations, all kinds of locations, when you have time, and you record. Let's see if I can remember this correctly. Originally, you used to record the two of you with tape decks and microphones and all that, and then if I recall correctly, you switched at some point to digital. Is that right, Brendan?
That is correct.
Nothing special is done. We should tell you the GIS. There's a lot of new listeners. I mean, it's been years. So the GIS is an organization of how many now?
It's still the same 5.
5.
So the original 5 that in 1998 when we started.
All right.
There's
people.
Barry, Jenny, Roger, Brendan, and myself.
Okay. Brendan, stay good and close to the phone for me, because you guys are on extensions. That changes things a little bit. It always did when I talk to you. It's always been the same. All these years,
but
not one thing has changed.
Before.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I still don't have a cell phone.
Really?
Really.
You may be the only person I know without one. Are you like...
I don't want one.
You're holding out?
No, I don't want one.
You don't want one?
Barbara will just use smoke signals at some point.
Uh-huh.
I just won't use them.
All right. So anyway, the point is that GIS is a non-profit. That's a very important point for people to know. It's non-profit. You're not trying to make money from this. You're not writing books. You record the voices of those who have, is it fair to say, passed away, right?
Yes.
Okay. And Barb, you really do feel these are people who were once in physical bodies. These are not demons or anything like that.
No. Demons are a whole different ball game.
Mm-hmm. And one, I take it, you care not to play.
No, why invite that kind of thing into your life?
Mm-hmm.
But ghosts are experienced by many people, sometimes over hundreds of years, and so, and they're very subtle. In fact, a lot of their activity, you've got to watch for it. It can be missed.
What, in your view, or would you even like to take a guess, either one of you, causes what was a human being, instead of going on to wherever it is we're supposed to go, to become a ghost?
I think there's several different aspects. I think regret and remorse and guilt can cause somebody to stay.
Boy, that includes a lot of people, if not most.
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
And it's surprising how many places have haunting activity.
You know, when I read your bio, it said that you grew up in a house with ghosts, and so you kind of assumed that everybody did.
Yes.
Still true?
But I think a lot of the activity in my house was caused by my grandma doing seances. she invited things in.
Oh, see, I never heard that. I never heard about seances. This is a first tonight.
She practiced spiritualism.
Well, I did read that, but I don't think I said seances. That's something else altogether. My goodness. So virtually anything could have walked through that door.
Oh yes, if you invite it in and you're done with your playing around, it doesn't necessarily leave, and it's a different type of entity.
Great, perfect. All right. The group is sort of somewhat disassembled. Brendan, if you don't mind, the website, I guess, went down. It's going to go back up if you can scrape together the time to do it, right?
Yeah, pretty much. So here's the deal. We will have all the EVP back up. Originally, we planned on, I guess, last month, actually about a year ago. What we're doing is we're just trying to modernize it, put everything into a database, make it easier, because if you remember, we had, thousands of audio clips.
Oh, yes.
The biggest complaint was there was no way to search it. So trying to put all that into a database form where people can just easily find the EVP they were looking for, it takes time when I'm the only one doing it. So,
yes, I understand. And you have a regular life, children and work and such, right?
Correct.
Okay. How are decisions made about where to go to investigate, to even try to get these recordings?
Well, a lot of times people will approach me and tell me I should check out a specific location. And I always get permission to access these places, get permission by the property owner or the manager. Or
that can't be so easy, Barbara. I mean, a lot of people, a lot of people are afraid of ghosts, not only because they're ghosts, but because of property values. So, if you say, well, we found a ghost at such and such a place, or somebody's house, wouldn't that potentially affect their property values or something?
Strangely, it used to be that way. Now,
not so much anymore.
Yeah, now it is kind of a tourist I can't count the number of locations who want to charge. They will literally contact us. And, hey, can you come out? Can you check the story here? Oh, by the way, we're also going to charge you $1,500 to do it.
Oh.
So there's places that we used to be able to access anytime we wanted, but there's been ownership changes, and they don't want nothing to do with it. So we don't have access to that anymore.
I believe we are still being threatened to be sued. So.
Really?
Yes.
For entering someplace, you mean, or what?
Barbara, you can't say that.
Sued over what kind of issue? Let me put it that way.
Well, here's the thing. It is a location we had investigated, and this is the ownership change Barbara mentioned.
Right.
Easily a decade ago. We had investigated this place. We had mentioned it on the air, I believe, with you.
Hundreds of times we've investigated this place.
And we've mentioned it publicly quite a bit. It was all over our website at one point. And ownership change, and next thing we know, we're getting a cease and desist letter from a lawyer going, yes, any reference to this is now gone.
Really?
Yes.
So, well, they're afraid of something. I mean, they're afraid, obviously, of being identified with ghosts, right? I would take it, yeah.
Well, I kind of thought that, and now I'm hearing they're charging for a haunted room tour during October. So,
well, no, wait a minute. Wouldn't that be enhanced by your work? You would think.
You would think, yes.
So, what's the? Well, okay. I mean, I wanted to say, what's their problem, you know?
Think about it.
Yeah. All right. So anyway, you decide based on what people tell you that there's something going on where they are or whatever. And next question is, because a lot of people, after we do this program, as they did in years past, will go out and attempt this themselves. So what's a good time of day, if there is a better time of day, to get these voices that we're going to hear tonight?
You can record any time of day. Some of the best voices that we've ever recorded was in the day.
Uh-huh.
The only reason we would go out at nighttime was for the infrared camera.
Okay.
Well, that was quiet.
And it was more quiet. It wasn't as noisy.
Mm-hmm.
You know, traffic noise and, you know, like if you're out in the cemetery and, you know, there's not so much activity going on at 1 o'clock in the morning compared to 12 noon.
Now, the average person would say that there's probably a better chance of getting a ghost in a cemetery for whatever reason. Would they be right?
There was one particular cemetery that we never failed to get great EVP out of it. But you know, you don't always get EVP in every cemetery.
And really, I mean, to go to your question there, you know, why would you get anything in a cemetery? And as Barbara mentioned before, why do ghosts stay? Why do people stay? Well, a lot of it's emotion. And what place has more emotion than a cemetery?
That's right. Brendan, stay good and close to the phone for me. Barbara's actually louder than you are. That's backwards.
Wow. All right.
That's really weird.
It is. All right, that's better, whatever you're doing now. So one cemetery has a lot, but other cemeteries not so much so, huh?
Right. And I don't know what the reason is. I can speculate, but I don't know why.
Okay. All right, this is a big one. Are there evil ghosts? And I bet I'm going to get two different answers.
More than likely, knowing Brendan.
What? No. Come on.
So, okay, Barbara, are there evil ghosts?
I would say if there's an evil ghost, it was an evil person when it was alive. Most ghosts and ghost activity, it's very rare for you to come upon a evil ghost. I have never.
Well, I'm going to say that I bet it's getting less and less rare because there's plenty of evil people around.
There's an awful lot of wicked people around.
Wow. Point, exactly. So I didn't mean to push you into a point of view, but Brendan, I think you think there are evil ones, right?
Well, I do. You know, I mean, last time I checked, Jeffrey Dahmer existed, and he was pretty wicked. I'm not saying he's a ghost, but how many other Jeffrey Dahmers are there? So,
hopefully none.
Well, no, there. Yeah, you're right about that. But there's plenty of not so nice people. This is not to say they're demonic or, you know, I guess otherworldly is correct, but you know, they're not this fallen angel kind of thing. They're just plenty of wicked people.
All right. If somebody at home,
it's all in your perception, though.
Well, I guess. But when they say things like "drag me to hell," you know, I mean,
wait, did we ever get
hard
that
to take that? No, that was a name of some stupid movie. But
right.
but the point is, when they say something that really sounds evil, and you got to admit you've had a few of those, right?
Yeah.
Or scary?
More than I'd like to remember.
Right. So, when you hear that, you got to wonder. Anyway, give advice to those who will listen tonight and then want to do this themselves, because people can do it themselves, prove it to themselves, and they will get EVPs. If they persist, they will get them, right?
That's correct.
What do you recommend they
and
do?
Ultimately, I think, Art, you covered one of the main things here, proving. And, you know, there's nothing we're going to do. We're going to play tonight. We're going to talk about where
we're going to prove it to you. I mean, it's not going to happen.
Well, yeah, but Brendan, this will set them up. To prove it to them, they're going to have to go out and do it themselves.
Essentially, yeah, we're whetting their appetite. If this is something that interests them, or it is a question that they've had during their life, yeah, we're going to show them how to do it. We're not going to charge them to do it. We're going to show them free of charge. Here's how easy it is.
Well, we're all getting older. You might as well promulgate new ghost EVP hunters. Now, what kind of...
there's plenty of those around.
There you go. What would you recommend they use for equipment?
As of now, here's the thing, and this is, Barbara, you're going to hate me.
Cell phones.
Well, kind of. Yeah, so essentially a cell phone, make sure you have the antenna shut off. I mean, because this is kind of the equivalent of the analog tapes always using a fresh tape. You turn it on airplane mode.
Oh, my God. Okay, cell phones. I just, put me in a trance for a second. I hate cell phones.
No, I get it, and the reason I say this is because...
No, it makes sense, Brendan.
Barbara has one.
It makes... What? Did you say Barbara has a cell phone?
No, except Barbara.
Except Barbara.
Except Barbara has a cell phone.
All right, this is all... I'm hearing this for the first time tonight, and it should have occurred to me long ago because cell phones are beautiful digital recorders. Right, Brendan?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean...
It just hit me when you said it. So, that's... We never brought this up before. This is brand new, everybody, so you can use your cell phone for EVPs. Oh, wow. This is cool. This is Midnight in the Desert. The GIS is ahead. Never occurred to me, but they make the perfect recording device. So you say, turn on the airplane mode, which, of course, disables the internet portion of it and other aspects. So you've now got a recorder with nothing else into it, right?
That is correct. And, I mean, once you disable that antenna, you should have no contamination.
Get close to that phone now, Brendan.
Wi-Fi, all that.
Thank you. So, no contamination. Well, if you start a brand new file, if you start a brand new recording, you're not going to have contamination, right?
Yeah, but you could still make the argument about the antenna being turned on, so cell bleed through, which I have yet to hear, but it's theoretically possible. So it's essentially when we used to use the analog tapes, always using a brand new tape.
Got it. So, have you had people working with cell phones on this?
Yes, including me.
Including you?
Yeah, which we've got some audio tracks that we didn't include tonight. Maybe on the next one we will include. But quality-wise, obviously they are great, and they are different.
They're different. In what way?
Well, I used it in conjunction with somebody had wanted me to test out all these different ghost apps that you see for Android, iOS, things like that. And, you know, for the most part, those are all gimmicks. They're all junk. But there are a few that make sense. I mean, scientifically, if you look at them, break them down, they actually make a little bit of sense. And I hate to say worked.
All right, so this gives people a new tool, and just about everybody carries around a cell phone. But again, turn it onto airplane mode, so you're not getting contamination, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
And basically, anything that records, you can use.
Can I get you two to switch phones? Barbara, you're doing so well. You're loud, whereas Brendan is not, and that's so. not normal. It's not normal.
All right.
Hearing little strange noises.
I have no idea what that
could
is.
be an EVP in that.
I think that was a fly. I don't know.
Seriously? That was a fly?
I would be shocked. I didn't.
All right. Let's get down to it. And if we can, I would like to do the ones that you send by email first. Would that be all right?
Sure. Absolutely.
That way I can get them out. I'll give you the name of them, okay?
Okay.
This is Talk to the Dead, I think. Is that right?
Yes.
Can you tell us where this was done?
This was done in a private residence.
All right. Well, don't name it. Don't name it. Again, folks, this is not a profit-making organization. These people do it as a hobby. A hobby, if you will. Think of that. A hobby. Let me see if I can play this.
There's no body down there.
Okay. Did I get that? Did I really get that? Did I hear that?
You did. So here, if we set up context
yes.
For that, and you get a lot of these that we're going to play tonight, I think we're calling this From the Vault because it's stuff that has been recorded over nearly 20 years. A lot of it we've never played or maybe played once. We may have never even put it on the website.
Okay. All right. I'm going to play this one again. Set it up for me first.
Okay, so basically on this one, you're going to hear Barry, which is one of the GIS members, say, "I hope there's no bodies down there," which Barbara tried to get away from it, saying it was a private residence. It was actually a funeral home, which is about as close as we can get to saying the name.
Okay, that's fine. Don't say the name, yeah.
Yeah, so it was a funeral home. We were about ready to walk in. Barry says, "I hope there's no bodies down there." And this EVP right after him says, "Talk to the dead."
All right, everybody listen very closely for this and what he just said. Here we go.
Hope there's no body down there.
Oh, man, I heard it that time. All right, I'm going to attempt to give it to you one more time here. Here we go. Listen very carefully.
Hope there's no body down there.
Oh, I don't like that one already.
And this is, here's the thing. This is so old. If you remember, when we do these tracks now and for at least 10 years, we loop these. So we will play them in context with, the investigator speaking, the EVP, and then we'll cut the EVP out and play that twice by itself just for clarity.
Yeah, and I'm going to do it one more time, too. And again, the ghost voice says,
"Talk to the dead."
Listen very carefully, folks.
Hope there's no body down there.
Oh, my God. That's awful. I mean, it's great. Don't get me wrong. It's great. It's a great EVP, but it's an awful EVP at the same time. It's kind of like, okay, talk to the dead.
And the tone behind it is just, short of what it says, which is creepy enough, the tone is not okay.
No, I have had ghost people on tell me that what you are in life is what you're going to be in death or in Ghostville or whatever it is when you're trapped. And do both of you think that's true? Or do you think you become younger, prettier, or more handsome and suddenly soft-spoken, whereas before you were a lousy, foul-tempered, cussing son of a gun? What do you think?
I think your personality carries on with you, however you were in life.
Whatever you were is what you are, huh?
Yes.
So the grace of God doesn't do much for your personality.
Not much, no. How you are is how you are.
Okay, I'm going to have to really straighten out. All right, we've got another one here, which is called something about Deathgate.
This was in a mausoleum.
A mausoleum?
Yes, and Roger recorded this, and you can hear, the mausoleums, they're marble walls, floors, and you can actually hear an echo with this voice.
Okay. Well, you would in a mausoleum, right? And what does what does he say, and then what does the ghost say?
Roger, I don't know if it's
there is no. Yeah, I don't think Roger says anything in this.
Oh. Roger, what had happened was Roger had his flashlight, and he says, and was taking pictures with a flash, and he says, "I hope our lights don't bother you." And this voice responded.
And what we're going to hear is the response, right?
Yes.
Okay, here it comes. I can't make that out. Tell me what it says, and then let me listen again.
It says,
it's a whisper.
Our death gate.
Our death gate. All right, here we go. Oh, man. Why do they have to talk like that? I'm going to do it one more time. Our death gate. Now, again, folks, these are not made up. These are not jimmied. These aren't anything. These folks are amateurs. Sort of professional in a way. But they don't make money. They don't sell books. They just record these because it's important. Now, listen carefully. There are going to be some of you out there who probably should be tuning this out. This scares the hell out of people. Honestly, it does. It even scares me. It always has. There's something about doing this program that just really creeps me out. There's no question about it. Our death gate, great. Barbara, again, I don't mean to come down on your case because you're such a sweetheart, and I know you think that they're mostly okay, but these things sound terrible.
They're scary to you?
Yes, they are. I've got to be honest, Barbara. What I've heard so far, death gate. Yeah, that does it for me. You bet.
He even had kind of a... When you listen to that with headphones on, you could tell kind of a... almost like a British accent. I mean,
All right, I'm going to listen again. Here we go. I don't know. I can almost hear chains rattling.
Yeah, but you kind of can, which is, and here's the thing, that I think we recorded in 97, somewhere around there.
It was one of our first
Boy, that's old. Yeah. So that was recorded probably with some sort of analog device, right?
Exactly.
Oh, yeah, no, without a doubt, it was analog.
It was on tape.
Okay, what people need to understand is, really, folks, you can take your cell phone, oh, God, forgive me for saying that, but you can take your cell phone, you can take it out, disable put it on airplane mode so there's nothing to leak through, and you can attempt to get these yourself. You can go to a place where ghosts have been reported. You probably got a better shot if you do that, right, folks?
Yes, walk through a cemetery. Cemeteries are beautiful and peaceful, and just take a walk.
Oh, I know. A lot of times I'm kicking around during the afternoon. I say, hey, hon, let's go to a cemetery.
Well, I was going to say, if you don't see a ghost, at least you get a great story, right?
No, I never do that.
Very entertaining.
Uh-huh. So let's try this. Have you ever experienced, or do you know of any actually humorous EVPs or ghost events? Because these just scare the hell out of me.
Off the top of my head, yes, there are definitely humorous EVPs,
really?
And I as many as we've recorded in 20 years, it's hard to pinpoint one. I know we've all sat around a table, listened to it, and just laughed. The one that just immediately comes to my mind, I can't say because it wasn't very nice.
Okay. Well, okay. I have a very perverted sense of humor. For example, when I have a friend who goes on vacation, I wait until they're gone for 4 or 5 days, and I write to them, and I say, listen, not to worry, it wasn't a big fire, and I think it might be out now. My other neighbor just went on vacation. While he was out in park somewhere, I said, "Don't worry, the police will fill you in when you get home." So that's my kind of sense of humor, you know. Pretty bad, huh?
I know there was one night we were out in a cemetery, and Brendan fell in an open grave that had been dug for a burial the next day.
Lovely. An open grave. Just great.
I said, you know, the stories that you have, even if you don't see a ghost.
You really fell in an open grave?
Yeah, and I believe, wasn't it you that took the picture, Barb?
I think Barry took your picture.
Just to rub salt in the wound.
If I fell in an open grave, they'd have to wait until I woke up to get me out.
No, it was a view I never want to see again. So,
well, it's a view you will not see again, but you know you'll.
Well played.
Certainly, all of us are going to, I suppose, get there. All right, now I'm going to move on to the other ones you sent me on email, so I can get this out of the way. All right, and this is something about why can't they shut up? Fill me in.
So this one, and I'm not sure if we included context with this or not, because again, this, excuse me, this is one of the older ones from nearly 15 years ago. But you're going to hear, I believe it's a woman, and this was in a private residence. And we were all talking, it really had nothing to do with ghosts. And you just hear this woman just annoyed sounding, saying, "Why can't they shut up?"
Okay. I haven't previewed any of these folks, so we get what we get.
But he was by himself when he got that voice. He wasn't in that room.
Oh, man. Okay, so that one, on all kinds of levels.
Yeah, but so here's a spin on that voice. You hear Barbara talking about one of the investigators who was alone when he got that voice.
Yes.
It had nothing to do with the voice we just recorded. It was a previous voice. And it almost makes you wonder if this spirit is speaking back to Barbara, saying, "Well, why do they keep talking?" And not us, but the spirits that we're recording.
Really? I didn't like it one bit. It sounded like a young person to me. Yes?
A little bit.
A little bit? Let's listen.
But he was by himself when he got
Barbara.
that voice. He wasn't in that room.
Yeah, I think that's a young person.
It could be. So, it's hard to tell.
Been a lot of children EVPs, which are like the most disturbing of them all, I would say, right?
Yes, they are, and I still don't understand. I mean, at least half of the voices we've recorded they sound like children.
Really, half?
Yeah.
I would say it's over.
Yeah.
Over half.
My goodness.
But at least half of them.
Oh, my. Aren't there times when I know that you two are hardened to this because you've been doing it for years, and people need to understand that you come home, you do a recording session for hours and hours and hours, then you come home and you review hours and hours and hours of tape, and maybe if you're lucky, you get one EVP. So the people in the audience need to understand what they're hearing is the culmination of a very, very great deal of work. Is that fair?
That's very fair.
Easy, yes.
If you're out for 4 hours, you have 4 hours to review.
And to be able to hear something that even sounds like a whisper in that 4 hours is lucky.
All right. We're going to take a brief break, so you two hold it right where you are. Well, no, we've got time to just do this one more time.
But he was by himself when he got that voice. He wasn't in that room.
They were talking about you. Right, that's what I think. I know you don't want to think that, right?
It doesn't bother me if
Barbara wouldn't care either way. So.
Really?
Yeah, we've been told to get out, and I want to go right back.
You see, if a ghost told me to get out, even if I found this when I got home, I wouldn't go back. There's no chance that I would go back. I remember one year I was urging you all to get an instant replay deal, and I think you sort of briefly worked on that so you could hear whether you got one at the time.
Yeah, it was actually a scientist that listened to your show created one, I think, right after that show for us.
That's right. Did it work?
I think because we used it for about 2 years, and we may have got one voice.
One voice.
I think that was it.
That was it. All right. Hold tight, you guys. The EVP people, Brendan Cook, Barbara Macbeth, are here. And
want to take a ride? Your conductor, Art Bell, will punch your ticket when you call 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
you are in the company of the GIS, which officially stands for, Brendan?
Ghost Investigator Society.
All right. Brendan Cook, Barbara Macbeth, I'm Art Bell. This is Scary Stuff. So you take your chances when you tune in. All right, so what I've got left on my left computer, I've got things all over the place, would be something about drowning. Who wants to set that up?
Yeah, so this one, we played this before.
Right.
Here's the thing. Since the site is down, this was easily the most listened to EVP we have ever recorded.
Ever recorded.
Yeah, and simply because, it's so long, and, it's called Drowning just because, there's no other way to say it. It sounds like a child being drowned.
God. All right. It sounds like a child being drowned.
So,
any other providence you can give us on it?
So the context of this was in a old mental asylum in Ogden, Utah, and the building was abandoned, had been abandoned for years. Mm-hmm. The owner of the building was renovating it. She had called us in to, investigate these things that were happening while they were doing the renovations. Something apparently was upset. We had set up our equipment. We had gone through, done a regular investigation, and I decided I was going to leave my mic, and because I had this big condenser mic in this room, kind of in the back of the building, and I was just going to leave it there, and then we were all going to go. I don't even know where we went. We went outside, and so we were out for a while. There was nobody in this building. There should have been really no sound other than maybe cars driving by. And about 10 minutes in, this picked up. And, I remember hearing this and just, I didn't even want to show you, Barb.
Yeah. He didn't tell us about it for a day or two after he heard it, because it was recording into his computer from the condensed mic.
All right, so I'm not going to hear any of your voices at all. Everything I hear
should not be there.
Should not be there.
The water sound. This building had no running water.
No plumbing.
Had no plumbing on, no water on for years.
All right. With that as a setup, Here it comes. Listen closely at your own peril. You know what? I'm going to stop it.
Yeah, and that's basically just the voices.
Yeah, am I hearing correctly when the voice comes in? Is the voice saying "help me"?
The child, the voice that sounds like a child.
Yes.
Yeah. It sounds like he's saying, "Help me, can't breathe, couldn't breathe."
All right. See, that I want to hear again. So I don't know. I hate to play the whole thing again. But I guess I'm going to. And then another voice. Am I right? I need to hear that again. I'm sorry. This is so freaky. Listen it here. That was another voice. Please, I heard that. That's just horrible. It's horrible.
It is. If you listen really close at the very end of that, it sounds almost like a thud.
Oh, I hear it. Trust me, I hear the thud. God, that's awful.
It's awful.
Even you say so, Barbara.
Yeah, that's horrible. And when Brendan came across it, he was just expecting to see a straight line on the cool edit,
on the waveform.
Yes.
On the wave.
Right.
And then when he saw this stuff start, the noise graph start.
Well, originally, like I said, I thought it was a car driving by, maybe a diesel.
Yeah, and again, there's no water in this building at all, right?
And hadn't been for...
There wasn't a tub.
Yeah. I don't get it. I almost don't want to get it.
Boy, I hear you. That's horrible. I don't know what else to say. It sounds exactly like what you said. And what do you feel like when you go to your computer and you're just sort of monitoring because hours are going by that you don't get anything, and then you get something like this? How do you handle it, Brendan? Barbara said you waited a couple days to even talk about it.
I did. I mean, we recorded that in 2005, and I mean, at that point, I had been doing this for over 10 years, and I mean, I didn't know how to take it. at all. Like I said, yeah, I mean, like you just mentioned, I didn't tell anybody about it because I'm like, this is just way too much.
Yeah, way too much. So now let's talk for a second about events. And this was an event that are somehow caught in some horrible loop or are played again and again, or what?
I would hope so, because I'm terrified to think that this is some kind of an intelligent haunting, and this child is having to live this over and over.
Oh, no.
Like you said, I want to think it's a residual, it's a loop, it's something that, for whatever reason, was recorded in the atmosphere.
How about you, Barbara?
I do have a feeling that it's residual, but I think that child wanted somebody to know.
Well, there's something to think about. The child wanted somebody to know. Well, plenty of people know now. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
God.
It's heartbreaking. I can remember my feeling when I first heard it, and Brendan had called and said, we recorded something in that building. He says, and we hadn't been to that building since we had recorded it. It had been a couple of days. And he says, I want you to listen to it and see what you think.
Yeah, I didn't tell you at all what it said, it shouldn't be there, and that was it.
Guys, I've got a question. Was there ever a time when you recorded something, God knows, like this, and you just said, okay, that's enough. We don't need to be doing this anymore. Did you ever come to that point?
No.
Not yet.
No, never.
I can see, and it's a good question. Actually, that's a question we've never been asked. The fact that you ask it, I can see that there would be a point, but I haven't had it yet.
Have you ever had, everybody always asks this, so I'll try and get it out of the way right now. Have you ever had an entity follow you home?
Yeah, I think all of us have.
Yeah. There was, in fact, one night, Barry we'd come home from an investigation. Barry went home. Can't remember where we were on this particular night, but when he woke up, he had like 4 or 5 lights in his bedroom. He had gone to sleep, and when he woke up, every light in his bedroom was on, like 4 or 5 lights. And he rarely, he'll have one light on, but not all of the lights that are in his bedroom on.
Yeah.
And he thought maybe his son had come in and played a joke on him while he was sleeping. And so when he got up, he went and asked to go ask his son about turning on all the lights in his bedroom, and the son hadn't come home that night.
So, once something follows you home or attaches to you, can you get rid of it easily or not so easily?
Well, me and Roger have had a couple of events where we know that they've followed us home. And the one event really made me mad because it kicked my dog down the stairs.
Oh.
And he was an older dog, and he just went flying sideways down the stairs. And that was when it dawned on me, something's come home with us. And I said, get out of this house. You weren't invited to be here. Get out and go back where you came from. And that was the only event that's happened in this house that we're living in now.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, so we've got EVPs. Let's do it. Let me see if I can do it properly. I've got them scattered all over any number of computers here. This first one, I guess, has a title of Let Me Go, if that helps you understand. Who wants to set it up? Barb, I guess?
Well, Barb's pointing at me, so apparently that's me.
Okay.
Yeah, so this one, you're actually just going to hear Barbara say, and again, this is a private residence.
Okay.
You're just going to hear Barbara say, boy, we were out there for a long time. And she's actually listening to her recorder. I'm the one that I think recorded this, right after that, you hear Barbara kind of exclaim, well, we're still out there. And then this creepy kind of disembodied, and I hate to say it that way, but that's really what it sounds like. This voice says, let me go.
Well, it is disembodied for sure, right?
I know. I was just hoping I could come up with some
other term
way to say that.
So the let me go part is going to be the disembodied one.
Correct.
Here it comes.
Well, we were out for a long time. We're still out. On that big Phil. On that big Phil. On that big Phil.
Well, that's awfully clear, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it has that quality of, I mean, I don't even know how you would describe it other than what I just said, otherworldly.
Yes. On average, how many hours of, blank stuff do you have to listen to before you get to something where your eyes pop open?
Well, it depends on where we go. I mean, there's some locations we can. I've gotten 10 to 15 EVPs in the location.
Oh my!
On average, I would say between the five of us,
yes,
we probably would go through over 20 hours to get one voice that might sound like that.
Well, there you have it, and here you have it one more time.
Well, we were out for a long time. We're still out. On that big Phil. On that big Phil. On that big Phil.
I don't suppose you want to speculate on what "let me go" means?
Ideally, I wouldn't, because
I have no idea.
The only thing I can come up with is just not pleasant. So us being there, I think, was keeping this thing around.
Meaning your presence.
That we can't hear them at the time it's recorded.
It really is a shame, I guess. I mean, on the one hand, it would be so freaky that I don't know how I'd handle it. Hearing it later is at least detached in some way. We'll be right back. We've got a break here. So I want everybody to hold tight. There is a theme you should recognize. Don't forget, time travelers, you've got about an hour and 3/4, not quite an hour and 3/4 to join us. This is Midnight in the Desert. That is to say, join us at the $5 rate. Then it goes up. I'm Art Bell.
To initiate a dialogue sequence with Art Bell, please coordinate your phalanges and call 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL-ART.
If you are just tuning in, warning, this is really, truly scary stuff. What you're hearing are EVPs. These are the voices of the dead. They are recorded, in this case, by the GIS. Represented tonight by Brendan Cook and Barbara Macbeth. And this has been over many, 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 many years that they have been doing this. They do it as, I guess a hobby is the right word. Is it, you two? Is that the right word for what you do?
Well,
for the most part,
consider it a hobby. I don't.
Well, we've spent how much money doing it, so
yeah.
It's a very expensive hobby. How's that?
Accurate. I love the idea of cell phones, though. I'm going to try it myself. Trust me.
Really?
I'm absolutely going to try it. Yes. I have an iPhone 6. I'm ready.
I'm proud of you.
You are. So that means you're going to get an iPhone soon, Barbara.
No.
No. Sorry, just had to mess with you.
I have a hard time with a digital recorder, Art.
Right, I've got you.
She's not even joking. She has a reel-to-reel.
You still have a reel-to-reel? Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Alrighty. 2 questions from the internet, if we could, please. I get these, and they're pretty good ones. This one comes, I guess, relayed from Twitter from Darren. Do EVPs ever contain useful information? I don't know what they mean by useful, but, you know.
Contemporary? Yeah.
Yeah, well, no, not contemporary. Useful information, like, your chair is weak and will break soon. I just made that up. I mean, something...
I'm sure there are cases where they have.
I mean, we haven't. The only useful information we got was the plastic eyes. We played that on your show.
Oh, right.
Oh, God, I remember that one.
In the mausoleum, and Jenny had recorded that. And I called the funeral director the next day to find out if plastic eyes had anything to do with their business.
Right.
And we found out that
they did.
Yes, they do use plastic eyes on bodies.
And the ghost voice said what exactly?
It just said plastic eyes.
That's awful. All right. Another question from the internet. What's with all the EVPs always being in English?
They're not. We only play English ones because, you know, here's the thing. EVPs are so hard to understand anyway.
True.
And we're pretty much an English-speaking country, so we do have plenty of EVPs that speak German, French, Native American, Gaelic, even.
All right, here's a very important question. Do you record using 2 or more simultaneous microphones? And if so, have you attempted to triangulate any audio source? Now, this is really an important question. If I break it down a little further, you do use microphones, I think, right? Yes.
Yes, correct.
But it's not. Yes. Is it absolutely mandatory to use a microphone?
Well, for us, yes. For everybody else, again, cell phone, just the internal mic is fine.
Yeah.
Yes, we use external mics on everything. At any given time during an investigation, we have 4 or 5 recorders in that location.
So Terry's question went to triangulation of where the audio actually is emanating from.
Does not work.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah. We have had the weirdest... We have had things where we audibly hear the voice, which is rare, but we audibly hear it, and it does not pick up on a recorder, or it only picks up on one. So triangulating the source is a tad hard.
All right. Let's move on to the next one, and this is entitled Beautiful, I think. Is that right? That makes sense? Let Me Go was the first... Oh, Be Careful. I'm sorry, not Beautiful. Be Careful. It says Be Careful, I guess. Who wants to take that one?
Well, you'll hear me say, please come and talk with us. And it sounds like a child's voice that says, be careful.
Well, here we go again with a child's voice. All right, listen carefully, everybody, and I may have to play this more than once. Here we go.
Please come and talk with us.
Be careful. Be careful. Be careful.
Well, that is a child's voice. There's absolutely no question about it. That's a child's voice. And I wonder what the child meant you should be careful of, Barbara. Any thoughts at all?
No. The only time I would take any kind of thing like that would be from if the person was alive.
Boy, I hear that. All right, one more time. Listen very carefully, folks. You tell me the age of the person saying this.
Please come and talk with us.
Be careful. careful. Be careful.
We walk around in the dark sometimes, and I could have been going downstairs. It could have been saying, be careful, going down the stairs.
Right, this could have been, well, there it goes to the guy's question. Do they ever say anything helpful? That certainly is helpful in a way, isn't it?
I like your thinking. That's fantastic.
Or it could have meant something, I don't know, far more ominous would be the word. Be careful because something's about to happen, something like that?
Yeah, I doubt it. I haven't ever been hurt.
Says the woman who had a bolt thrown at her.
I think that was, it was just to get my attention.
A bolt of what?
Oh, it was one of the...
No call screening, no waiting on hold, no requirement to kiss Art's ring, just good talk. Join Art by calling 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952. Call Art.
Hello, everybody. This is EVP time. The GIS, Ghost Investigators Society, or did I get that wrong? I think that's right. Ghost Investigators Society, right?
Right.
Okay. Barbara Macbeth.
Time you've said it, but
I'm sorry?
No, it was a joke. Sorry.
Okay. And Brendan Cook, Barbara Macbeth, Brendan Cook, the ones who get these things. And I'm hoping that I can talk you guys into, well, I don't know, a big show somewhere near Halloween. Can that be done?
Easy.
Easy.
You can do that.
Easy peasy, huh? All right.
Well, again, doing it as long as we've done. If we weren't so busy, we'd have had quite a bit more, I think, here.
Mm-hmm. Well, my new show hasn't been on the air that long, and I just really appreciate you folks. All right, there's something coming up about we want to go to. What does that mean, Barb? What am I about to hear?
Well, on this, anytime we are leaving an investigation, once we get into the car, I always say, if anyone's in the car, please get out.
Smart.
Most of the time they will.
Oh, I see. So this is the ghost saying we want to go to after. So you actually said that. Are we going to hear you say that in this?
You're going to hear me say, if anyone's in the car, please get out.
Right.
And you'll hear this. It sounds like a child. We're leaving a cemetery.
Okie dokie. Here we go. Brace yourselves, folks. Anything else, Barb?
No.
No, okay. Here it comes.
If anyone's in the car, please get out.
Okay, we're going to hear this again. And again, Barbara says, the child says, we want to go to. So here you go. Listen very carefully. No. That's wrong. That's wrong.
If anyone's in the car, please get out.
Wait, I don't get that out of it. It's almost sounds like we can't or something. That's hard to make out.
I clearly hear we want to go to.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'm sorry, folks. Again.
If anyone's in the car, please get out.
Oh, yeah. Okay, got it that time. Thank you. And I know that even you, when you take these things home, you have to listen sometimes, multiple times, to understand what's being said, or maybe you've been listening to Ghost Voices so long that that's not the case. You tell me.
No, the fights that we have been in around
5 of us.
Yeah.
Hearing it say something completely different.
Yes.
And ultimately, that's the key with EVP. We were obviously presenting some of the best voices that we've ever recorded, the ones that are loud enough to be heard.
Sure.
The majority are not like this at all. I mean, they're just whispery and syllabic, and there's a lot of what you'd call pareidolia that goes into it, trying to figure out what it's saying.
I bet.
And EVP is ultimately just subjective. So you notice context, what the investigator says, what the EVP says, and human nature, your brain is now trained to listen to that.
Gotcha. You're far more trained than we are, for sure. And as I mentioned, it's been years, so there are a lot of new listeners tonight, and they're probably pretty freaked out, is all I can say. And, well, no, I'll say one more thing. Try it yourself. This is not something only the GIS can do. Yes, they're very good at it. Yes, they've been doing it for years and know what they're doing, but you can do it even with a cell phone. Just remember, turn off, as was suggested, turn on the airplane mode so that you're not contaminating in any way. You can also do it with a digital recorder. Do microphones, Brendan, make any difference?
If nothing else, I don't know so much about on the EVP quality, but ambient noise, understanding what's happening in the room at the time.
Right.
Yes, definitely. It makes it much easier to listen to.
It's always a problem, of course, of signal versus noise. You can increase the audio gain, but you bring a lot of hiss and stuff with it, right?
Right. And, to kind of go to that, some of the voices we played from the mausoleum, I mean, you can hear that echoey kind of, and it's very hard to make out things that are being said. So, yeah, I mean, getting a mic, being able to kind of filter some of that stuff out, in real time, it helps a ton.
Okay, let's go to one, I guess, with Barry. Something about wake up. Is that right?
Okay. So this is a little bit different. This was from the prison in Rawlins, Wyoming. And you hear Barry, he's actually shutting a cell door, and it almost makes a cliched horror movie sound effect. So you hear the cell door just shutting and slamming, and you hear Barry go, creepy. That's creepy. And this woman almost like she's yelling / whispering at him, saying, wake up.
Again, this is in a prison?
Yeah.
Well, you guys just really go to some of the best vacation spots anybody goes to. Prison. All right, let's listen to this, see what we get out of it. You ready?
Creepy.
Ooh. Oh, yes. Oh, creepy, indeed.
All of her energy. I mean, it's like she's using every bit of energy she has to get this out.
Yeah, I've never heard any of these. These are all new ones, huh?
For the most part, they're new. Well, new in the fact we haven't played many of these on your show, but we've had them for ever. Again, we were going to call tonight's show From the Vault.
From the Vault. Well, the vault is a good word, actually. One more time.
Creepy.
Let everybody know what you do at the end of these particular ones. You repeat it 3 times, and you increase the volume so it's more easily heard on the radio, right?
Well, and normally we don't even amplify the 2 loops at the end. Sometimes we do if it's really whispery.
That was pretty whispery.
Yeah, for the most part, I mean, we just like to keep it as natural as we can. So with context, the investigator speaking, the EVP coming in, and then just cutting the EVP out and playing it twice after.
Right, okay. Have you ever taken a photograph of a ghost, is a question.
Yes. We've taken video.
You'll have to speak up good and loud. Our connection.
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
We've actually taken video of one walking into a wall.
Walking into a wall? Actually, or through a wall?
Yeah, well, no, just disappearing into a wall.
Where it was headed and disappeared at was into the wall.
Okay. That sounds like walking through a wall to me. Mm-hmm. If you see it disappear into a wall, presumably it came out on the other side and you just didn't see it. But maybe not. You actually have video of that. I would dearly love to see it, and I guess your website is going to have to get back up before we see it, eh?
Yes. Within the month, it will be back up, I promise.
All right. And again, you have to promise this Halloween-type show. Bring out the big guns for Halloween.
Will do.
All right. I'm getting this promise from you on the air, so it's got to be kept. All right, we're going to move on to the next one because I do want to get calls in, and so I want to get these in. The next one is also Barry, I believe, right?
Yes.
And it's what called the question to mind, something about a flash?
Yeah, so this one, again, is Rollins Prison. Not the same night, though. I believe this was actually like a year later. And it was in the death house of Rollins Prison. We stayed the night there, the five of us. And Barry was testing out this new camera he had that had a new flash system. And you're going to hear Barry say, well, we'll see what the flash is going to do. Mm-hmm. Yep, we'll see. And this, like, really disgruntled old man, it is kind of in the background, but it's almost like he's making fun of Barry. He's being very sarcastic, and he says, you'll see in a little bit.
Really? You'll see in a little bit. All right, let's listen to that. Here we go. Wait a minute. Let me stop that and do it again from the beginning.
Okay. With the one with the flashing pin it did. And we'll see. Maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit.
Now, these are not easy to hear, everybody. They're not easy to hear. That one's not easy to hear, particularly, is it?
No, and that again, I think that was 1998. So
really?
There's some audio degradation. There
sure.
is, yeah.
There was no carpeting or drapes or furniture. It's just a cement.
It's a death house.
It's the death house. There's just cement, nothing to absorb sound.
Do you remember when you switched from analog to digital recording?
I do.
When
Barbara still technically I don't think has. So it would have been, the first time was 2004 where I started just doing nothing but digital.
That's when we began getting slightly clearer copies. I mean,
correct.
The digital just doesn't have the same kind of, I mean, after all, if you have a recorder, you've got a tape running across heads, so you've got noise. That's all there is to it. All right, let's move on to the next one.
This next one was at Deer Lodge Prison up in Montana. And you're going to hear this door, a cell door creaking shut. And the EVP says, help, I'm in here. It sounds like an old man. And then you'll hear Brendan say, is anybody in here?
But the help, I'm in here, that's from the disembodied voice. Is that correct?
Right. And I was actually, so Deer Lodge Prison, just to kind of give a little backstory, is gigantic. I mean, this place is massive. And I think it was, 2003 was when we went. we were lucky enough to just have the caretaker hand us the keys and say, "Yeah, we'll see you Monday."
That is lucky.
So we spent Friday night until Monday morning, just the 5 of us in this gigantic prison. So this place where I recorded this voice, I was just there by myself. I mean, it was just me for an hour or so.
Is it worth asking how you guys managed to stay in these creepy locations, and particularly by yourself?
Well, it's not a scary.
Yeah.
It's not. I mean, you know, most of the time you're not aware of anything going on around you. You're just in a dark location. You know?
So if you can get over atmosphere, it's not a bad deal.
All right, so we're going to hear an old man and say, "Help, I'm in here." Here we go. Oh, yeah.
Anybody in here?
Gee. That's, I guess, what you would expect to hear from somebody in a jail, right?
Yeah. Well, and he sounds like a prisoner. I mean, which is kind of weird. Like, he has just been there the entire time, and this place was shut down in 1970 something.
They built a new prison and relocated the prisoners.
Somehow you would think if you were a prisoner in this life that you wouldn't be stuck there in the afterlife. I mean, that's about as horrible. But again, maybe it goes to what you are here, you are there.
What's the old saying that hell is repetition? So,
you know,
I mean, if
I would imagine a lot of prisoners, that's all they know. You know, a lot of them are in prison almost all their lives.
Well, here's a little hell for you then, repetition.
Anybody in here?
A little hellish repetition. The two of you, do you think you don't think that all people when they die become stuck here, do you?
I don't believe so. No.
No, and I'm with Barbara on that. I think if that were the case, our job would be so much easier.
That's true. There'd be so many more voices to get, I guess, huh?
Correct.
Okay. All right. We've got yet another one. This is Brendan, I guess. This is you, huh?
Yes, actually it is. And what you're going to hear is me just saying, okay, let's go see if Barb's upstairs. This is actually in that mausoleum that we did quite a bit of recording in. We don't so much anymore because we can't really get access. But I'm downstairs with, it might have been my wife at the time. Again, this may have been 15 years ago.
Okay.
So, yeah, I say, hey, let's go see if Barb's upstairs. And this child says, and it's interesting because this was in the middle of the night. We had no flashlights on and no lights on in this mausoleum. So if you can imagine being in this marble tomb that is pitch black, this child says, I can't see.
All right, and that's what you're listening for, folks.
All right, let's see if Barb's upstairs.
Oh my goodness, that's pretty awful, and it's pretty clear. I can't see. It's very, very clear, and that really sounds like a young child.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is right where that was recorded is this stairway, which I don't know if you remember, we had a voice of me falling down those stairs and something responding to that. So that same staircase that's where the children are entombed.
Little babies.
Little babies.
Children.
All right. One more time. Here we go.
All right, what's Tuesday parking stairs?
You know what else it is? It's the plaintive. It's kind of a plaintive tone. It's a very young child, and it obviously is a plaintive tone, almost crying, saying, "I can't see."
Very distressed.
Very distressed. Yes, I would agree with that completely. That makes it so hard to take. You two, hold on.
You're gonna choke on it too. You're gonna lose that smile because all the while I could see for miles and
Midnight in the Desert is a wild trip across the Days Divisor. Get your ticket to ride by calling 1-952. Call ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
You know, I thought I'd lighten it up a little bit. Listen to this. A man checked into a hotel. There was a computer in his room, so he decided to send mail to his wife. He accidentally typed in the wrong email address, and without realizing it, he sent that mail to a widow who had just returned from her husband's funeral. The woman decided to check her mail, expecting condolence messages from relatives and friends. After reading the first message, she passed out, fainted. The son rushed into the room, found his mom on the floor, saw the computer screen which read, "To my loving wife, I know you're surprised to hear from me. They have computers here, and we are allowed to send mails to loved ones. I've just been checked in. How are you and the kids? The place is really nice, but I'm lonely here. I've made necessary arrangements for your arrival tomorrow. Expecting you, darling. Can't wait to see you." Oh, God. Well, I had to lighten it up somehow. My wife actually showed that to me earlier. Incredible. All right, well, back to the bad stuff, or the good stuff, depending on how you look at it.
Art.
Yes.
I've got to let you know that Brendan had to leave to go to work. An emergency, but Barry is here.
Barry.
How you doing, Art?
I'm doing okay, Barry. I don't know that we have ever heard from you, or at least live.
No, I wasn't prepared for this, but I guess I'll do the best I can.
You'll do fine. And I'm kind of glad to have your input, Barry. My goodness. Where have you been all these years?
Actually, I was working a lot of swing shift and late shifts, so I, had to fill in and go with the group when I could.
I understand.
Retired now.
You're retired?
Yes, I just retired about 6 months ago.
How did you get dragged into the group?
I met Barbara. Well, I had met Brendan online, and he invited me to a meeting that they were having, and where I met Barbara and her husband, and we took a liking to one another, and when they set up their group, they invited me to join them.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's not the normal kind of invitation you get. We record Voices of the Dead. Come join us.
No, I had the interest, prior to that. I read a lot, and it was a time that I wanted to experience it myself, and so I found a group that, was local, and we hooked up.
And we adopted him.
You adopted him. A lot of people don't know that EVPs go back a long, long way, correct?
Yeah.
Wasn't it Alexander Graham or somebody who experimented with them? I believe it was.
I believe it was, too. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right, let's move on to the next one. We've got, a lot of people calling wanting to talk, and I want to get them on the air with you all. But let's get through what we have. This next one, Barb, or either one of you?
Me, Brendan, Barbara, and Roger all recorded this, and it says, "You guys dead."
You guys dead, really?
This was in a cemetery, and Jenny recorded it, and she's saying who is present, and she says me, Brendan, Barbara, and Roger.
Okay, here we go. You're listening for You Guys Dead. See if you hear it. Come on, go.
Me, Brendan, Barbara, and Roger.
Oh, yeah, that's what it says, all right. You Guys Dead.
It's asking a question.
You think it's a question?
Yes, I think it's asking a question. You guys dead?
Uh-huh.
Me, Brendan, Barbara, and Roger.
Yeah. Ooh, that is so creepy. You're right. It says, as a question, you guys dead? Like that.
Yes.
Clearly. So, that implies then that the dead don't know if they're talking to the dead or the living.
That's true.
Is that fair?
That's fair, yeah.
What do you think, Barry?
That's what I get out of it from, my understanding of the way the voice sounds. It's asking a question.
I don't like that one. Okay. All right. Let's keep going. Let's do one more. We've only got a couple more, so let's do one more. This one looks interesting. Who wants to set it up?
Which one are we doing?
The second to the last one.
Yeah.
Okay. We're leaving a local funeral home, and Brendan says, I can hear it from back here. I think he heard some audibly. And this recording comes on and says, we're not done. It's a woman's voice.
Meaning they're not done, I guess. All right, here it comes.
I'm here from back here.
Oh, yeah. All right, that one is very disturbingly clear. Would you agree with that?
Yes, it's very clear.
Disturbingly clear is the only way I can. How many of them come out that clear?
Oh, God, percentage-wise, I think clear percentage, in my opinion, about, 25% of that?
Mm-hmm. That are loud and where they aren't so whispery. She has a good, strong determination.
Yes, one last time.
I'm here from back here.
We're not done. So the clear implication, I guess, was there if you could have heard that at the time, you probably would have stuck around because you would figured there's more to go.
That's right. See, and we were leaving. We were packing up our equipment and leaving this funeral home.
I would have been throwing the stuff in the suitcase and running. Incredible stuff.
I feel like that myself sometimes, Art.
Do you? It's good to hear that. Frequently, the GIS members do not admit real fright.
Well, I won't admit real fright. I'll say startled. How's that?
Startled?
Yeah.
I've only seen Barry rattled a couple of times.
How come you've never come on the air before, Barry?
I don't know. I actually have probably as a fill-in, but that's about it. Usually I'm a listener at home late listening to the show.
Or he's been working.
Okay. All right, one more time with this next one, and I think we're listening for a ghost voice to say something like, meet me out back?
Yeah, are you ready to do that one?
I am. You want to set it up?
Okay. We were at a mausoleum, and you can hear Jenny. She recorded this, and she's asking Brendan for his flashlight. She says, "Can I see your light?" And Brendan replies, "Here." And this EVP, this woman, said, "Meet me out back."
Okay, here we go.
Can I see the light, Brenda?
Here.
Well, that's a very whispered thing, huh? Very whispered.
Yeah, and a lot of them are like that. They're hard to know for sure what they're saying. Very whispery. That's why we try not to use those.
Well, nevertheless, we went from one that was very clear to one that was hard.
Can I see the light, Brenda?
Here.
And for clarity, let's do this one again. Let's see.
I didn't hear it from back here.
Quite a difference between them, huh?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Amazing stuff. All I want to do is, in a moment, we're going to go to a break, and then I would like to take calls. A lot of people have a million questions. A lot of people have never heard any of this before. This is an absolute first for them, and in a way I sympathize with them because it's hard hearing it for the first time. It's harder if you're alone. If you're in a vehicle at night in the dark, it's really tough. So here we go. I'm going to give you the phone line information very quickly. Our public number is area code 952-225-5278. Again, that's area code 952-225-5278. Now, listen very carefully. If you're using Skype, please listen very carefully. The way to do this is to add a new contact. Let's say you've got Skype on your phone. So you want to go to add a new contact. And what you add, if you're in North America, Canada, add MITD51. MITD51. And then you'll see it in your contact list. And you can click on MITD51. It will dial us. Outside the country, put in MITD55. Outside America and Canada, put in MITD55. Then it will be in your contact list. Then you can call us. So there you have it. That's how to do it. Now all you have to do is do it. If you have a question about what you've heard so far this evening, it would be a good time. Be a good time to pick up the phone and ask. From the high desert, from the great American Southwest, this is Midnight in the Desert.
Take a ride from the high desert and the great American Southwest. This is Midnight in the Desert, exclusively on the Dark Matter Digital Network. To call the show, dial 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
And again, the two Skype entry points for North America would be, the one for North America would be MITD 51. That's MITD 51. If you're outside the U.S., way out there somewhere, MITD 55. Either way, it is a free call. And remember this, if you don't get through the first time when calling Skype, for heaven's sakes, call again. In other words, don't give up. It just means I didn't get you. If you begin to hear audio of the show, me, the callers, whatever, that means you have made it through, so hang in there. All right, going back now to our GIS members, are you ready to take some calls?
Sure.
Okay. Those sounded like pretty weak sures.
Sure.
All right, good. All right, here they come. Ian on Skype is first. You're up with GIS. Hi.
Hey guys, LMAO, I can't believe I'm on the air right now. It's pretty sweet.
Yes.
But anyways, so Art, I got a story and then the question will come at the end. So
all right.
So my friend's mom died a few months ago, and she was a huge fan of yours. She recorded every single episode since you started, basically, on cassette tape.
Yes, sir.
And so I've been going over there since you started your show again, and I would play the show periodically, like every few days, maybe twice a week. And when I would play your show, there would be increased ghost activity, and there would be some ghost activity throughout regular times. But when I would play your show, you could literally hear responses to what you're saying on the air. And it's just mind-blowing, and I'm wondering what is the absolute best way to record these EVPs. Like, say I have unlimited funds, what is the best way I could record these so I could send them to Art?
Well, first of all, if you have that much excess cash, just, send it off to me, and and I'll try and make the best use of it. But otherwise, it is a good question. If he wants to buy the best equipment available, what would you suggest?
Well, if he has a cell phone, that would probably be the best way. If he has a newer cell phone, because the quality
is good,
is very good.
I do agree with that, and I was really heartened, frankly, to hear that suggestion. And
look who gave it to you.
You guys did. I can't believe it. I can also not believe that I didn't think of it. But cell phones have really come along since, frankly, we did our last show. Good ones, anyway.
Yeah.
That's fair to say, right?
Yes, it is.
All right, overseas, somewhere or another, is Marty. Hello, Marty.
Morning, Art. Morning, GIS team.
Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Bristol in the UK.
Okay. Fire away, Marty.
I'll have to set this one up a little bit. In the past couple of weeks, my partner has been diagnosed with cancer.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And ever since then, I've always been interested in the topic of EVP, but we've been starting to hear them with our own ears, which is very unusual. We've been starting to hear all sorts of voices and just, sounds just seem to be materializing out of thin air, really.
Okay.
I just wondered if the GIS team have ever been able to hear such things with their own ears, and why might that be? Because it's only just started happening ever since we've learned this devastating news.
GIS people?
Yeah, I would recommend that you start recording and ask, is your partner still healthy?
Yeah, she's feeling very well within herself. She lost her father when she was very young. She was only 12. And my personal theory, I haven't shared this with her, but I think it might be him trying to, maybe reach through and comfort her, maybe. That's my own personal theory on why this is suddenly started to happen.
I would agree with that, too. I would agree. That's what I was thinking. It's somebody that is there, and she might have a lot of experiences through her care during the period of time that she is having treatment. Is she having treatment?
She actually starts her treatment on Monday, this coming Monday. It's funny, actually, because she's been having a lot of scans and everything lately. It's a very complex process, but on more than one occasion, she actually said before she actually went under, she had to be sedated for a number of tests, and she said she could actually smell the aftershave that her dad used to wear just before she went under, which is very interesting to me.
I would get a recorder.
Yeah, I would get a recorder. Right. And again, we're now being told you can use a cell phone. So give that a try, please, and let me know how you do with it. All right, here's somebody named Michelle. Hello, Michelle.
Hi, Art.
Yes.
Hi, I'm calling from Sydney, Australia. I've spoken to you once before.
Sydney, Australia. Okay.
Yes. Okay, so
if you would please turn down
5 months ago.
Michelle, turn down your radio or your whatever it is.
I will.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
I hear you. Yes.
Okay, I'm the lady that looks after kids.
Right.
About 4 months ago, we had a disembodied voice come to our front door.
Oh.
Basically, it was around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and I was expecting one of the parents to come and pick up their child. And the child's only like 14 months. Anyway, so I was just washing my hands, and I heard this, hello, like this.
Yes.
And so the little baby actually thought that it was its mother. And so he crawled to the door. I walked to the door, and 2 other children ran to the door. And she was nowhere to be seen. And so subsequently, the little baby just started to cry. So I picked him up. Anyway, she turned up some 15 minutes later. And I said to her, were you here, 15 minutes ago? And she said, no. And I said, are you sure? She said, absolutely. I've only just arrived. And I said, okay. But she said, oh, he's crying. I said, yes, he's crying because he thought you were at the door 15 minutes ago, as we all did. And she has quite a distinctive voice. So I don't know whether it was a time slip or a ghost, because we have, had a number of things over the years happen, playing tricks on us, like a practical joke. So, yeah, that's my tale.
Okay, well, here's a good question then for our guests, and that is, if you hear something in the audible range, if you actually hear it with your ear, I would assume, for example, that when you record it, if your ear was in the right place listening carefully enough, you would hear it with your ear. Is that correct or not?
We've had some audible that we heard out loud that actually didn't show up on the recorder.
Oh, that's weird.
That's happened a few times.
All right, Michelle, that probably doesn't help you, but it is interesting.
I would wonder if the mother was thinking about, if it was her, did you say that it was her voice?
She did, yes.
I would wonder if maybe the lady was thinking about getting there at the house to get her baby.
There you go. All right, let's go to the phone. Las Vegas, Nevada, just over the hill here.
Hey, how you doing, Art?
Okay.
Couple of questions. Now, as I understand it, when these EVPs are recorded, you aren't wearing headphones. In fact, they're not happening at that time. I don't know. I guess I'm confused. But you're not hearing them in real time, I guess what I'm saying.
That is correct. They just leave a recorder and a mic going in a given room, in a given place. Sometimes they're present, as you can hear, because you hear them in the EVP, and sometimes they're not. So, go ahead.
Okay, so it's the actual medium of recording that's capturing these sounds or these communications, and once converted into a digital or analog format, it exists on that tape or whatever format it is.
That's right.
Could you not put a digital delay in, or just basically feed a microphone into a digital delay and then be able to hear within a couple of seconds or whatever you adjust the delay to?
Oh, I see.
The sound.
Yeah, okay.
Would that work?
Yeah, it's a very good question, one that I asked years ago, and they did have a device like that for a period of time, but they only ever really got one EVP, I believe, right, Barbara?
Yes, that's correct.
So
it was very confusing because I can remember the time that Brendan had the earphones on, and we were talking, and he said, "I think I just heard an EVP." We were sitting around our table in our kitchen. Barry, were you there that night?
No, but I remember up in Montana, another incident where he tried that out.
Okay, you got to speak up good and loud. We've got a very weak connection with you guys.
Sam, we had another trip in Montana where Brendan was experimenting with that to actually audibly hear it.
Real time.
In real time.
And that's crazy. It's crazy that it didn't work better. I thought, and I suggested that he try that, and then as he pointed out earlier, somebody actually designed something for him, but it didn't work that well. Still got to go back and listen.
Take a walk on the wild side of midnight. From the Kingdom of Nye, this is Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Please call the show at 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL ART.
All right, back with the GIS. I'm Art Bell, and this is Midnight in the Desert. You folks back with me?
Yes, back.
Good. All right. Here come some calls. Going to Sydney, I think, Nova Scotia. You are on the air with the GIS. Hi.
Perfect. Hi. Great show. I'm really enjoying this topic. Question. One of your earlier tracks that you played was Let Me Go.
Yes.
I think it was. To me, it sounded almost like it was something being said backwards, like it was being played backwards. Have you ever received any noises that, have you ever played any of this backwards? Do you ever maybe inaudible noise, maybe backwards? Because it just had that feel like playing a record backwards or something, just for that particular one. So I was wondering.
I'll take this one. We actually have. It isn't something that we did on a regular basis because we're trying to prove one thing, and by playing it reverse, we didn't want to take away from that. But we were at a local, it was a bookstore at one time, and they were doing New Age stuff, and I actually recorded something that we couldn't audibly make out what it was saying, and when we played it in reverse, it said, now you can hear it.
Wow.
Okay. I guess
do you have that one? Is there any way you can play that one for us tonight?
Brendan has it. I couldn't play it now. Maybe on another show he could.
We'll do it on the next show. How about the next show? Let's make a request. Yeah. Halloween. All right.
We'll tell him.
Thanks, guys.
All right, you bet. Can you make a note of that, Barbara?
I'll remember it. Me and Barry will hound him about it.
Okay, excellent. Let's go to Chaz, I believe, on Skype.
Hey, Art, this is Chaz calling from Las Vegas, Nevada.
Yes, sir.
Hey, quick question for the GIS team. Real quick, I've done research paranormal for the past about 5 years, and I found that it's really tough to keep a group together of people that, are in it for the pure research aspect rather than just what they see on TV. I was wondering if Barbara and Brandon had any insight on good ideas for putting a good team together.
Okay, well it's Barry right now. Brendan had to go, but no, the question is really good. It is tough keeping a group together. Barbara, either one of you, what do you do? How do you do that? How do you keep from scrapping and fighting and breaking up like the Beatles?
Well, like we were talking earlier, life throws things at you, and you don't have control of certain aspects of your life.
Of course.
But you've got to be able to trust one another and get along with one another. Yeah. There has to be a real bond if you want good relationships between everybody in the group, and I'd keep it as small as possible. We experienced that when we first got together. We were allowing people to go with us all the time, and it just gets out of hand. There's people that want to throw you under the bus, and
of course,
and it's all for glory, and the research aspect isn't what they're there for. It's fame and fortune.
Very,
So
very
you've got
good
to-
answer.
You've got to keep your group, I would recommend, very small, and where you're very compatible. Be with people that you trust, where you can believe what they're saying, and they're watching your back too.
Listen, Barbara, on behalf of my listeners, many, 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 many of them, I want to tell you how much you were missed.
Well, thank you.
You're very welcome.
That surprises me.
Well, it shouldn't. Believe me. Trust me when I tell you. Santa Ana, California, I think. Hello.
Hi, this is Dave.
Hi, Dave.
Hello. I had a quick question, and I'll take it off the air.
Okay.
For the guest, I was wondering if there's any EVPs that were so horrible that they haven't talked to them about them on the show, or they just kind of wanted to forget about. And on the other spectrum, are there any happy EVPs like, wow, those roses smell great, or I'm doing great over here?
Yeah, good. Both good questions. Thank you. Any so horrible that you have not played them or allowed them to be played on the air?
Not really. The worst one that was the drowning one. That's the most.
The one that bothered me was we got at the Rollins prison that said, "You laughed at me, cute laugh, I killed you." I think that's how it went.
Yeah, I killed you. You laughed at me, real cute laugh.
Yeah, I don't remember that. That'd be one to bring back too. My goodness.
Okay.
My goodness. All right, let's try. And the second part of the question was anything really happy.
Yes, we've recorded laughing, a lot of laughing at different times, but we've recorded giggles.
You mean like real giggles, or? Not that.
There was one something was said about somebody used Ben Gay and Chanel number 5 or something.
I said old people, and I don't mean to insult anybody, but the mixture of Ben Gay and Chanel number 5 didn't do it for me.
And the ghost, it must have caught it off guard because it kind of snorted laugh, I mean, it was like it caught it off guard, and we record. So they have a sense of humor, and they do laugh.
All right, Dustin on Skype. Hi.
Hi, Art. Hi, Brandon. Hi, Barbara.
Brendan's not here. It's Barry now. Brendan had to take off for work.
I apologize.
That's all right. Go ahead.
On the way home from work. Barbara, I want to echo Art's sentiment. Hearing your voice is like running into an old friend. It's good to hear you.
Thank you. That's very nice. I appreciate that.
I have a question, and I hope this hasn't been addressed. If it has, please forgive me. And then I have a comment to share that will be of interest to Art. First, the question is, what is the purpose of this research? What do you hope to accomplish?
Good one.
Well, me personally, I did it for myself. I wasn't out to prove to anybody anything. I just wanted to satisfy my own interest.
I sympathize with that. I want to know, I guess that is the biggest question in life. If there's a bigger one, I'd like to know what it is. So I get that. Caller?
Very good. Art, this dovetails nicely. MV over at Belgab, some years ago on his podcast, shared his experience of actually doing the recording.
Yes.
So this absolutely is real, and no, I am not going to try it. Thank you all again very much.
Yep.
Have a great show.
I get it.
Art,
right.
Welcome back.
Thank you, my friend. Let's go to somebody who might be Maria. Hello. Well, maybe it's not Maria. You're on the air, whoever you are.
Hello?
Yes, hello.
Yes. Hello, Art. I just want to say welcome back. It's been a lonely time without you being here.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Just like I say, first-time caller. I live in a shelter right now, which is turned into an insane asylum. It was an insane asylum before, and there's been many things that we see at night, especially my children. seeing crazy, crazy things. Some of my neighbors reported seeing somebody walking up and down the hallways at night. But my father had died over 11 years ago, and every time I come home, I see a spirit, and I hear him nonstop. And I just wanted to know what could cause me to keep hearing him all the time. Like at night is when I hear him the most.
Okay. Either of you.
I would talk to him like if he was physically there and tell him that everything is okay and that he can go on, that he doesn't have to stay.
Would you do that with a recorder, hoping for an answer?
Yes. Always. If you're asking a question, always try to record it in case you get an answer that you're not able to hear audibly.
All right. Again, coming through the wormhole, somebody wants to know. Barb, I guess, wants to know if you've ever done a personal EVP attempt. In other words, anybody from your own families. Have you done that?
Me personally, I have not. That's something I think bothers me, maybe not Barbara, but I'd rather communicate with someone I don't know than someone personal.
I hear that. No, I hear you. I completely understand. Jeremy on Skype, you're on the air with GIS. Hi.
Hey, Art, how you doing?
Okay.
That's good. I'm in Louisville, Kentucky. I called the other night. Fellow ham operator. So
I'm sorry, you're where? You're where?
Louisville, Kentucky.
Louisville, okay.
Yeah, and fellow ham operator. So I've trained my ears to try to listen as best as I can. But the audio clip that you played a while ago, I think it was a girl talking, or a lady. I think it's called "You're Not. Are You Dead?" or something like that.
You guys dead?
Yeah, you guys dead.
It was a question, right?
Right, and yeah, that was it. And it sounded to me, and I'm on Twitter, and I was trying to find out if anybody else can confirm of what I'm hearing. It sounded to me like she said, "You guys done?" That's what it sounded like to me. If you could play that one more time for me.
I can't. It's buried in a computer right now, so.
Okay.
Normally I could. They normally send me a CD, but it didn't get here, so we had to do everything by computer, which is now Skyped up.
Okay, no problem. I was just wondering.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry we can't do that. Normally we could have done it, so perhaps on the next show we can do that for you. Let's go to Rockford, Illinois. Hi.
Hi, Art. Thanks for taking my call. Long-time listener, first-time caller. Your guests are some of my favorites. Inspired me to actually go out and do the EVP as well.
Really? How did you do?
I'm still listening to all the data I recorded. I went to a famous place that a lot of people have heard of. Your guests may have even went there. I went to Waverly Hills in Louisville, Kentucky. They said that's one of the most active places. I bought a Spirit Box 11, which I'm going to take my answer off the air. I wanted your guest's opinion of Spirit Box 7, Spirit Box 11. If somebody once told me that they're kind of like a Ouija board, and if that's the case, I'm not going to be using it anymore.
All right, it's a good question. We're so short on time. Spirit boxes. Barbara, either one of you, actually.
I don't have any experience with them, and I've never even heard of them, so.
I haven't used one myself either. I know it has a lot to do with white noise in between frequencies. I don't know how good they are because I haven't experimented with them, so I wouldn't advise somebody.
Okay, is there a Ouija board caution type that would go with any device like this? In other words, you're opening doors, right?
Yes, but I mean, I really don't know what a spirit box is. If it's a type of, if it is like a Ouija board where you're inviting something to interact with you, that is, I would just say use caution if it's saying that it is like a Ouija board.
Let me try something here. Are ghosts real?
Let me think. Okay, I found this on the web for Are Ghosts Real?
Siri. Oh, God, all right. Nick, hello, you're on with the GIS.
Hey, Art.
Hey.
I have 3 really quick questions. Have they recorded any EVPs of animals?
Yes, we've recorded dogs barking when we didn't hear them audibly. We've gotten a growl. We got a cat meowing, but there was like we've gotten a couple of really good growls in different locations when it sounded very close. If there would have been something growling like that, we would have, that was alive, we would have definitely heard it.
I'm really glad to hear you got cats on the other side. That's good. Cat person. Okay, Nick?
The other 2 questions is, have you ever went to an area where someone notable has died and recorded a voice and been able to compare it to that person's voice when they were still living?
No, I haven't, but I would love to.
Celebrity EVPs.
You know, I think the voice changes so much, so these voices that we get, I would bet that they did not sound the same in life. And I think it would be hard to recognize if you recorded a famous person's voice.
Maybe. And a third question, very quickly.
Have you guys do the analog and digital recording? Have you ever done simultaneous recording and recorded the same EVP for comparison?
Oh, yeah, really good question, actually.
Yes, in fact, there's been occasions where we recorded on 5 different devices, one on my video camera and on analog, but I'm not sure about the digital.
All right, let's go to
about that. Well, the camera was a tape.
Okay. In Idaho, or somewhere in Idaho. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, turn your radio off, please. Or your
extinguishing it.
Please turn it off, or we can't continue.
All right, there you go.
Thank
Can you
you.
hear me?
Thank you, yes.
All right. Well, I just got one quick question for you, Mr. Bell, and for your 2 guests there. If you were to take your EVP devices, your recording devices, out over the ocean, like out on the sea over, say, like by the Bermuda Triangle or over an old famous shipwreck or something,
right?
What do you think would happen?
Yeah, it's a really good question. Have you ever recorded anything at sea is, I guess, the question.
I think it would be hard to hear with the sound of the ocean. It would have to be very calm and no wind blowing, because it would be picking up so loud on the recorder.
Right. Barbara, we're out of time. This show is ending, and that's all there is to it. Sorry, I wish I had more time. Barbara, thank you 5 million times for being here, and Barry, thank you for filling in, and what can I say? It was a wonderful show, and you promised me, you both, Halloween, right?
Yes. And it's so nice to have you back, Art.
Pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you both, and good.
Last night was great, Art.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Well, that's it, folks.